So, guys, I'm a middle of the road team. Okay, here's a trade. Scott, we'll go to you on this one. So it's a 12-team Superflex PPR 1.5 tight end premium start 10. Would you rather have Breece Hall or DeAndre Swift, Drake London, and the defending champs 24 first?
Man, I immediately look at this trade and I go start 10, tight end doesn't matter. You give me the context of it's the defending champs 24 first. So my head immediately goes, give me the leverage. I'm getting extra leverage here, right? I'm getting 3 pieces for 1. I'm sure we will talk about sometime in this show why Breece Hall is probably the worst bet in Dynasty right now. If you're getting this trade value, I think that's the caveat, is what is the price versus what is the bet versus what does he have to deliver from like a warp or production metric to get your return on him. This deal, though, I'm taking the package with the caveat of how could this go wrong? That's something we probably don't discuss enough when we get questions, is how could this burn you? Obviously, if Breece Hall goes out, does what Shane said he would do the other night, 25 points per game, easy. I think Shane might have even said 30 points per game, which, would only make him the greatest running back in history. Yeah, but if he does even 22 points per game, I think we're probably looking at this as a trade where you go, you know what, I'll pay this for Breece Hall because I'll pay this for the warp season where I'm probably getting a massive difference maker, right? Can go wrong there. The second way this can go wrong is I look at this trade and I go, damn, I'm getting DeAndre Swift. If anything, that's a placeholder running back I can throw into the same slot that I'm putting Breece Hall in, at least for 2023, right? Then I'm getting Drake London, who is apparently a top 12 Dynasty receiver until you try to trade him. And then everyone goes, man, his situation sucks. I'm not paying that price. And then you have this 24 first, which Shane would love to say that is a random 24 first, except for the league probably knows that is the defending champs 24 first, and no one probably really values it. They'll take it. But is it truly a random first? Is it truly the first where someone's going to go, all right, I'll bet against that first. I'll give you something that you want. So you could lose this deal if all of a sudden I have these 3 pieces to play with. My thought is, what can I add to Drake London or DeAndre Swift to get a better piece? And I make this an awesome 2-for-1. In fact, a lot of leagues, you could get Breece Hall for a 24 first and Drake London. And that gives me Breece Hall and DeAndre Swift for Breece Hall. So it's a free DeAndre Swift. But that's how it could go wrong. If you're just stuck with those pieces in a start 10, you'd probably rather have the stud. But I'll take my chances with the package unless I know my league is just going to freeze me out. Are they going to do that, Shane?
Shane, which side are you taking, man? 12-team Superflex, PPR, 1.5, start 10. Breece or Swift, London, and the defending champs 24 first? You're on mute. Nicely done.
No. Well, when I'm not allowed to talk for the first half an hour of this show, there's no point in turning the mic on.
What a shitty start.
Nailed it.
Here's the thing. We could always talk about what could go wrong, but I mean, that you could do that on either side. Like, you know what I mean? You could trade for Breece Hall and then he tears his ACL again. And guess what? 2 ACLs on the same knee and he's worthless. Bring up the package again because I don't remember it.
Yeah, no problem.
Half ago.
It's Breece Hall or Swift, London, and the late 24 first.
Yeah, I don't give a crap about DeAndre Swift. It's too early to start cursing. I love Drake London, but I think I'm just going to hold on to Breece Hall here. Defending champs 24 first. What, the 112? What was the 112 this year? Dalton Kincaid? Luke Musgrave? It wasn't Luke Musgrave.
Dalton Kincaid was 107 for you.
I'm fine with taking Breece Hall here. I understand taking the package. Now, if you take the package, yes. Can I move that first and DeAndre Swift for an actual functional running back? Because DeAndre Swift is not going to do great this year.
So, Scott, let's say you had a 24 first and it was projected early. So you don't think it's going to be the 1-on-1. It's not your pick, but you think it's going to be top, let's call it top 2 or 3. Would you give that right now for Breece Hall? I know you don't like Breece Hall, right? We made that clear. But right now, today, would you give an early 24 first for him?
Would you take Breece Hall in the top 15 picks of a startup? The answer is no for me. There might be people in the chat that say, oh, yeah, I would take Breece Hall there. I think the one difference with the startup and why I don't want to answer it exactly with that is startups give you the option to build your team however you want. If you are so inclined to take Breece Hall in the second round of the startup draft, you can build a team around, I just took a risky running back in the second round, right? I will say this. This is the biggest edge right now in Dynasty that a lot of people are not probably attacking well enough, is being able to hit on the picks next year that are the 102, 103. If you're telling me that is a guaranteed top 3 pick, I don't give a shit who the players are. And spoiler, we're going to talk a little bit more about the future 24 class in this show. I don't care who they are. I know that the 102 or 103 next year, you can tell me who you think the name's going to be. Doesn't matter to me. It's probably going to be pushing on fringe first round startup value. If it's a quarterback, it's going to be right in that range. It's going to be Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, if not plus. If it's Bijan level, if it's Kyle Pitts level, it's all going to be right there, assuming the tight end matters. So if you can acquire these top 3 picks in a future rookie draft, there are very few players in Dynasty I would not trade for them. So it's really, how much am I getting from Breece Hall this year? If you're telling me I'm getting 15 points per game and he's going to work his way back to maybe be a mid-tier RB2, give me the top 3 pick. Easy.
Dan?
I don't even know what the question was. What was the question?
Nice.
If it's a top 3 pick?
Okay, so it's funny because I was saying this, saying this to Shane before the stream, and it was like, there's a lot of build up for this 5-hour super stream. Sup to the early 214 eyeballs, by the way. But it's like, at the end of the day, we're just going to be talking to each other for like a longer period of time and hanging out with our tribe. So let's keep on rolling here, man. This is going to be a lot of fun. Like Scott said, we've got we're talking the 2024 class with Devy Marketplace's own Kane. Ray G's coming on later. We're giving out a couple Scott Fishbowl tickets tonight. We're doing a live roster review. Somehow we're going to try to do it in a reasonably clunky fashion, right? We're going to execute decently, but it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. So yes, it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's put on Professor Charlie. Let's start with him. Thank you for the super chat, man. The hashtag for tonight's super chat is prognostication. Rank them this year and future value: Cup, CMC, Saquon, DK, and Dalvin Cook. 5 hours of Dynasty. Let's effing go. Let's assume Superflex, start 10, 12 team.
I'm not quite sure where Dalvin Cook and DK Metcalf are included in this. It's a weird, like the Sesame Street, one of these things doesn't belong. Like Dalvin Cook just shows up like, hey guys, who wants a 29-year-old running back that's just been released and wants a $5 million a year guaranteed. So for this year, I'm going to go CMC, Cup, Saquon, DK Cook. Future value, I'm going to go CMC, Saquon, Cup, DK, Cook.
The only ones I'd probably switch would be, well, you know what? I think you can go either Cooper Kupp or Saquon Barkley. I will probably go based on how I would roster construct. If I'm already betting on Saquon, I would put him again ahead of Cooper Kupp. But then you look at the warp data of the last few years, and like Cooper Kupp's the best warp player in the league behind Travis Kelce. So it's hard to say the running back advantage is really even better than the receiver advantage there. I think it's clearly Kupp, CMC, Saquon in whatever order you want to put them. DK Metcalf by default probably is 4, just because I think you could sucker somebody into buying him next year, even when he's 26 versus 25 or 27 versus 26. Like, it's not going to really matter. Someone will still buy him because he's young. He's just average, though. He's a wide receiver 2. Nothing more. Not going to be anymore. He's got another better prospect that's aside next to him right now. So I think he is what he is. He's just one of those receivers where if you have him, if there's ever a high period where you can pivot off of him, that's fine. So Shane nailed the order, I think.
Yes, he did. Shane nailed the order, indeed. Let's go to Rob G here. Thanks for the super chat, man, and thanks for joining us tonight on the super stream here. So we got a 14-team Superflex PPR. It's a 0.2 PPC, so that's a 0.2 point per carry. Every rush attempt, you're getting 0.2. A 2 tight end premium, so a 2.0 tight end premium for their receptions. Startup. Traded for the 102 to draft Allen. Drafted Hurts at 103, my spot. Got Goddard at the 603. Have 6 picks, 7 to 9. Help.
I mean, he's nailed it so far.
He's crushed it, right? He's crushed it.
He's got Hurts,
the two
Allen.
best. Oh, you go ahead. Sorry, I talk too much. Remember, Noah?
No, you don't. I think you were going down the right track. Like, it's not only that he's gotten the 2 elite quarterbacks, but he took a tight end who could be a positional advantage that's also a stack. And what is that, Shane? That's 1, 2, 3 players plus 6 picks. How many is that? Do your quick math.
9
3 plus 6.
9.
And what did he say he had them in? Rounds 7 through 9, right? So my count is he has 9 picks in 9 rounds and still managed to get 2 of the top 3 quarterbacks and stack his tight end in a 2 tight end league. I think this is an awesome start. So I'd say just keep hitting the value. You already have the framework here of a contending team, no matter who you pick.
Yeah, and we'll see if Rob will chime in here. I'm sure he's in the chat listening to this.
Start
I'd be
10.
curious, what's your what did you trade to get up to the 102? Is what I'm curious about. But anyways, Shane, what do you think about this?
Yeah, he start 10. I mean, the only thing I would try to do is if anyone's silly and they want to trade me a future first for any of those 7th or round 9 picks, sure. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those where I'd even add like, hey, you want my 7th and my 2nd rounder, and I'll take your 1st and your 12th rounder, just to try to get some future equity and getting it from a team that's trading a 1st round draft pick for a pick in a flat tier like that. I know it's going to be a decent pick, most likely.
Let me just highlight something Shane just said, which is brilliant, is once you've executed a start like this, the second part of the strategy, whether you do it how Rob is going to have to do it, or you do it with any earlier picks. So instead of picking Goddard, you could have tried to do it with that pick. He's got Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen. All he has to do is have assets going forward that he can convert into skill players, preferably running backs, because it's 0.2 point per carry. But like, I don't care if I have a great team this year. Give me an average team with the right roster construction. But man, if I have like 3 firsts next year and I can go, hey, I don't need to hit on a quarterback. I already have 2 of the top 3. Cool. I'll take that running back at 107. I'll take the running back at 110. Like, I'll just pick off the value while probably half the teams in the league are searching, going, man, I got to get Caleb Williams. I got to get Drake May. I have to get Brock Bowers because I have holes. So I think that's the beauty of accruing assets. And then when all you have to do is pick assets that are skill players in the future, that's easy to do. They're always acquirable either in the draft or trade.
So Shane pulled up here from Rob G. Also, sadly gave up my 24 first for Allen. Also traded my 2nd, 3rd, 4th to get back a 7th and 8th. He's still doing quite well. So just, yeah.
That's the thing. I'm in leagues right now where just, it's not apples to apples, but I have like Kyler Murray in a 24 first. And I do everything in my power if I could combine those 2 things to get to Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, or Josh Allen. I can't even get to Trevor Lawrence in a 14 team league.
Indeed. Let's keep rolling here. So we've got I had to pull this up. So Mr. Wonderful stopped super chatting us all of a sudden, and he disappeared. But apparently he didn't disappear. He went into Scott's DD Discord. He can't super chat because people know he's watching this show, right? So they don't like. He's got people at his league who are going to hear this. But hey, thank you, Mr. Wonderful. Just stopping by to say, keep grinding, fellas. You guys are killing it. Hopefully, this will buy you some coffees to get you through today's stream. Cheers. And note how he didn't ask a fantasy question. He's doing that over in Discord.
So we're at minute 14. Am I allowed to talk about drugs yet, or will YouTube defund us?
I mean, do your thing. Do your thing. Go ahead. What's up?
I mean, so if you could just Venmo me some cash, I can get some stuff delivered that is better than coffee that will keep me going for at least 5 hours. We could turn this bad boy into like a 13-hour stream.
That's awesome. So let's go to thank you for the super chat, Tanish Jagtap. It's interesting. We got a Penn State fan. There's a couple in this world. Rate my draft moves. This is a 12-team Superflex, half PPR with a 0.5 tight end premium. Let's see. Gave the 110, 210, a mid 24 second. Got JSN, the 403. Okay, let's start with that. So gave the 110, 210, mid 24 second, and got JSN and the 403. Go ahead, Scott.
Let's see. So he gave up the 110, and then he traded up, or basically I'm guessing JSN was already off the board when he made this trade. So he traded the 110, gave up 2 seconds to move up and take JSN, and he got a 403 back. Listen, what we know about this class, I'm all about. I just made a couple moves the other day, trading those late seconds, early thirds. You know what they are. You know what they are. They're probably those late day 2, early day 3 receivers that are not great bets, right? The Jalen Hyatts, the Cedric Tillmans, sure. Probably won a couple shares, but I don't want to target them necessarily. And then they're just the filler running backs. You know, they're the Roshan Johnsons, Tank Bigsby's, Tyjae Spears. Like, how many of those picks do you really want to make versus trade up for an elite player? You got back the 403. You could probably take a placeholder running back there. So I'm fine doing this. Got a nice insulated piece, 110. You know, especially if all the first round receivers are off the board, 110's like, man, do I really want to draft Dalton Kincaid in a 1.0 tight end premium? Not really.
Yeah, so we'll go on to the second trade, but Shane, what do you think about that one? Gave the 110, 210, and a 24-second for JSN and the 403.
These are rookie picks, right? Like I'm having trouble comprehending why this is a question.
Okay, so you're on board with
it could be a brag, right? Like he did ask a question. He could be saying, "Man, look how I got that JSN."
Well, he did say rate my draft move. So you know what? I give this a solid A. You gave up a middling 110, like Scott said. You're looking at Dalton Kincaid, Devin Achane, Kendre Miller, who I like, whatever, but it's not JSN, who we still think is elite, right? And you got that 403.
So let's go to the second one. So Tanish Jagtap gave Terry the 301 and got the 110 back, which he turned into Zay Flowers, a 25 fourth. He said 2 Giants, so rebuilding.
Ooh. What do you like there, Shane? Terry McLaurin or Zay Flowers? And he gave up the 301.
Zay Flowers by about a kabillion. That's an actual number that is I've seen on trade calculators. I've won trades by kabillion. I mean, you're getting roughly a 5 to 6 year age discount. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure of what it is. I know Terry McLaurin was old when he came into the league, and he's still old. He just keeps getting older. That's how it works.
Well, and he got the 4th in the first deal and gave away a 4th here, and he gave away the 110 and got it back in this trade. So no, actually he got back the 4th. So he accrued 2 4ths and basically added a 301 in the first trade to go from, you know, he essentially traded Terry McLaurin for Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he threw in the extra picks. So I like the moves. Well done. Gotta give it an A-. Can't give too many A+, man. That's perfect. Perfection's hard to get in Dynasty.
You've never seen a B, but you're giving one out. Okay, so here we go. Let's go to Brad's super chat here. Thank you, sir. 1 of 2, 10 teams, start 12, 2 QB, 2 tight end, no tight end premium, 6 point per passing touchdown. QB's got AR-15, Wilson, Lance, Purdy. Of running backs, we're looking at Bijan, Breece, not bad there. Wide receivers, Chase, Devontae Smith, Amari Cooper, Calvin Ridley. Tight ends, Kelsey, Andrews, 524 first. Goodness. All right, go ahead. Oh, wait, this is one of 2. Let me see if we need to. Yeah, let's start talking about the next one. Firsts are not valued by league mates. Top QBs all require overpays. 24 firsts mostly project early or mid. Think I can address QB in the 24 class? Try trading Lance to upgrade QB, no takers. What do you think?
Yeah. That 24 class, off the top of my head, there's a couple really good quarterbacks. Like a guy that's probably going to be a top 6 dynasty quarterback as soon as he steps into the league. If they're not going to value picks, I mean, that's what you want to use. You also have AR-15. You have Wilson to get through this year. If AR-15 start, and he's going to drop 19 points a game just in rushing ability. So yeah, I'll worry about quarterback next year. If they don't value picks, I mean, that's what you have. You could use Kelsey to get a quarterback, but that kind of defeats the purpose of, you know, drafting him in a 2 tight end league. So yeah, I'm just going to say we should probably compete anyway with the rest of this roster, and we'll worry about quarterback next year. And hopefully by this time next year, your league actually knows that rookie picks are important.
Yeah, I mean, you have Kelsey and Andrews in a 2 tight end league, and I would go and try to take that worst first that I have, go buy like a Kirk Cousins or someone like that, And you can win with this team. I mean, Breece Hall, Bijan, Kelsey, Andrews, those receivers, your quarterbacks, it sounds like he's not going to be able to go get, it'd be great if you could get Joe Burrow because you have Chase. It'd be great if you get Jalen Hurts because you have Smith. It'd be great if you get Deshaun Watson because you have Cooper. It'd be great if you get Trevor Lawrence because you have Ridley. But it sounds like all of those, they're going to make him overpay. And you know what? If I saw Brad's team, I'd be going, Brad, you're going to overpay to get one of those quarterbacks. Otherwise, your team is a monster. So go buy a quarterback. You're going to need 3 at least. Try to win. And then hoard those couple tie-in 24 first and then crush them next year.
You're on mute.
I'm the only one that has not messed up so far.
Well, it's 22 minutes in. I mean, it's 22
what do you
minutes
think?
in.
What do you think I said on mute there? It's very apropos. I said hammers.
Something like, yeah, I agree. Hammers. Let's move on to the next question. Something like that.
Very bro-y. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Seth Dollar, thank you for the super chat, man. 12-team Superflex PPR. It's a 0.15 point per carry. Start 13. Ooh, I like it. Look at many start 13s. Look at Scott drinking the Bang. By the way, we got to reach out to Bang during this stream and kind of put them on the spot. Be like, we're a Bang show. We're drinking Bang right now. Should you sponsor us? I don't know. We'll make them feel weird. Quarterbacks are Fields, Watson, Jimmy. Running backs, Sanders, Madison, Swift, and pieces like Jamal Williams. Wide receivers, Wilson, Devontae, Burks, and depth like Jacoby, Mooney. Tight end is Waller. Let's go to 2 for 2. Traded Najee for Madison, Jamal Williams in a late second. Okay, let's start with that. Traded Najee for Madison, Jamal Williams in a late second.
That trade sucks. And I don't mean to be mean.
It's a start 13. It's a start 13, Shane.
I don't care.
0.15 point per carry. You don't like it? I'm done. Bye-bye, Najee.
Okay. I mean, Jamal Williams and Madison might equal Najee in scoring per game together. That's cool. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Scott, where are you at on that one, the Najee one to start?
So, I mean, it is the format. I like Najee, but it is a start 13, right? And that might be the best you can get in terms of a start 13. Like, you're giving up 3 pieces. The second is probably somebody you could flip for a starter. Shane, I know you like Najee, but all I'll say about Najee is he is one of those guys. You've talked about him as being a guy you would buy, but I think we have to be very careful in buying these players that when you look at their profiles, they're not good players. They are just in a role where they're going to get a lot of work until they're not. And I'm not saying he's going to lose all his work this year, but I'm okay with making a process trade like this if you have a plan, because he had another deal where he turns around and makes a better trade, I think, in the second one. But we'll
Let's get
there.
that second deal.
So the second deal traded Walker for Swift and a 24 first.
Oh, I see a 24 first there.
You like the process? First seems to be mid, but hard to tell. What do we think? How far is too far to tear down in a deep league?
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, Walker's not elite. Walker just got a backfield mate that's a 3-down back that's going to, I don't know, eat into 40% of his work share. Let's just say 40% of his work share. Let's be conservative. I'd make this deal, but then I'd also trade Swift immediately.
I think people have to realize if you're in start 13, you can win with backfields of Alexander Madison and Jamal Williams, as long as you have the right roster construction. If you have enough of them, you probably need like 5 more of them. So you got Swift, you banked the first. I'm actually okay with how he turned both of these trades out. The 5 for 2, somebody's probably lacking some depth somewhere else, and you have a lot more flexibility. So I'm good with it. Now, if this is a start 9, we're laughing at these trades, right? We're taking the stud player pretty much in both. Maybe the Walker Swift is a little closer, but yeah, the format matters a ton there.
Can't watch with the Ohio State hat. Chase, you said we should hang out. I mean, if you have to go, then do your thing.
Listen, I will have a new hat for the second part of the stream. I just grabbed this one out of the closet because my other hats were out of commission / being washed, whatever. So
what's
I'm not
out of commission. What is...
They were not where I normally keep them. I have an array of hats right here. They were not there, so I had to just grab this one out of the closet. I am not an Ohio State fan. but I gotta respect the brand. I grew up in Columbus. I live in Columbus. I have to respect the brand. So they're making it on the stream for the first time in probably over a year.
Are we getting NIL money from Ohio State for this?
I wish I had those connections, but there's other teams that pay better. Honestly,
Yeah.
everyone pays.
But Ohio State was paying before it was legal, and it was cool.
Oh.
So I respect that. They were giving out tattoos and cars and all types of good stuff.
Yep.
Corey, thank you for the super chat. So this is a 10-team start 11 Superflex, 1.5 tight end premium. First 6 rounds of the startup are done. Traded the 210 301 for the 110 710. Let's start with that. What do you think? Traded the 210 301 for the 110 the 710.
Assuming he took a quarterback.
Yeah, so started
Lamar,
with
I'm
Patrick
guessing.
Mahomes, Lamar, and Pitts.
Yep. I mean, it's a 10 team, but yeah, that
Okay.
710 is better in a 10 team, even so, even though he gave up the 210 and the 301. Yeah, I'm good with it. Got Lamar.
These next couple are fantastic. So gave up the 410 for the 702 and a 24 first. Okay, so obviously, why do we like that? You're getting 2 pieces, giving 1, and you're getting a 24 first. So you're checking a couple boxes there. Next one was the 610 for the 1204 and a 24 first. So basically, just mopping it up. So let me go ahead and put this out there too. So our golden rules when it comes to startups. 1, you always want to get back the same amount of pieces in return in a trade. So if you're giving 2 startup picks, make sure you get at least 2 back and don't give up your 24 first. Instead, we want to get an extra piece like he did on all these trades and acquire a 24 first. So crushing it so far. Started Pat Mahomes, Lamar, Kyle Pitts. 4 teams have 1 or 0 QBs. Should I keep taking QB?
1
I mean,
0.
well, it's a 10. The thing is, it's a 10 team. So I'm guessing some people are probably willing to gamble a little bit more at QB because it's a 10 team. But I just want to highlight this for the listeners. I'm going to put the players into those trades that he made on the trade backs. Okay, Shane, and you tell me what side you would like on this trade. So Shane,
Okay.
Shane, I'm going to give you Daniel Jones.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to give you Daniel Jones, and you have to give me Kenny Pickett in a first.
No, I will give you Kenny Pickett in a second.
So that's the first trade he made. If we're just using I'm using bulletproof ADP. So you can see how much of a smash that is if you just get literally Daniel Jones for Kenny Pickett in a first. I mean, come on. The next one, the 610, that would be pick 60. He is looking at, how about Dameon Pierce? You like him? Dameon Pierce? And the 1204, so you're talking about pick 124. You are getting Elijah Moore in a first. What side?
Damian Pierce?
Yes.
I'm getting a first? At all?
yeah, right. Exactly.
I just wanted to highlight those. When you put the names in there, I'm guessing the person on the clock traded up for someone specific. I'm just using where these players were in ADP. But when you think about the leverage that is gained in a trade like that, where you're trading you're getting 2 pieces in that range for 1 piece, and the 2 pieces that were traded up for here were Daniel Jones and Dameon Pierce. You can just see where the process, he crushed it. And then, of course, he trades up to get Lamar Jackson, and he gets a 2 for 2. Doesn't have to give up an extra pick or a future first. So, Corey, you slayed the startup. That's how everyone should try to do it.
Good work, Corey.
What is that noise? Are you in a tunnel?
It's a fan. It's an air conditioner because I'm doing this for 5 hours and I don't want to pass out and die during the show.
I sent a private message. I was like, Shane's sweaty. His fan is going. So John had the first question of the night. So at 5:43, when my ass finally got the stream set up, John asked, does your view on any of the rookie QBs change at all if it's a 12-team Superflex with Scott Fishbowl scoring? Not sure if A-Rich would drop below the other 2 in that type of scoring.
Shane, how do you look at the scoring for quarterbacks to determine what order you take them? Do you even care?
I have not even looked at the Scott Fishbowl scoring. I will look at it the day I'm drafting, but I assume it awards efficiency again and punishes turnovers. So I would not like Anthony Richardson in that particular setup. Although I do love his upside with his rushing ability, right?
So we tweaked it this year. It's actually very favorable to pocket passers.
Oh, yeah. No.
It's definitely different than years past. But to John's point, I think you have to run some sort of matrix on the quarterback scoring because it is the position where, barring, I've only seen probably less than 0.5% of leagues since I've been playing Dynasty where you do not want to start a quarterback in the Superflex. It's extremely rare, no matter what the format is, even if it's 3 point per passing touchdown, like something crazy like that, you still want to try to get a quarterback in the Superflex if you can. Other than that, though, you do have to kind of run the matrix of how are the quarterbacks, how's the distribution of the points from top to bottom, where's the cutoff, but then you also have to compare it to the other positions. We've been in some depressed scoring leagues where the QB2s are scoring 12, 13 points per game. Like you don't want those guys over wide receiver 2s. Running back 2s, they're actually going to rival them in the flex. So you do have to assess the quarterback scoring, but generally the order of them, maybe if it's depressed scoring, I'll value the rushing quarterbacks a little bit more, but that's it.
But don't be depressed. I mean, talk to someone about your issues, Scott.
Yes, I agree.
South Harmon Fantasy Football. Thank you for the super chat. We know who's behind this one, right? So 12-team Superflex, best ball, start 12, startup. Warp favors QBs 1 to 12. Sending a second, third, and fourth round startup pick too much to get 2 top 8 options at quarterback. What later pick should I ask for back that makes this deal reasonable for the other manager?
Well, I'll just start by saying this. You know the rules already. I know the person asking the question knows the rules. They're very sharp. They understand best ball strategy. They understand how much depth matters in a start 12 best ball. We will talk more best ball later in the show. I think you just start as high as you can. I mean, what would you accept? Neither of you guys would probably accept this trade, but what would the average person probably start to consider? If you go a 5 and a 6, is that too high? I've seen ones where it's like, man, I traded up and I got the 1 for a 5 and a 7. And I'm like, dude, they traded a 3 and a 4 for a 5 and a 7. You know, like sometimes it's higher than you think, but right. I'd probably go as low as the 12th or 13th, as long as I get the 2 picks back.
Right. Shane, you're like totally on page with this question, aren't you?
I don't care about best ball. I'm sorry. No. Shout out to South Harmon though. I do listen to their best ball the podcast on the Destination Devy feed because I do find it interesting and there's other things that I like. But I look. I'm gonna just be honest. If you ain't entering the lineup, you ain't feeling enough pain. If you haven't lost because you screwed up your lineup at least 3 times in a season, I don't know that it's real.
That is amazing. That's so good. Shane Manila. Let's go to T-Man or Tman. Part 1, 10-team Superflex, start 10, and thank you for the super chat. PPR 1.25 tight end premium. We've got Allen, Watson, Lance, Mack at QB. Wide receivers, we got Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Dotson, D-Hop. Running backs, Breece, J.K. Dobbins, Aaron Jones, Cam Akers, Connor, and Javonte. Tight ends, Goddard, Chiggy, of course. Everybody has Chiggy, right? Komet, picks. Sorry, I'm making myself laugh here. Picks 224 firsts, one of which is early, 225 firsts, and 326 firsts. Trying to stack that 26 class. Okay, so that's part 1. Part 2 is, this is a new league in my first year in Dynasty overall. Welcome. Trying to move up from Lance Mack, and it's not looking good. Gonna move aging backs mid-season. Anything else you guys can think of?
Shane, how likely is it he's going to be able to move up from Trey Lance and Mac Jones?
You're not. They are not move up pieces. They are literally, all right, sure, throwing a quarterback. Like basically what they are is Mac Jones is like worth a third. I'd say Trey Lance is worth like a second if you want to put it in the conversion rates, right? From European to American money or whatever. But no, those are definitely not helping. Dude, I just traded Kirk Cousins in a deal and had to add 2 firsts to him to get to Lamar. Yeah, sorry. He did it though. And Kirk Cousins has actually been good at football for the last 37 years. He's been a top 12 quarterback. Dude, Mac and Trey Lance aren't helping you tear up at all. You could trade those two together, both those pieces, and add a first, and it still won't equal 2 firsts.
I'll just add this because I think this is something I've spotted that's changed in Dynasty over the last couple of years. He mentions this is his first league, but he also mentions they just did the startup, which means he probably drafted Mac Jones and Trey Lance thinking, man, what great value I'm getting. Until you have them, and then you go, man, this league let me get him at such a great value. Why doesn't anybody want to trade for him? Right? Like, so I think we're at that point now where, again, how many times have I said the average Dynasty player is getting smarter? So they're not necessarily, at least I haven't seen it, where people are just desperate for any quarterback that's like living, breathing, walking, throwing. People are a little more selective. Now, could you trade Mac Jones or Trey Lance? Yeah. But you're probably getting what Shane said here. I'll give you 2/3. I'll give you a second and a third for Trey Lance. And at that point, the equity of waiting and seeing if they're ever anything better than they are is probably almost better in a 10-team start 10, personally.
Yeah, and you know what part of it is that every year I know in a rookie draft, there's going to be some rando quarterback at 107, 108, 109, 209 for Hendon Hooker's case. But like this year, Will Levis. Where did I get Will Levis? I didn't like him at all before the draft. But, after the NFL draft, I was like, hey, Will Levis hanging around at 107, 108, 109, 110. Sure, I'll take a shot on him over Mac Jones.
Right. Yeah, he asked for other ideas and all, and it looks like he's a little overweight at running back, right? Breece Hall, J.K. Dobbins, Aaron Jones, Akers, Connor, Javante. Like, you're trying to do something. Trying to do something with that, right?
He's not, because his running backs are all made of like paper mache. Like Breece Hall is coming back from a torn knee. Aaron Jones is 37 years old. Akers is made of paper mache. Connor is in his every other year. It's the down where he gets injured a lot. And Javante's knees are made of glass.
The healthiest running back he has on there is James Conner.
Yes, that's scary. That's very scary.
Yeah.
So he's not overweight running back, in other words.
I mean, listen, that's a running back room where he's got enough options. He's got some good options that he can trade. They're just they're ugly names on the trade market.
His running back room is going to be fine all year. It's just that he's going to have 2 different starters probably every week of the season, which is fine.
Yep.
You crack me out, Shade. Okay. Let's see. Let's put this one up here. Manuel. So he's got, or Manny, I think is what he told me to call him, because I said Manuel incorrectly one time. Manny, thank you for the super chat. He said, Mis hermanos, I won't be able to join, but I want to thank you guys for the weekly content, everything else you guys do. For everyone out there new to the brotherhood, get your roster review, hit follow, hit that like button. Appreciate it, man. Hops on, gives us a super chat, bounces, and I see a few more like that as well. Like, hey, not going to be able to make it tonight, but just dropping a thanks.
I know what hermanos means. It means brothers.
Crushed it. Yeah.
Thank you, Breaking Bad, for teaching me Spanish.
Thank you, Manny. He messaged me on GroupMe and just said won't be able to make it, but stand-up guy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Manny.
Good people. So, okay, let's go to, I just saw it here. West Coast Chiefer, inbox offer. Let's help him out. So, because we assume West Coast Chiefer's a dude, right? I mean,
I don't know.
Likely.
I assume nothing in life.
Yeah, we can't. These days, you just don't assume. You just
I
read the name and move on.
I picture Charlie. I don't know if Charlie Chiefs, but when I see West Coast Chiefer, I think about Charlie Professor. Anyway, 12-team Superflex PPR Start 9 lineup league. Give Goff, Breece Hall, Amari Cooper. Get Jalen Hurts. Sold.
I'm making love to that trade right now in my mind.
Shane can't stand up from behind his desk for a while. You like it too, Scott?
Very awkward.
That's the best. That's the best comment of the night right there.
It's early.
If we only had like an MRI machine that could see Shane's brain activity when he saw that trade, it's just like, boom.
Synapses were firing.
Yes. Yeah, Jalen Hurts. It's a start 9. It's Jalen Hurts, and in a start, I would do that trade even in a start 11, but in a start 9, the advantage is magnified so high with Jalen Hurts that you almost just, what else would I need to add? I'd add almost a first to it to get it done. Easy.
Yeah. Ari, thank you for the super chat. So we have a 12-team Superflex. Start 10. Give Olave a 24 first, 25 first. Get Jalen Hurts to pair with my Justin Herbert and Mac. Okay, so give Olave 24 first, 25. Get Jalen Hurts to go with Herbert and Mac. My wide receivers are London, Devontae Smith, Brandon Ayuk, Pickens, Godwin, and J-Mo. Trash can running backs. Worry about RBs later.
You could go and get your entire team out of the trash can, and you're still taking this trade. I know I can see Shane's face. This is a tough one. This would be tough for him to part with, but what would you do here, Shane? What do you have to do?
I'd make this deal, and then I'd immediately go trade for Chris Olave in another league. I'd get him back and make sure my portfolio doesn't suffer. Also, I would try every other wide receiver on my roster first. But, dude, you have to make this deal. Again, top 4 Dynasty QB. I mean, at worst, he's a top 4 Dynasty QB. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that. Shane, you're gonna be fired tonight, aren't you? How you feeling? You're gonna be all right? You're hanging there? Are you looking forward to your cigarette?
Been like 3 hours yet? Jesus Christ, it's taking forever.
Dude, it's gonna be a haul. I'm exhausted. It's gonna be a haul. We're gonna keep it a nice tight 5 hours tonight. Okay. So let's go to this one right here. Attack of the Titans. Thank you. In the middle of a startup, drafted Burrow, Lamb, Pitts, Stroud, and JSN through 5 rounds. It's a 10-team, 2 QB, start 10, 2 PPR for tight end. Thoughts? Y'all are the best. Thank you.
So it's 2 QB. It's only 10 team. I think you can probably operate that the scarcity is pretty similar to Superflex, probably a little bit more because you do have to start 2. 2 PPR for tight ends. Probably need another QB if you're trying to contend, but I'm okay with it. Maybe a little early on JSN given the format. Just depending on where he took him, I might have taken a 3rd QB. We don't know the other parameters, how many receivers you have to start, etc. But I'm good with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who he passed on instead of taking by taking JSN there, but I'm fine with it. I'm a Stroud guy.
You're a Stroud guy.
Mm-hmm.
What would you okay, whatever. Let's talk. Why are you a Stroud guy? Talk to me about CJ Stroud. I'm trying to buy time for myself here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing next.
Okay. I like quarterbacks that have been deadly accurate in the college part of the game. I like quarterbacks that have won in college, regardless if their wide receiver core was the greatest in college football history of all time or not. And I loved what I saw when he played Georgia, that if he wants to, he can actually make plays with his feet and his mobility. And I think he might be forced to do so in the NFL. It's a little different when you don't have, 5 first round NFL draft picks at the wide receiver spot. You can kind of just stand back there and go, I'll take my time. One of these dudes is going to shake loose. It's not going to be like that in the NFL for him.
Got another rookie question for Shane, Clay, why you need to buy a little time. Just an interesting process one. Shane, 103 or Breece Hall? John Mechie in a start 8 is meaningless. What do you think here? Receivers are terrible, have Barkley and Dobbins. So it's basically Breece or JSN. I can see both sides. Where are you at?
I'm taking JSN. It's a start 8. One player has such a large impact on that. I love JSN, but no, I'm going to hold on to Breece. I add one more player to this roster. All of a sudden, my roster looks pretty good. I have Barkley, Dobbins, and Breece. Add one more player, 50% of my roster is not bad.
Let me ask you a question. This is something that I don't know if we've talked about before, at least not that much. So talk to me about when you just have a bad gut feeling on a player in Dynasty. I know we try to be player agnostic, name agnostic, all of this stuff, but you just have a gut feeling and you just don't want that player. Just a gut feeling. That is me with CJ Stroud. I have a gut feeling that he's just not going to work out. Talk to me about gut feelings and how we need to either go with them every once in a while or just not worry about it.
Well, I would read that Clay has a gut feeling on CJ Stroud, and I would just bet the opposite because I think gut feelings are what gets you in trouble. That's fine. If you admit, hey, I'm playing Dynasty to have fun, I just want to get my players, my intuition says to do this, even though anything else I could think of that's objective or data-based would tell me to do the opposite. I think that you have to ask yourself, in the case of you and CJ Stroud, does the community also have a bad gut feeling about CJ Stroud in general? If you polled 100 people, how many people would say, yeah, I just feel bad, I don't want any shares, or I'm scared to death he's going to be a bust? Like, is it a consensus? Because I think that's different than you have a gut feeling, but 90 out of 100 people will go, no, he's fine. He's going to be a low-end QB1. Like, he's almost a safe. He's the opposite of what you think he is. So I think there's a difference. I have a gut feeling, a bad one on a lot of players, but then I pull the market and I go, yeah, the market hates this player. And that's probably what drives a lot of my bad feelings, because it's like nobody likes the player. I can give you a name of a player and you go, yeah, that's not an asset I want to be holding a lot of. That's different than I just have a personal gut feeling, and it's different than what 90% of people say.
Yeah, you know what I find is when I have a gut feeling about something and then I dive into the numbers and I'm like, son of a bitch, apparently my gut feeling is just 1,000% wrong. Like, so I try not to rely on gut feelings too much. You know what I mean? Look, I have gut feelings in a good way about certain players, but even then it's usually based on data, And now, am I overestimating what that data is telling me? That's possible.
That's what's nice playing a lot of leagues too. You just diversify against your gut. So Alex, thank you for the super chat. A 16 team start 9 Superflex mid startup went AR Young and Daniel Jones at 410. Okay, hold on one second. When AR Young and Daniel Jones at 410, he's got 524 firsts and all my picks round 7 and on. What's the best way to attack the rest? Okay, so he took AR Young, Daniel Jones. He's sitting at the 410.
I mean, somehow he managed to, you know what? This is weird because it doesn't look like he gave up a ton to, like, he didn't do any trading up, but somehow he's accumulated 524 firsts already. And he still ended up with 3 quarterbacks and a 16 teamer. I think we answered this question similar to this earlier. Like, your quarterback room is good here. It's built. It's a 16 teamer. I'm fine with it. If you want to take more, it's all value, but man, with all my rest of my startup picks and then those first, I feel like I just have to find skill players going forward, right? Hit on running backs, hit on some receivers. This team's competing. Maybe not right away year 1, but yeah, nice job.
Sorry, I was just looking at
you're reading. I was watching you read. I was
trying to look up
him a long time here.
No, I was looking up the Superflex ADP, except that I was accidentally looking up the quarterback one quarterback ADP, and I'm like, Justin Herbert in the 5th round seems low for a Superflex.
I mean, Shane, how do you pull this off in a 16 teamer? You get 3 of the top 15 dynasty quarterbacks and somehow still have your 4th and 5 firsts?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, look, he's taking all the risk now. He's going with the rookie quarterbacks, right? AR and Young. Remember, you were talking about how shit can go wrong earlier. This is how shit can go wrong, because as much as I think Young is going to be a stud, and as much as you think AR is going to be a stud, there's a 50% chance that we're both wrong on at least one of those players, because that's about the hit rate. Now, it could turn out that both of those quarterbacks are bad, but you got a ton of picks then. So even if that happens, you're in a good spot. So you maintain flexibility. That's really all that. He took Danny at 410.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he said his next pick is the 7th. So I'm guessing he probably traded a couple of those startup picks straight up for the first. So that makes a little more sense.
So let's move on to this one right here. So this is from Sean. He's got an inbox trade. Let's address this. 12-team Superflex start 10. So the 109, 111, 2024 first mid, 209, a 24 second, and P Ryan. What's one side of the trade here? What am I missing here? I'm not reading properly. I already have Mahomes and Allen, but I think I would take Herbert for that value. Do you see any?
It's only
is it Herbert? Is it like Herbert on the other side or something? Maybe. Sean, holler.
It is.
It is. Okay.
It is. He's basically, he didn't make it clear, but would he take Herbert in that value? So essentially, I'm going to flip this to my my best friend, Mr. Shane over there. Shane, you're giving up 6 pieces here. Now, you probably don't care about Samaje P. Ryan in the 209 or the second, but you're giving up 3 firsts. Now, 2 of them are this year. You already know what those probably are. Are you doing a 6-for-1 just to take a third quarterback here? You doing this?
A third quarterback. He has.
He already has Mahomes and Allen. He would add Justin Herbert. So now you have the problem that you hate, where you're trying to trade to the third quarterback.
That's the thing, and then I'm going to immediately try to trade Herbert for a better deal. I mean, maybe I do this and then see if I can turn Herbert into an elite wide receiver, which I would still prefer over some rando 109, 111.
But you don't know if you can.
Well, that's
you
the
still
problem.
just do it and then gamble.
I think I would.
Yes.
I mean,
it's 109 and 111. It'd be one thing if the first it was 102 or something like that.
Yeah.
And 109, 111. Yeah.
This is one of those deals too. I have a feeling when it comes across everybody's Gmail, or if they see the sleeper alert, play on sleeper, it's better. If they see the sleeper alert of the trade, that everyone's like, oh, dude, you got him for a steal. I would have paid more. And you're like, well, since you mention it, maybe you can pay more.
Maybe you can.
Let me add this point real quick, Clay, because on our on the DNC Patreon, we have a guest coming up on June 29th. Tommy Blair, look him up on Twitter. But he talked about this. And what's hidden in this trade there is, if you believe Justin Herbert can be an elite quarterback, I don't want to say like top 2, top 3, but we'll say top 8, right? I think that's a reasonable assumption with where he's valued.
Oh, yeah.
The extra value you're getting in this trade is a 12 team. It's also a start 10. So the quarterback advantage matters a little more because it's not that deep. It's only a start 10. How much is he gaining in that trade by just holding Herbert from somebody else? I know he gave up 6 pieces. I know the pressure is going to be on him to get the perfect deal for one of his quarterbacks. Because now, if you really want to do what Shane's talking about, you have to go and say, okay, I'm willing to trade Herbert, Mahomes, or Josh Allen. Any of the 3 that get me the deal that I want, that's more value than what I just gave up. But I think we underrate the fact that he now has a third elite quarterback parked on his bench, which means, Clay, you don't have him. Shane, you don't have him. If you think about that, if there's 2 teams in the league that have hoarded like 3 elite quarterbacks, everyone else is playing with a limited player pool, which actually strengthens your advantage. So I think we don't factor that in. We just look at our own team and we go, man, I can't start one of these guys. I don't want to do it. But if you have that situation, let's say you hit on Anthony Richardson this year and he's your third, or you're able to buy Kyler Murray and you park him as your third. Don't rush to be like, oh, I have to get rid of him because I want to win. Like, the advantage might be actually holding him for a little bit longer. We don't have a good way to measure that in terms of dynasty value. So I think that's an underrated part of the trade that he put up.
Dynasty Noob, thank you for the super chat. So we got a 10-team start 11, 2 QB, tiered PPR. It's 1 for wide receivers, 1.25 for running back, 1.75 for tight end, 28-man roster. What would be an ideal roster construction for this format?
So 10 by 11, you're talking about 110, 12-team equivalent. You're probably around start 9-ish. 2 QB. So the QBs are going to be pretty valuable, more valuable than they would be in a Superflex, even in a 10-team. Tiered PPR. Shane, you ever played in a league where the running back PPR is actually higher than the receivers?
No, but I feel like I asked people to do that.
You said you liked that last stream. You said that's what you liked.
Yeah, because people get stuck on things that happened and they think it always happens. Like, remember that year there was a receiver, 18 running backs that had like 70 receptions, and it happened like once. That's a little exaggeration, but it's not many running backs that are getting a ton of receptions, really.
Yeah, I think here you would not probably want to roster more than 3 tight ends. So start there. Quarterbacks, I think you could go, I don't want to say you go hog wild on quarterback, but I'd want to have probably 4. So right there, you got 3 tight ends, you got 4 quarterbacks. Flex running backs would probably be better in the flexes than receivers even here, because it's 1.25 PPR. So they're almost, let's just call it 50-50. I think you could split running backs and receivers, and you don't want more than 10 teams start 11. You can only probably start 5 receivers max. I probably only want 6 or 7, maybe 8. So 3 tight ends, 7 receivers, 4 quarterbacks. There you go. 28 minus 14. You got 14 running backs. So load up on those running backs. Favor those pass catchers a little bit more because it's 1.25 PPR.
Boom. There you go. There you go, Dynasty Noob. Okay, thank you for that super chat. Let's go to this next one here. Secrets to... Let's do this. Can you rely on data too much? Gil asks. I'm a numbers dork, so I'm probably guilty of it. Shane's on mute. Shane's a big data guy. That's what he's trying to tell us.
The data says hit the mic button and make sure it's not lit when you're talking.
Well, I'll say this. I know we can sometimes chop data up into however we want it to speak to us. That's the only thing about data. We can look at it extremely small sample sizes and say, well, this is what happens. But if I had to rely on either data or narrative, I think I'd much rather rely on data. It's just make sure that the sample size that you're using is large, and just make sure you're looking at any opposing data against the data that you're looking at. Like I said, sometimes we just look at data and we just get fixated on like one little portion of what's going on.
I'll just say that I think Shane's point about the data versus the narrative is important. Data, I'm always going to use data. Everything I do in Dynasty is going to be data-based, except for the one thing that I think is becoming more and more powerful, even more powerful than the data. Because how many leagues have we been in where you go, this is the optimal move? But then you put the optimal into the context of your league market and the league mates that you're with, and it feels different. Like you almost need to go the opposite way because the narrative is stronger than the data. So I think having the narrative and knowing what it is on a player and then applying that to your individual league is almost, that has to be the tiebreaker. Even if the data says do everything to this script, the tiebreaker, you have to know when to go against your market or go against the data because it's more favorable.
Well said, guys. So Joe has a super chat for us. Thank you very much. Cool avatar there. 14 team start 13 Superflex, 2.0 tight end premium, 0.25 point per carry. That's an alpha format there. Liking it. Kittle or Pierce and Tony. So the way it's spelled, is that Alec Pierce, I guess?
I don't care if it's Damian Pierce or
it's
Pierce.
Damian. It's Damian.
I'm going to take
Gotta be
Kittle.
Damian.
Yeah, I'm taking Kittle in this format. I know that, yes, it's good to have starters, but I want Kittle in this. 2 tight ends.
It's 2.0 for tight ends.
Exactly, 2.0 for tight ends, just like I said.
What's the play here? Like, so it's 0.25 point per carry. Damian Pierce might be like very solid in this format, but what's the move? So you're going Kittle, Shane, huh?
I'm going Kittle.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna put Shane on the spot, and if he doesn't know, then that's okay. But Shane, real quick, what is 14 times 13? Any clue?
Well, there's a 14 times 13. Hold on. There's a 12. There's one. I don't know. It's 212.
So the easy way to do it is 10 times 14 is 140, and then you multiply 3 times 14. Boom. You're at 182. That's a lot of starters.
Yeah.
That is a lot of starters. If you take the equivalent of a 182 starter league and make that 12 teams, that's 15 to 16 starters.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. So the second piece here, I think, matters. Do I love Kadarius Toney?
You don't even think Tony's a starter, though. I know that from roster reviews. You don't even think he's worth.
He doesn't have to be a starter, but the asset getting it, you could almost go through the line and just say every asset that I can split from 1 to 2 that I can then maneuver to at least a second round value, which Tony probably has, even though this format obviously is very devaluing wide receivers because it's point per carry and it's 2 PPR for tight ends. You could just go down the line. If you could split every non-elite asset that you have, I would just do it. Yeah. Give me 25 good assets, and it's a start 13, 14 team. Give me the package of 2. So we are split there. We are split.
Here's my thing. I don't want a bunch of average ass players. Like, I get that we need starters. I do, and I'm assuming that you can hopefully replace Kadarius Toney in this. If you can't, well then you're fucked anyway, and it really doesn't matter what deal you've made.
We're laid up to drop the F-bombs.
That's what I think. I waited a full hour and 1 minute before an F-bomb came out. I'm pretty happy with that.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, let's go to this one. Casey. We haven't seen Casey in a while. Thank you very much with the 2023 super chat. Thank you very much, Casey. Sup, guys? 12 team, 1 QB, start 9, half PPR. Have a bear, Henry, London, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Burks, JJ. So do we think that's Justin Jefferson being named after, like not the first wide receiver? Anyway, let's assume it's JJ, Justin Jefferson, Monroe, St. Brown, Burks, Justin Jefferson, Pittman, Goddard, 102, 105, 106, 110. Taking Gibbs at 102. What moves are you making? Have 324 first as well. Bang. And coffee for the 5-hour stream. Thank you, Scott or Casey. What do you think?
What do you think, Shane? I'm just checking to see if you read the trade or listened.
I don't see a trade. There's no trade.
Or did you read the roster?
Yeah, I'm
the
reading
strategy.
The roster. I mean, start 9. Can I upgrade from? This feels bad to say. Can I upgrade from? Well, obviously Pittman and Burks because in a start 9. And if I have to, looking at London. Although Scott talked about it earlier, it's a very small contingent that believes in London. So how can I get from Burks and Pittman up to a better wide receiver using both of those and the 105 and the 106? I'm willing to use all 4 of those assets to do so. Mix and match.
I know nothing about Casey's league, but just understanding what he's accumulated here, I'm guessing hey man, I'll add a first to a Treylon Burks to get me a stud is probably not going to get him very far. Given that they've let him accumulate all of the picks.
No, but I mean that's you use multiple players and a pick.
I think the point is he's gotten here for a reason, and I'm guessing it's because his league is constantly going, hey, you can have that throw in first. You know, that 110 in a start 9 doesn't really matter that much. I agree with taking Gibbs. Casey, you got to cast a really wide net here, my friend. Go to every team and like, okay, what top tier player do they have? And send out 10 trades to all of them. And you can't be picky, whether it's Drake London, Michael Pittman, 105, 106, like whatever. You can't be picky. You just throw a lot of shit at the wall and you hopefully somebody snap accepts one of them.
How about this, man? I mean, we're already at the 102. Let's do 102 and what to get to Bijan. Like obviously London, you'll do that. 102 London, 105. Does that get me Bijan?
Can I get Bijan with like 4 firsts? 105, 106, Drake London, and a 24?
Yeah.
Just have them all. Yeah.
I mean, it's start 9.
It is.
It's start 9. I've already got Amon-Ra St. Brown. I've already got what we assume is Justin Jefferson, unless he's talking about JJ Nelson, who I don't
Josh Jacobs.
Like. It could be Josh Jacobs. I'm thinking JJ Nelson. That's the only other JJ that comes up.
JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Does he count?
Arcega-Whiteside, yeah.
Tight ends are set, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. Let's go to this one right here. Chris had a question. Secrets to trade where all league mates see you as a good trader and they won't trade with you unless they become desperate. Trading James Robinson and getting 2 firsts got their attention years ago.
I mean, I just keep sending trade offers. I don't understand the question. There's no, like, just to me, like, I don't care if someone thinks I'm a bad trader, good trader. Like, people trade with me regardless because I trade so much that they know when they want to make a move, they can come to me and a move's going to get made. So I don't know. Some people think I'm a good trader. Some might think I'm a bad trader. I don't really care. I'm just going to keep sending out trade offers.
And yes, he is. He's not even just saying this, guys. He's a volume trade offer guy. So is Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, no, I think the major point that Shane made without actually using these words was there's a benefit when you play in 30 plus leagues. You can move on from the league where I'm in leagues where they've frozen me out. They've watched my content over the years, and that's not a bad thing, right? Like when we signed up to start making content, you do kind of sell some of your advantage because even if you're wrong, people know what you're doing. So it's really hard to stay ahead of the group. And I'm in some leagues where they will legitimately reply to my trade offers and go, not falling for it. Watch the last show. I'm not getting processed. Whatever it is. Like they know that is a deal I'm trying to get. Now, what I like is We have a lot of sharp people that are sitting here watching this stream, listen to our content, or even in our groups, but they will take on a challenge, right? Shane sends me a trade. You know what? I can beat Shane. So if I have my own idea, I'm going to accept the Shane. I'm going to accept this trade from Shane, and I'm going to see if I can beat him. The worst players are the ones that just won't do anything. Oh man, Scott sends me a trade. I can't accept that because in no world could he be wrong. But then they don't do anything themselves. They just sit. You're not going to beat me by being inactive. Shane and I are going to beat you by being the more active players. But you can't just run away from trades because I've won a couple trades in the past or I have a sound strategy. So I think aside from just adding more leagues, keep sending them.
And I'll say this, actually doing content has helped me spur me to make trades, right? Just because you're just this constant like review of ADP, this constant review of what trades are getting made. You're constantly just in the mix, right? So even sometimes when I feel stuck and I see that someone pulled off a trade, I'm like, well, that might not work exactly in my league, but I have a version of that I could do that I think I could get done. And then I'll do that. And like volume, where's Fly Meatwad's message?
Fly Meatwad. That's one of my favorites. Yeah.
Biggest thing he's done since he got his roster review a couple months ago was being more aggressive with sending trades. Right. It's just self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're more aggressive, people know you're more aggressive. And people are like, well, I could send this offer out to douchebag one who never responds. And if he does, he never counters, or Shane, douchebagette. Or I could send it over to Shane, who he might not accept it right off the bat, but I at least know he's going to counter. He's going to give me something.
Yep. Okay, let me move on here. So let's go to this one right here. Never mind. Chayton, right? Chayton. Let's go with that. 1 of 2, 12-team Superflex. Start 9, half PPR, 1.0 tight end premium. So we got Mahomes, Watson, Bijan, Jonathan Taylor, Ramondre Stevenson, Miles Sanders, Higgins, Pittman, Moore. There's a few of them, but let's go with DJ Moore. George Pickens, Treylon Burks, Hopkins, and Mark Andrews. 2 of 2 is trying to make trades to get rid of wide receiver depth and get a couple hammers. League mates won't budge. Do I rely on my advantage at running back, or what moves would you suggest? Don't have my 24 first, but he does have 3 seconds, or Chayton has 3 seconds.
What do you think, Shane? I got a couple of thoughts on, sounds like he's in a little bit of a pickle here with not being able to really upgrade or make some moves. But what do you think here? Here's the first part right there. You're muted.
3 times in less than an hour and a half. Impressive. Higgins, Pittman, Moore. It almost doesn't fucking matter which Moore that is, right? It's a Moore. It's like perfect for this wide receiver room. But his running backs are Bijan, Taylor, and Ramondre. I mean, unless you want to dip into your running back room, which I'm always okay with, and maybe Ramondre and Sanders, you could use those 2 along with one of these other wide receivers to tier up at wide receiver. That might be what you have to do. I don't want to obviously move Bijan. I don't particularly want to move Taylor, but honestly, between Taylor, Ramondre, and Sanders, whichever one gets me the best return and is the least, would hurt me the least to move, is what I would look to do.
Yeah, I mean, he makes a point here that this is not a format where it's a start 9, it's half PPR, which means the receivers, you can go slimmer at receiver than you think. He's got Mahomes, Watson, a bunch of good running backs, and arguably, I mean, you can debate, but give me the top tight end in the league. So he's set. All he needs to do is get by with his receivers. I'm probably seeing what receivers I can trade. I think he nailed the strategy. Can I add a future first by moving a receiver? Can I add something to store later? I don't need those 6 receivers to win. Give me some more running backs, get my roster construction, slim that down to maybe 5 receivers. Which one can you trade? And you might have to trade the one you don't want to trade. I think that's the key. You may go, well, anyone give me a first for Treylon Burks? No. Want to give me a first for DJ Moore? Maybe. George Pickens? No. Michael Pittman? No. T. Higgins? Oh, yeah. Someone will give me a first. They'll give me a first plus for T. Higgins. Trading T. Higgins. You don't need T. Higgins to win. His warp's not high enough to where I'm not trading him, but I'm going to sell low on Treylon Burks, George Pickens, DJ Moore, and Michael Pittman. I'll just ride with those guys. Running backs and my quarterback advantage and my tight end advantage is what's going to win or lose it for me, not T. Higgins production. So sell from what you can sell.
How bad did Dean overpay here? He asks. So 24 first, a second, a 25 first, Jahan Dotson for CeeDee Lamb and Isaiah Spiller. Teams built to win now. It's a start 8 Superflex.
You didn't overpay, Dean. It's a start 8. You gave up.
Yeah.
You consolidated and you hit it in the value of, man, I'm getting Jahan Dotson. Shane, I'm getting Jahan Dotson and 2 firsts.
Ooh.
Yeah, you didn't overpay.
For CeeDee Lamb. No,
for
Brady,
what? What tool in the toolbox? That's a hammer, right?
Yeah, I haven't said that yet, but definitely.
You've said hammer, surely.
Not today. I have not. I have a little check mark thing in my head that goes off when I do. But no, yeah, I'd make this deal all day. Like if it was 224 first, then I'd feel the pain a little more and I'd think about it a little more. But it's a 25 first. Like you're spreading it out over errors. I'm fine.
Yep.
Indeed. So we've got it's 8:12 right now. We've got 18 minutes until Devy Kane from Devy Marketplace is going to join us here on the stream. Who gets the first break? Scott gets the first break. Are you excited about this? What are you going to do, Scott? You going to get a lift in, get a pump in?
I'm not going to get a lift in. I do have a gym that's open 24/7, so I may actually be going after the stream, depending on how that second bang affects me. But I'm going to change hats because apparently my hat sucks, according to at least 4 comments.
Getting a lot of action.
Yeah, your hat is getting negative. It is definitely not testing well. I'll just say that, not testing well.
We're gonna change hats. We're gonna do a little laundry, but I want to just tell everybody get your 24 class or your Devy questions in the chat because those will be prioritized.
Guys, we got a trade offer. Let's go live.
What do you mean we have a trade offer?
Shane, we are live.
Okay,
we're live
let's
as
go
well.
Live with this trade offer. So Larry Monkey, good friend of the all of us, not the show though. Good friend though, who makes some of the most horrible offers you've ever seen in your life. And once in a while he does throw one that's fairly decent at you. So he's offering me, let's see. Oh, it's my team. Okay. He's offering me Dameon Pierce and Zay Flowers, and I have to give up Aaron Rodgers and a 25 third. And this is a Superflex start a lot. There's a lot you have to start.
I think I know what league it is. Is it a 14 team with a shit ton of starters?
13 starters. 13 starters. I do have, we will say this, at my quarterback position, I do have Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, and CJ Stroud. But obviously Kyler Murray probably not going to be playing football for a little bit. So yeah, it's a 14-team league with 13 starters.
Shane, we mathed that about 10 minutes ago. Do you remember how many that is?
Still 182.
Nice,
yes,
dude. Nice.
So
Shane,
what's your gut feeling? What's your gut feeling? Because we've turned into a gut feeling show. What's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is to get the fuck off of Aaron Rodgers. But also I know Larry is a fan of the New York Jets, the Metropolitans, and I might want to see if I can do a little more than this because I don't think Dameon Pierce is very good. And I think who's there now? Devin Singletary is going to steal work from him. And Dameon Pierce is a volume back, specifically a volume back. Without volume, he is nothing. He's a no one. He's a Fanuc. But I do like Zay Flowers. So it's interesting. I'll think at it. You guys let me know, and we'll maybe. I'm
invested. I actually hold Larry Monkey's 24 first in that league. So whatever you make, whatever trade you pick there, I'm going to have to write that down as maybe that's a little correlation where I want to bet against the side that Larry has.
See, the problem is this roster of mine. I have elderly folks like Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel, Calvin Ridley. I also have Bijan. I'm thinking I'm going to pass this. I also have your 24 first. So if you would like to make a deal with Larry Monkey, please do so and make you worse.
Or would you like Larry Monkey's 24 first and just bypass all of this and let him sit with Damian Pierce and Zay Flowers and no good quarterbacks?
So just trade your first for his 24 first.
His trade offer turns into you and I discuss his pick.
I would like in general, I would like Larry Monkey's first. I love him, but he does do some wild things when he's been drinking.
Yep.
Let's go to Gary here. So thank you for the super chat, Gary. So it's a 12-team, 1 QB, start 9 PPR. I have Jamar and T. Higgins. I was offered a trade for Burrow for Bryce Young, AR, JMO, and Pacheco. Do I do this for an elite stack? Have Dak for backup. Thanks, guys.
I sent Jamar and T. Higgins. I was offered a trade for Burrow.
Man, so he's giving up Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Jamison Williams, and Isaiah Pacheco in a 1 QB league just to stack Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. Why do you have so many quarterbacks? You already got Bryce, Anthony Richardson, and Dak Prescott. The last thing I want to do is blow all my assets to go buy another quarterback here. I think I'd pass here. I'll roll with what I have. I'm going to talk him down on that Burrow. Because I'm guessing I'm the only one that has any market for Joe Burrow in this league, and he knows it. So I'm negotiating down. Take out JMO. I want to use him somewhere else.
I was offered a trade for Burrow for Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, JMO, Javonte Williams, and Pacheco. Do I do this for the elite?
No, that's JMO Williams.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't care if it was JMO and Javonte. I was offered to say start 9. I don't know. It's 1 QB. What the hell did Bryce Young and AR mean to me? Although AR and 1 QB would be fun. What? And then he has Dak for backup. How many quarterbacks? What? Scott just said 87 quarterbacks in this league.
I'm going to stop the pain here, Shane. On this, the only team that will overpay for Joe Burrow is his team.
Yeah.
So you're not going to let this player bleed you? I'd give him Anthony Richardson. I'd give him Anthony Richardson and JMO or Anthony Richardson and Pacheco. Fine. But just everything? No. Give me something else back. Give me a second. Give me something else back.
So let's address the crowd here. We have 369 eyeballs. We've got 5 likes from Facebook. So we've got Mr. Padilla's mom is on here, of course. Shane, we're still looking for your mom. If you wouldn't mind, look down, hit that little thumbs up, give us a like. We'd appreciate that. Easiest way to help out this channel here. So let's do this. Let's put up T. Sandiford's comment here. So when you guys started this channel, did you ever imagine being where you're at today? You guys go ahead. I need to make a quick graphic. So talk about how awesome we are.
I mean, quite frankly, I still feel underappreciated in the community. I'm kind of petty. I think most of the big names in the community don't give me any respect. So fuck those guys and gals. No. I was reluctant to do this because Clay, I just didn't want to add more to my table. Is that it? More to my plate. I thought I had enough going on, but look, the 3 of us, me and Scott, needed someone in the middle of us, is what I've discovered through this journey. We did Mannequin Chill, which, look, I loved and I think hardcore people loved, but it needed something else, and that something else it needed was Clay. Not just anyone. Can't just be anybody that you throw in there. So, look, I'm excited. I guess, yes, I expect it to be there here. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know where we are. I'm still just
yeah, right.
I think you nailed it with we needed a third person to be the host. I think that is the most underrated part of the show, but even just Dynasty content or content in general, not just Dynasty, any content, is anybody that here has listened to podcasts or watched YouTube shows or really any show where there's too many people that are the color analysts, right? Like they're talking about the content. You need somebody that can guide the show, that knows how to do transitions, that can speak when needed. You have to have enough knowledge about the topic to be able to weigh in every once in a while. But you have to also accept that, you're only going to get to talk a couple times a stream about the actual questions. And Clay's great at doing that. Clay is one of the best actual show hosts out there. It's a lost art in the Dynasty community. I listen to a ton of content, and it's crazy how many shows just have a bunch of people like Shane and I that, like, imagine 2 more Shane and I's that just all of us want to just make our points. And the show goes 2.5 hours every time because everyone has to just talk and cover every topic. So I didn't think it would get here only because I knew nothing about YouTube branding or growth on YouTube. It still amazes me, you know, how social media has taken off and, you know, some of the ways that you can get engagement and followers and stuff. But I knew we had something good when we all three started making shows together because it flowed from day one. The flow was there. So you got to recognize that. So thank you, Clay.
Thank you guys, man. We've got an awesome team, and thanks for that question, T. Sandiford. Let's go to Jinakora. So, a mainstream fantasy football site has a Superflex ECR comprised of 55 experts with 6 skill positions in the top 10. Check it. CD Lamb is ranked higher than Justin Herbert, T-Law, and Lamar. How? Why? This advice is malpractice, right?
I don't want to trash fantasy pros.
I'll do it when you're done.
I'll say listen to their Dynasty content and maybe not look at the expert consensus rankings. Look, this is one of the few times when some of us are smarter than all of us. It's usually the other way around, right? All of us are smarter than some of us, but not in this specific case. Sometimes you can throw that label out. And look, some people don't play Superflex and they're ranking on Superflex. They have no business doing that. I mean, it's just that simple. If they're ranking CD Lamb over Herbert, T-Law, and Lamar, then they shouldn't be ranking Superflex. And you know what the good thing about that ECR consensus ranking is, though? At least back in the day, you could check a box and get rid of certain people's. And that's what I would do with a lot of these experts. And I don't mean to shade them at all.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be a little tame, but the reality is a lot of them are not playing portfolio. They're not talking about Dynasty nearly as much. They're not talking Superflex strategy all the time. They don't have the backing of literally on the streets playing Superflex like Shane and I have done for a long time. And we're not the only ones. We have a lot of great listeners in here that probably look at that and go, that doesn't make sense. It wouldn't really behoove me to follow those rankings. And the biggest problem that I have is if you put them on the spot and made them explain it, they wouldn't be able to give you anything actionable as to why. It would be, well, I just like Justin Jefferson. I like him better than Lamar Jackson. Okay, well, give me the reason why. You could point to a format where maybe it would make sense, or in some world it would make sense in a given league, but you don't hear any of that context. It's just our ranking, and that's it. That's the problem with rankings, but yeah, a major issue.
Major issue. I love that. This is malpractice, right? So let's go to this one here. We've got another one from Professor Charlie. Hashtag for this one, thank you, sir, is to hammer or not to hammer. Charlie, he's such a goofball. If you ever talk to him, he's like a trip. So like just reading that is funny. Okay. 12-team Superflex, start 11. Chip up to grab one top 5 QB, or decentralize and get AR and Stroud and Bryce. Does it change in a startup versus rebuild?
So we're talking 2-for-1 here, or I need a little more context. You have any different take on this, Shane, of what he's actually asking?
I don't even understand what Charlie's saying. Charlie, I have no idea what you're asking me here. Chip up to grab one top 5 QB, or decentralize, which would make it sound like you already have a top 5 QB and that you want to split it into AR and Stroud and Bryce Young, or some version of that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what we're talking about, but I expect Professor Charlie to come back with a further explanation of this.
I mean, if you take it for face value, would you trade a top 5 QB? Let's just say we count...
For Young and Stroud, no.
No, we count. Let's just say we're talking Jalen Hurts here. Okay.
No.
12-team start 11. Are you giving all 3 of those QBs for Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
You'd give up all 3 for Hurts?
Yes.
Then that could answer his question.
Yeah.
Are you giving all 3 for Joe Burrow?
No.
Okay. That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Like, depends on who the top 5 QB is. It is. But if you're talking, you're literally getting all 3 of those rookies, it just feels like there's more I can do with those.
All right. And he says, would you rather have one stud or a package of the rookies? I think I already answered that. I want the one stud. Give me Jalen Hurts. It's got to be an actual stud.
Is it all three though? That's what I don't get. If it's all three, okay, then I'm gambling that I can do more with those three, unless I'm getting one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks. Like it's black and white for me. You know, if I'm not getting Jalen Hurts, Mahomes, even Josh Allen's risky to take in that deal. If I'm getting like Hurts or Mahomes for me, then I'm kind of just taking the 3 rookies. I can do more with that.
Let's keep rolling here. So I see Devy _Kane is in the, what do we call it? Backstage? No, yeah. I know he's not coming on yet. We're staying tight.
Waiting room.
We're staying, the waiting room. Okay, Kane, is it nice in there? Did you get what you needed on your what do they call those? The ledger? What is, like, fancy people, like artists and stuff? They make requests. Writer, right? Yeah. What they demand? Yeah.
I made a charcuterie board for him.
You made a charcuterie board? Okay. Nice.
That was random.
No, but what do you bet Shane like randomly makes like a badass charcuterie board? Okay. Let's go to Seth. Thank you for the super chat, man. ETN for London. 12 team starters are Hurts, Bijan, ETN, Amon-Ra, Diggs, JJ, Madison, Eckler, Kelsey, Geno. So it's a super flex, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 flexes. So we're looking at start 9.
Yeah, I'm giving up ETN for London.
Yep.
I don't know that's not controversial in any way. I don't think.
This is probably one of those leagues. How many times do we see on roster reviews where running backs are overvalued in leagues where they're shallow? It's probably someone's going, you need to overpay to get a running back, but I'm fine taking the London side. I'll just gamble that I have a better asset going forward that I can move at the right time.
Yep.
Let's move this one. Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. Okay, let's put up Alyssa's here. And then, guys, if you wouldn't mind, just keep talking for a couple minutes. Buy me a few. Alyssa, 12 team, start 8. This guy really wants a running back from me. Now he offered me the 103, 204, 24 first, and Pacheco for Pollard. Still have Breece Hall and CMC. Love you guys as always. Thanks, Alyssa.
He offered me 103, 204, a 24 first and the 103 for Pacheco and Pollard.
No, he's getting Pacheco too, or she's getting Pacheco too. It's a 4 for 1. I'm selling Tony Pollard when I already have Breece Hall and CMC.
Alyssa, come on. I know you like Jerry Jeudy and all, but you should know better. Yeah, go ahead and accept immediately on this. Good Lord. Go do that. What are you doing?
And then you go add the 24 first, or you can try even Pacheco in the 204 for the 103 and move that to the 102, and then you get Jahmyr Gibbs, who is better than Tony Pollard.
Yes.
So, yeah, try that. That is, I really want a running back, and I'm willing to pay everything I have to get that Tony Pollard. So,
somebody. So I'll ask another quick question, and then I'll go back on mute. Somebody asked why he or she can't move Alexander Madison for a 24 first.
Because you play.
That's all I'm gonna tee up.
You play in a league with a bunch of sharp owners. Because there's not one league that I'm in that I've seen Alexander Madison moved for a 24 first. And we would make fun of each other if anyone did it. So maybe that whoever they don't want to publicly league shame. I don't know. I'd say it's because you're in a league with smart people. That's basically the end of it. I have seen him moved for 24 first. I checked the DLF trade finder for a mailbag episode, and they were in there. They happened. They really did in real life. But I haven't seen it in any league that I'm in. And even some of the leagues I'm in, I'm kind of impulsive. Like, if someone's going to do it, it might be someone like me, but not even in any of the leagues that I'm in has anyone even thought about doing that.
Be careful of the content you consume. You'll see that on Twitter every once in a while. Oh, man, I just got a 24 first from Pollard. And then we all see the tweet and we believe it's possible until you go back to your leagues, and it's a sobering reality when you try to send your Madison shares for a first at the best time possible. And you just get laugh emoji responses, as you should.
Yes.
That shouldn't be a player that someone is going, man, that's the best use of my first on June 12th to send it for a guy that is a 5th-year running back who's been a backup his whole career that has an average profile. Let me blow my first on that right now. It's a terrible process. So yeah, if you see it on Twitter, if you see somebody said they did it, that is the outlier. That is not at all the smart move. I did want to throw another one in there, Clay, just because I saw it and I can hit on it quickly. It is, I just saw it and I scrolled past it. There we go. Justin, Scott, where do I find the warp tool? Justin, you go to southharmonff.com. You'll see a link that says warp. Check it out. That's exactly where you find it, though. Appreciate you.
Not an affiliate yet, right? No, I'm kidding.
I'll say this, man. One thing about us,
I'm just messing around. I don't care.
No, but one of the good things about us is we definitely shout out people that have excellent tools, whether affiliate, whether it gets us anything. Just because, look, we've been playing this game long enough that some of these tools didn't exist, and we used to be dying for them, and we know what that's like. So when a cool site like Dynasty Daddy's out there, we're going to shout them out.
For sure. And if you think about it with these like affiliate things, like, oh yeah, use promo code, like oftentimes people are making like 25 cents from like a sale. So it's not like we're crushing it. So it doesn't matter affiliate wise. Like Shane said, if it's a cool tool, we'll promote it. Devy_Kane. Should we bring him on now? Scott, are you ready to do your laundry and switch your hat and stuff?
Yes, I will be back looking fresh. I'm sad that I'm missing out on the segment with Kane. Looking forward to listening back to what he has to say about some Devy players in the 24 class. But yes, I will be back in 30 minutes.
Good stuff. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. I threw this together. It looks reasonably okay. The wrong fonts or whatnot, but Kane, what is up, my man? Thank you for joining tonight. Appreciate it. We wanted to have you on to talk about the 2024 class and Devy. But intro yourself, man. For anybody who doesn't know you, tell us about Devy Kane.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
We can.
Okay. I'm just at a different place. This isn't my normal desk, so I just had to make sure. So my name's Kane Fassell. I am part of the Devy Marketplace podcast. It's basically a Devy podcast that's based looking on Devy values, right? It's something that we talk about in the Devy game all the time, but no one actually knows how to kind of dig in what those values mean. So that's the purpose of the podcast. We have the Discord over there. I think there's 650, almost 700 people over in the Discord. Discord's completely free to join. The goal is just to get people talking about Devy football. If you ever care to get my rankings or Shane's rankings or Nelly's rankings, his college football database is all that nerd stuff that I still don't understand, even though I've looked at it before. All that is just $25 for the year. So we try to make it as cheap as possible because the goal isn't to make money. The goal is to get as many people into Devy as possible. So check all that out wherever you listen to the Devy Marketplace. Click on the description, join the Discord. It's absolutely free. Just come in and talk about Devy and have a great time.
It's an awesome show. It's an awesome show, honestly, and especially. Well, it's Kane and his team. They help us attach names to rookie picks earlier than you normally would, right? So if you listen to his type of show, so I'm going to give you a really broad one here, Kane, to start this off. This is going to be ultra broad. Talk to us about the 2024 class.
All right, so I'm just going to kick it off. The one person that people probably know more than any other name is Caleb Williams, the quarterback out of USC. And I'm just going to dive right into the value right away because this is the question we get more than any other question right now. What is Caleb Williams worth? Well, right now he is like quarterback 12, quarterback 13 in all of Dynasty formats, right? So however you or your league values it, right? It's hard for me to just put a value on that because I don't know the cosmos of your league, right? Your league has values. Every league values things differently, so it's hard for me to tell, but he's like quarterback 12, quarterback 13 right in there. The two guys that are kind of right behind him in that next tier, we're going to tier things because that makes the most sense. So right behind him is Drake May, the quarterback out of UNC or North Carolina. As a Duke fan, it's weird that I'm cheering for North Carolina here. But Drake May, very, very good player. When we think about Caleb Williams, he is the most pro-ready. Like he is the Trevor Lawrence of his class, right? He was quarterback 1 coming into his class. he has done nothing except play well. So he's done well every stage. So Drake May, he has a few things that he needs to work on, right? The biggest question mark is, what is that North Carolina team going to do? Right? If they are better, that means that Drake May took a step forward, and that's what we want to see, right? But the problem is they get another wide receiver transfer. What is that going to look like? Is that going to be better than Josh Downs last year? I like to think so. That's a guy, Devontae Walker. He's a guy that you're going to hear probably late second round if UNC is good. And if they're very good, you could hear him like kind of early to mid second round. But the other name that we have to hit on just right away, Marvin Harrison Jr., basically a top 5, top 7 pick in the NFL already. We get the question, Kane, what if he doesn't play? Would he be Jamar Chase? Yes. If he didn't play a snap this year, or let's say he manages to get hurt somehow like week 1, right? He would still be the wide receiver 1, far and away, not close, right? So then after him,
let me stop you real quick. Let me stop you real quick, Kane. So obviously ridiculous hype around Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Is it warranted? Is he going to be absurd? Is he going to be amazing?
So one thing that we have to keep in mind, right? And that we don't always pay attention, like sometimes we just watch the film, but we don't pay attention to how ridiculous of an athlete these people are. So before this past season, Bruce Feldman puts out a list called the Freak List, right? Of the most crazy athletes in all of college football. Like Marvin Harrison Jr. was 1 or 2. Like his size, speed, strength comparison is unlike we've seen in a very long time. So the hype is very warranted. He is truly an incredible football player. And granted, it's like, well, which wide receiver from Ohio State isn't? There's a lot of good ones. We'll probably talk about a few more too.
So there's absolutely no way that we think whoever the wide receiver 2, who is the wide receiver 2 of the class right now?
So funny you mentioned that. Let's just talk about another Ohio State player. So that's Emeka Egbuka, which is the wide receiver 2 for, at least for me. And I think that's the consensus rankings over at the Devy Marketplace, that he is wide receiver 2. Right behind him is Xavier Worthy. So it's really close, but both those players, very, very good. You're kind of looking at mid to late first round picks on those guys.
And there's no way you could foresee either of those guys overtaking Marvin. Okay.
No. Like Emeka Egbuka, even if Marvin Harrison didn't play or somehow got injured week 1, there's nothing he could do still with the same offense and being in the same system to overtake Marvin Harrison Jr. He's that good. And but we'll get those same questions, for a year. Just trust him. We trusted Jamar Chase being good at football. Trust Marvin Harrison Jr. being good at football, regardless of what happens.
Love it.
So, Clay, real quick, there's a question in there. If you see it,
it
can contain his thoughts on Caleb versus Bryce and Stroud.
Yes.
I didn't know if he was.
Here it is. So Chris asks, curious, Kane, where you would value Caleb Williams compared to Bryce Young and CJ Stroud?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, right? And the biggest thing is there's one main difference, right? This year, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud are going to score you fantasy points, right? Caleb Williams isn't. Right now, you guys know this better than I do. What's Bryce Young, CJ Stroud? Like QB 13, QB 14, kind of right in that frame. So, Caleb Williams, to me, is more valuable than either of those two players. But you also have to have it make sense in the context of your team, right? To kick out another year of waiting for that quarterback production.
Kane, real quick on this, and this is selfish on my end because I was talking about how my gut doesn't like CJ Stroud. Where are you at on CJ Stroud? And I'm also just trying to buy myself a second here. Do you like CJ Stroud?
Very much. He was my quarterback 1 coming in. The fun thing is, especially in Ohio State, and how the offense changed from Urban Meyer to Ryan Day, is it became a lot more of a wide receiver choice route pattern. Instead of kind of the mesh patterns that we saw kind of over and over again with Urban Meyer, regardless of where he was coaching. And because of that, that makes a much more highly educated quarterback when it comes to what does football mean. So I think he's really good. I'm going to keep drafting him everywhere that I can. And if someone doesn't like him and they want to offer me just a goofy trade of some existing quarterback that's like 15, 16, 17, I would take the rookie without a doubt.
Who's your running back one in 2024?
So it's a man named Rocket Sanders or Raheem Sanders out of Arkansas.
Out of Arkansas, yeah.
Big guy.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking 220 plus pounds. Exceptional player. Flashed a little bit his freshman year. His sophomore season absolutely exploded.
Yeah.
We kind of saw what happened when he was the main guy. I want to say he had 11 out of 13 100-yard games, which, remember, Arkansas is playing in the SEC against the best defenders that you can possibly get. So he's a very, very good player. He's my top guy. The running back class, is really, really interesting. Because you have Raheem Sanders at Arkansas, you have Trevion Henderson at Ohio State, you have Braylon Allen at my least favorite school in all of college football, which is Wisconsin. But you have kind of some guys lower down the list, right? You have your Will Shipley's, just some Trey Benson at Florida State, who's going to make a huge run this year. So if you're in Devy and he's not picked, go ahead and use your second round Devy pick on Trey Benson. He's going to be an absolute slam dunk. But there's definitely a group of running backs that behind Raheem Sanders, you're like, there's some question marks there, whether it's a change in offensive, just an offensive system in general, like our boy Braylon Allen, who is still only 19 years old. We have that offensive system that's coming over from Cincinnati, a lot more shotgun, which is very weird for a 230, 240 pound running back. So really curious how that's going to work. But all in all, like at this stage, this is pretty similar to like some years past where like there's a lot to be excited about here. Because let's not forget the same thing that happens every single year. There's going to be some running back out of nowhere, whether it's Tyjae Spears out of Tulane, right, that is not on our like list of who we think's actually going to be a top 100 pick, that comes in here and we're like, oh, we should have been getting this guy the whole time.
Yeah. So here's a question right here. There's like some Scott.
I just real quick, I wanted to ask Kane. So you're saying Will Shipley is not the next CMC? A lot of similarities there, right? They're both white. I think. That's
yeah, and that's where it stops.
Okay. Right.
But Will Shipley is like, for how bad the Clemson offense was last year, Will Shipley was the only shining moment in that entire team. Like, the offensive line was terrible. DJU couldn't throw a ball further than 5 yards, and Will Shipley's still averaging over 5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous for how bad that team was. And then you add the fact that he can catch, that he's elusive in space, like all of that. He's a good player. Just the question is the offense going to be good enough to actually showcase everything that he can do? That's when things kind of go up in the air.
So let me ask you this. The 2023 class, obviously, for an absurd amount of time was hyped, right? Everybody is sweating the 2023 class. They're selling studs for a random 23 first because it's just gold, right? Now, of course, everybody's like, oh, 23 class sucks, but the 24 class is, absurd. Look at all of these Hall of Famers, okay? We know the narratives, yada, yada, yada. What do you think about what's going to happen with 24 first? Like, where should we be at? Should we be hyped? Should we be hesitant? You get the idea of my question.
Yeah, so the one thing that we have to keep in mind with the 2023 class is it's not just that it had some really stud players, which the 23 class does have stud players that I'm very happy to have on my football team. So if you want to trade them to me, please, because then my fantasy team will be better and yours won't, and I'd appreciate that. And to anyone saying I need a better camera, I'm from a laptop here. I'm at the lake. This isn't my normal setup. And
yeah, Kane's got a good setup with like
forgot.
a super fancy mic and everything with like some blinking shit. Like he's got a good setup. All right.
Yeah, so, I'm just kind of scrambling here. Shane has known me for a long time. I just forget things. But when we go back to the 23 versus 24 class, is the 23 class, it was so deep. And did it live up to how many good players there were? Yes. Look at who you're getting in the end of the third round in this class, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially for all the tight end premium that we all play, right?
Mm-hmm.
23 might be one of the best classes ever when it comes to tight end. What did we have in the top 100? Like 8 tight ends in the top 100 of the NFL draft? That's nuts. Like that's never happened before. So when we kind of try to figure out like how good is the class going to be, like it's clear that there's so many good players in the 23 class. Now to move that to the 24 class, I think we have some really good studs, especially the top 3 guys that I already mentioned, and Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr. And all those other guys can get into kind of that first round conversation, but I don't think this is as deep. Right. I think realistically, like we're not going to be getting the same players in the third round in the 24 class that we were getting in the 23 class. Right. And there's a lot because of that. Right. Some of it had to do with, right, we had the extra COVID year, which meant that people were able to stay a little bit longer. And because of that, that's made guys that would be eligible in this class not play that often. Right. Yeah. So there's going to be some guys that end up having a really, really good year this year that end up not going in the draft because they didn't have kind of that progression. Their freshman year, they got some work. Sophomore year, they really started to break out. And junior year, they actually had a slam dunk and then went into the NFL draft, right? There's some guys where we're not going to see that. And everyone's going to say, well, where did this player come from? Well, you ended up having a 5th or 6th year senior stay at his position and just kind of bury him. Right. And if you're with a lot of coaching staffs, and it's really important to remember the one thing that coaches hate is being fired, that they're going to try everything that they can do, right, to at least have the status quo or better. Right. And that usually means that they're probably going to stick with the 6th year kid that kept his extra year of eligibility during COVID in the 2020 season.
Let me answer this real quick, Kane. Would you say it's more important to have a strong class in the first round or a stronger class through the third round?
Through the first round, for sure. Like, without a doubt, right? Like, I'm not a nerd. Scott, I'm not calling Scott a nerd, but he pretty much is, right? I think we can agree on that. Like, I don't know the hit rates of first round versus, like, the other rounds, but if I had to guess, trying to remember what Nelly said, like, the first round hit rate is probably closer to, like, 50 to 60%. Second round, we're maybe looking at, like, 15% if we're lucky, actually become kind of that top 24, top 36 actual fantasy assets. And after that, it's an absolute crapshoot. Like you're just hoping to get like a diamond in the rough kind of later on. But like if you can make sure that you're actually drafting really, really good players in the first round, like your fantasy team is going to get better. And I feel bad that I haven't mentioned Brock Bowers yet, but Brock Bowers, incredibly good player. You're going to see a whole lot of Kyle Pitts to Brock Bowers comps.
So how high are we drafting Brock Bowers in a Superflex league next year?
Brock Bowers is already, I would say, top 6 or 7 dynasty tight end already. Like he has a whole year. A lot can happen in a whole year, right? If you want to minimize risk, but oofta. Where would Bowers rank?
Yeah, check out this one, Kane. So I put it on the screen. Yeah, so the question from Chris was, where would you rank Bowers compared to this year's tight end class, specifically Kincaid, Mayer, and Laporta? You've got him number 1. Very easy, it sounds like.
Yeah.
No question. Head and shoulders above these dudes.
Go back and watch. Brock Bowers took a 75-yard run to the house, right? He is a tight end, sir. Like he just ran 75 yards straight down the middle of a defense. Like there's a reason why he's won, right? And like another really important thing with tight ends, right, is to have an all green RAS score. We know that that's really important. Is Brock Bowers going to do that? Like he's going to have really good scores, but you also have to remember he's a little bit smaller than kind of these other tight ends, right? And so that's something that we just have to keep in mind, just in terms of weight. But he's an incredibly good player.
So should we just be kind of like, we shouldn't be aggressively trying to acquire 24 first like we did last year with 23. Would you say just I know we're kind of going back to that, but should we be trying to get one of the top 3 2024 first picks, and then outside of that just don't overpay, only pay proper value for 24, let the hype people do what they want, let's just get the top 3 picks? What do you think?
Well, so one thing that we have to remember is like where things always land in the value chart of picks, right? So as we are now, things are going to start increasing on the value chart, right? Things are just starting to go up, and as soon as the league starts and we start having some fantasy football to actually play, things are going to dip just a little bit because everyone thinks that they're going to make the playoffs, right?
So
that's always how it works, the way it goes, right? And then as we kind of progress and people realize, oh, my team is shit, like then they want to start buying all these picks, right? Like the value is always going to be there in any first round, right? We noticed that with the Breece Hall draft, right? People were still willing to trade for the first round picks, regardless of if there were quarterbacks there or not, right? I think it's important to have 3 first round picks, or to at least get one of the first 3, right? Because you're getting a locked and loaded player. The only other thing that I can mention is if you are in a Devy startup, either trade up to be in the top 3 or trade down and try to get as many second and third and fourth round picks and just hit them with quantity over quality, because those 3 are just worth so much more. So if you're not in there, either work to get in there. If you find that's not possible, then just move down and just get as many players as you can.
Good stuff there. So there was a super chat starred here. Thank you, Jinakora, for the super chat. So this is for Kane. Does a player's high school recruiting ranking factor at all into how they're valued in Devy? Example, a 2-star kid performed exactly the same as a 5-star kid. Does the 5-star player always get valued higher?
So that's a good question. The first thing that we have to look at is the team that they're going to, right? That's the first thing that we have to understand. Look at any draft you want to look at, and look at, the NFL draft, look at your dynasty drafts. More than likely, the guys that are being drafted in the first and second round, yeah, there's going to be some outliers. There always are, right? They're going to be Power 5 guys, right? Guys on Power 5 schools. So the first thing is, like, if we're comparing, more than likely, right, the 2-star kid is going to a MAC school or a Sunbelt school or something like that. If he happens to go P5, awesome. We love that. That puts him on the same playing field. But we're not, if things are even, we're going to take the Power 5 kid always. And does a 5-star player get valued higher? After a few years, I don't even remember who's a 4-star player, a 5-star player, a 3-star player. Yeah. So there's going to be a guy that you're going to hear a lot about. His name is Malik Benson, right? I know you two probably don't know who he is, but let me just give you some insight. JUCO guy, he is playing at Bama this year. Was he a 5-star kid? No. Is it super important that he could be the top wide receiver at Bama? Very much important, right? So that's kind of what we have to evaluate. It's not necessarily like, I don't remember. Granted, I have a bad memory. It's half the reason why I got married. So, like, when we try to, like, remember what these kids were doing in high school, like, I just don't remember. But, that's just something that we have to keep in mind. That's the way that I view it. I don't know if I answered that question the best, but in reality, it doesn't matter.
You know what's crazy, though, is that, 5-star recruits actually matter because they tend to go into the NFL at a higher rate than other, obviously, 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. Now, I know it doesn't answer that specific question, but it just, right. I find that helpful for, like, Devy drafts when I'm in and I don't know where to go. And I'm like all right, is there any 5 stars available?
It's by a long ways, right? One of the most ridiculous stats that people found out. So if you took, I think it was over like an 8-year period, right? A 5-star player that went to Alabama versus a 5-star player that went to, I don't know, any other school ever. Alabama had a 52% chance of that player being a first-round pick in the NFL.
Wow. It's crazy.
Everywhere else, like 18.
52% chance.
That's a complete different set of rules you're playing with, right? It's absolutely wild.
So there was a question here. Shane, you're on mute maybe? Did you want to say something? You look concerned.
No.
What are you concerned about, Shane?
Someone just asked if the three of us are in a league together. Now, I know I'm in a league with Kane.
I'm not in any leagues with Kane. Nope.
Yeah, I'm in a league with Kane. I'm in a couple leagues with Kane, actually. One's a Devy league. He co-owns. Do you co-own that with Shane? How?
Maybe.
Okay. And then we're in a John Bosch league, which I don't understand. And I'm in multiple leagues with Fled.
We're in a Campus to Canton league, Shane.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's what I should say. Not Devy, actually. Campus to Canton. And we're actually doing what's this draft called?
College draft. It's a supplemental draft. I'm actually on the clock right now.
Yeah. And
maybe I just picked.
I've picked nothing but 5 stars freshmen. That's all I'm doing.
If you're ever in a C2C draft, you're either going to draft 4 or 5-star freshmen or only draft players that are going to score fantasy points in college. Those are the rules. That's just the way it goes.
So, Kane, how do people get into, let's say someone's like, okay, yeah, let's try this Devy thing.
Yep.
How do you get started?
Great question. So one thing that we did over at the Discord is we have one of our most active channels is orphans and startups.
Okay.
So when you're wanting to, we just try to put it in there and someone will say, hey, I have 3 spots. Here are the rules. It's going to be on this platform. And that seems to go the best. I think we get a lot of questions too of, when is a good time to jump in?
Mm-hmm.
Just do it. Like just jump in and actually be a part of it. The other question is, we have these 12 guys. We currently have an existing Dynasty league.
Right.
How can we move that over to a Devy league? And that's a really good question because these players have now traded for, right? Your fantasy managers have traded for these picks, right? So the first thing that you can do is you're going to make it a combined draft. So you're going to combine rookie and Devy in 1 year. And you're going to start out, what's a normal rookie draft? Could be 4 rounds, could be 5 rounds, something like that, right? And then you're just going to say, hey, for year 1, we're only going to allow 24 Devy players be drafted. Right? So then everyone's kind of on the same page. Like, this is all, right? Or else people are going to kind of really overload. The problem with, having your rookie drafts separate from your Devy drafts when you're trying to do that, right, is because someone who sucked last year is going to get both Caleb Williams and Bijan Robinson, right? If you split them. So there's not a best way, but if you can just kind of combine them, that seems to work the best if you kind of want to move forward to that Devy format.
I feel like if I played Devy, I would be like in a gutter, like with an unpaid mortgage, like very quickly. Like I already spend enough time on fantasy football. That's a concern. Address this concern of mine. I spend so much time already on Dynasty fantasy football. How am I going to start incorporating high school and college research into this more so than I do now?
I'll take the easy way out. You don't have to. You can look at our rankings and we'll tell you who to draft. I can't tell you the amount of college football that I watch. I can tell you my wife's favorite season is when football ends. That's probably your favorite. I watch anywhere from like 100 to 200 football games a year. So like, this is all I do. And I just try to watch the best players. Like that's the goal, right? With Devy, you're trying to find the guys that are going to make it to the NFL. And it's pretty clear if that's going to happen or not, right? It's the same argument that we had to make with Trey Lance. Like, how do you know that he was meant for the NFL? Well, he was the best player on the field by a long ways, right? Like that's how you can tell. Like if one person just kicking ass, you're like, oh, he's the guy. He's the guy that we need to look out for, right? So we watch a ton of film. Like Shane over at the Devy Marketplace, he relates everything back to the draft. We have Nelly, who's just a complete nerd. I don't know if he's truly watched an entire football game from start to finish. I'm not sure. But he's got some random, like, I don't even know what they mean. He's got like Yippa Tippa, which is what I call it, because I can't figure out what the rest of this crap actually means. But no, we try to incorporate all that over the Devy marketplace. So you come and get the rankings, come and get the analytical database, come and get, names that you're trying to get for your campus drafts. If you're in a C2C draft and you're trying to figure out who you need to draft in round 15, we got you. That's kind of what we do. So come and join us. Like, it's an absolute blast. We just have such a good time.
Sounds like it, man. And I liked your answer. It's like, what do I do? I don't want to like get into. You're like, well, you don't. You don't have to get, like, just come to our site. We have rankings. Just use our shit. We'll do it for you. You don't have the time.
Yeah,
to get involved.
But it's
love
super
that.
overwhelming, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it is. Yeah.
because then it's like, oh, now we have these incoming freshmen. And it's like, oh, now I have to figure out where these incoming freshmen would rank. And like, are these incoming freshmen actually like worth even drafting in like a startup Devy draft? And where would those be? Right. I know that everyone's going to say like, we have to make sure that Arch Manning is on our football team. Right. But like, there's so many other players, whether that means Zachariah Branch from USC, whether that means Malachi Nelson from USC, like any wide receiver that seems to go to Ohio State is a solid bet, it seems. But there's so many players, so we just try to put that all in one spot, and we combine it for you. Nelly's got some spreadsheet that combines all of our rankings, so you just come and look at it, and you can see how we argue all the time. That's the way it goes.
No, this has been kick-ass, man. Shane, have I forgotten, or Kane, have I forgotten to ask you an important question? Shane, is there anything I'm missing? Kane, where's the first place that somebody goes? They go to Devy Marketplace? The exact where do people click right now on like a separate side tab? They're going to stay with us, but what do they type in at the top?
Yeah, so you're going to go to Twitter. If you have Twitter or wherever you listen to a podcast, type in Devy Marketplace. The link is going to be the link to the Discord, so go ahead and join that. If you go to wherever you listen to podcasts, click on the Devy Marketplace, make sure you sub to the podcast and download every week, because it's going to be just ramping up for Devy content. It's the time of year where things get a little slow, and then we're going to start to ramp up. So wherever you're listening to that, hit the description and click on the link, and that'll just bring you right to joining the Devy Marketplace Discord, and everything's in there. It's awesome.
Good stuff, man. Well, thanks for hopping on. Kane. This was good stuff, and we'll make some cool content from what you said, some TikToks and stuff like that. We'll share it with you, and we'll we'll make sure we get this out there. So
awesome. Thanks guys
so
I
much,
appreciate
dude.
it.
Appreciate you, Kane. Thank you,
right,
sir.
see you, buddy.
We'll bring Scott back in here and then adjust the okay, let's fix the Scott, how are you? Oh, look at the hat.
So much better.
That was cool. Hopefully the crowd enjoyed having Kane on there. I thought it was good stuff. Scott, were you listening at all, or just laundry?
No, I was listening. I connected my my Bluetooth, listening the whole time. Didn't talk to my wife, which I wish I would have said at least hello. But I was able to listen to most of what Kane said. A lot of different topics that he brought up. Probably didn't get to dive into a lot of the players people wanted to hear about. So maybe we'll save a couple of those for when our next guest comes on. But good stuff with Kane. Man, people giving him shit about his camera. Like he's trying. It's all good.
Yeah.
But no, good stuff. Good segment.
Good segment indeed. Let's go to a super chat here. That looks like kind of an older one. Okay. This is from Robert. Thanks to Shane and Scott for answering my Jefferson AJB trade question on Twitter the other day. Split decision, ended up taking the deal. We'll see. Thank you for that super chat, man. Yeah, Scott and Shane answer an absurd amount of DMs from the community on Twitter and elsewhere. So I'm sure they appreciate it, and I appreciate that. Shout out to them. Okay, let's get to this one here. Gary Smith, 12 team, 1 QB, start 9. We did this one.
We did this one.
Yes.
All right. We got our first duplicate.
Our first duplicate. Yeah, just me not unstarring. Let's go to this one from J-Moo. 12-team Superflex, start 10, half PPR, 1.0 tight end premium, upgraded from Kyler/Zach Wilson, right? That's what that is,
Mm.
to Mahomes and Herbert over the past months. Congratulations. Team running backs, Eckler, Cook, Akers, and was that KH?
King
It's supposed to be
Henry.
K. Maybe it's supposed to be KW. Anyway, wide receivers, Lamb, Godwin, Debo, QJ, tight end Kelsey. No first till 2026. What moves are we making to keep grinding value?
Well, I'll just say good job getting from Zach Wilson and Kyler Murray to Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. Whatever you paid, it wasn't enough because on paper that you can't add enough to Zach Wilson to get to one of those guys. Man, no firsts, but you got to go for it because you have those QBs. You have Kelsey, got some older running backs. Who can he move here for a future pick, Shane, and replace with replacement level and still end up with the same chances of winning? Because what's going to win for you is not going to be your wide receiver 4 or your running back 3 or 4. Can we move Cam Akers here for a first?
Yeah, you just named it. You're running back 3, your wide receiver 4. Can I move Debo? Can I move even Godwin? Can I move Akers? Can I move Cook? And again, not all in one fell swoop. You know what I mean? I'm not saying just empty out your vault there, but can I move one of those guys for a future first and see what we can get? Tyler Wing in the comments mentions, sell Lamb. If you can downgrade not significantly from Lamb and still get a first back, you can't do the Lamb for T. Higgins deal anymore in a first, I don't think. But if you could do something along those lines, yeah, go for it.
Can I sell Quentin Johnston for Mike Williams in a first?
Quentin Johnston. Yeah, if you could sell Quentin Johnston for any first, get the fuck out.
I'm just thinking of creative ways to add back in a replacement level piece.
Look, could I trade Quentin Johnston for Brandon Ayuk in a second? So anything like that. Can I trade Debo for Brandon Ayuk in a second? I think he's the better wide receiver, and I get some draft capital, which I sorely need with no first until 2026.
Yep. Got to go for it, though. The team build is ready to go. Just try and find ways to grind a little extra value over the next couple months.
Clay, you're on mute, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
You are now ahead of me 3-2.
Ooh.
Am I? Yeah. So I saw a private message. Do we have to give out a Scott Fishbowl ticket?
We do, because we have 2 of them. So I don't know how we would like to give it out. I left that up to you guys.
Of course you did. I'm just dogging you. Yeah, Shane got the ticket, so he's like, "Here, you guys fucking give them away." I did my part.
I give it out to whoever I like the best.
So what we're gonna do? We're gonna do our good old StreamYard giveaway tool. Okay, and we're going to give away the Scott Fishbowl ticket. So what should the hashtag be?
How about
Shane?
hashtag SFB?
Shouldn't we do? That's like, let's do something cooler than that. Come on,
dude. We're giving away an SFB. Let's at least do SFB for one of the 2.
Okay, fine. Look at y'all, brandy and basic bitch on me here.
And
okay, let's do SFB.
And real quick, shout out to Scott Fish for letting us get a couple slots to give away. And the most important part about Scott Fishbowl is the charity and not being a jerk off to each other. That's what I like, even though there are some jerk offs that have their own eliminators and stuff, but that's not Scott's fault. But no.
Here, okay. I just yes, so it is live. So hashtag SFB is how you can be in the running here to get a Scott Fishbowl entry. And like Scott said, Shane said, thank you very much to Scott Fish for running this. An awesome freaking event every year. And he gave us a couple tickets. So appreciate that. Okay, let's go to, so get your hashtag SFBs in there. We've got this Kaiser Soze, 1 of 3, crazy startup strategy, he asks. 12-team, start 10, PPR Superflex. Mahomes at the 101, then traded the, we didn't do this one, yeah. Then traded the 212, 412, 612 for the 112, 712, and 912. And took Watson at the 112. So let's stop there. What do you think about that part?
Why would this be crazy?
Well, maybe he's getting to the crazy part, but what?
Well, I was gonna say, do you want to play the let's put players in here and see what this trade looks like, Shane?
6-12. Someone.
Do it.
9-12. We're probably looking at Michael fucking Gallup at that point. But go ahead.
Okay. So we traded Kyler Murray,
Mhm.
Najee Harris, and Kenny Pickett.
Ooh, Kenny Pickett.
We got back Deshaun Watson because he says he took Deshaun Watson at 112, so we already know Deshaun Watson. We got back Marquise Brown, which you and I like Marquise Brown.
We do.
And we got back, I had to read this just for this reason. We got back Mac Jones. So, of course, we got Mac Jones and Kenny Pickett, which...
It's a wash.
Sure, it's a wash. But then you traded Marquise Brown and for Najee Harris, and then you went from Deshaun Watson to Kyler Murray. So... because it's Kyler, I can see where you could maybe like the other side in a trade, but give me the Watson side. Give me the healthy quarterback, especially since I didn't violate either of the startup golden rules here. So very easy. 1 for 1. Give me the trade he made. Not crazy at all.
So 2 of 3, Kyler was still sitting there at 212. So I traded a 24 third to move up 1 and grab him for future value. I continued to move around and have mostly young players, I guess. Plan to move one of the QBs when a contender gets desperate to tank in 2023 and load up on 24 picks.
I'm gonna give him a round of applause because I just looked at the ADP and said Kyler was going to be there at the 212, and of course Kyler's there at the 212. But he parked Kyler on a team where he already has 2 better quarterbacks.
Yeah.
This accomplishes both strategies of you got the best trade asset on the board by far, but you also put him on a team where you are essentially waiting 6 months where you don't need him, and now you're hoarding him for the rest of the league. So not crazy at all. You didn't violate any of those rules. I got to give you major kudos for that strategy. You love that QB room, right, Shane? Mahomes, Kyler, Watson? Come on.
I can't wait to trade Kyler next year when he matures back in value. It's like buying gold because it always increases in value, I think. I have no idea.
So a quick note here for the hashtag SFB. I'm not positive if it has to be, StreamYard's picky with it being all caps or all lower caps, but I have it all lowercase. So hashtag SFB, all lowercase. James, so you did all caps, right? But then you were like, oh, let me do the lowercase, but you put AFB, James O'Boyle. Okay, so if you're listening to this, do a hashtag lowercase SFB just in case there. Okay, let's keep going. We've got 100 people that have entered so far.
Good stuff.
And real quick, do not enter if you're already in the Scott Fishbowl, please.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah, that would seem obvious, but yeah, don't do that because then Scott will yell at me. Like I know Scott has a very nice persona, but he does not abide by stupidity. And if I send him a name of someone that's already in the contest, he will not be happy with me.
Yeah.
You will not be pleased.
And we will not fact check that. So please do not, unless Shane is going to literally go and ask. But put it this way, if you're already in, you will be shamed on the next stream. And you win, and we will give it away on the next stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so so again, hashtag SFB. I'm gonna go to this question from Davis Daniels. Davis, thank you very much, as always, for your generosity. He says, fellas, just wanted to thank you guys for the content and what you bring to the Dynasty community. Side note, what is the best word of advice to someone starting their own Dynasty podcast?
It's a good question. Anything come to your mind, Shane? If somebody came to you and said, I want to start a brand new show, what would you say?
I mean, so I'm clearly different than most people that do Dynasty, right? Like I'd say most people probably listen to my content because of personality. And then just along the way, they find out I'm not actually an idiot and it's all for show and that I'm actually sharp as fuck. So I'd say be yourself, right? That to me, be genuine. That comes across to me. And also don't be boring. I gotta be honest with you. I listen to tons of content, and there's tons of content that turns into just fucking white noise that I'm like, oh, you know what this is for? This is when I'm on the treadmill and I'm reading, trying to kill time, and I'll listen to this podcast. It's just in the big background. And I'm not saying being shticky, right? But be genuine and bring some entertainment to it. You should inform and you should entertain. Those are your two goals. to me. That's what I think.
I'll say this.
Oh.
I think
3 to 2 to 1. Scott's in.
I'll
What?
say
What did he? Was he on mute or something?
Everybody's on mute.
I wasn't on mute. I was waiting to unmute until you were done talking.
Yeah, we're gonna give you
this-
another X here. It's 3 to 3 to nothing or
The
whatever. Apparently.
scorekeeping.
Yeah, I know.
Shane was just waiting for the moment he could get.
And look
me
at
when
him
I
now.
came
Look at him now. What's on your mind? What are you thinking about right now? He's got just this blank death look.
He doesn't even know what we're talking.
He wants
about.
his cigarette. Scott, where's your head at on this one?
So I would sit here and say, like, know your shit before you start a show, but I don't even think you need that. There's plenty of people in this space that they just started playing a year or two ago. And I think the most important thing that Shane said is don't be boring. And I know that's easier said than done. If you're going to be boring, at least be somebody that people can look to and say, you know what, that's different. That stands out. I've heard some people on shows that I've never heard of that I didn't even follow. But you pick up on something and you go, you know what, they're saying something different than everybody else. So I think you got to be one or the other. You got to be really entertaining, or you have to have a new take on how to play. Like, even if it's wrong, be educated, but then have a new take on how you play. Go out there and say, hey, I've been playing in Dynasty and I know what some of the experts are doing out there. I know what kind of the consensus is, and I'm going to challenge it. I'm going to go the other way. If you lose, you lose. But if you're just going to go, I'm going to start a show and we're going to talk about trades. We're going to talk about rankings,
Buy sells.
buys, sells, mock drafts. Like, those have appropriate places in content. We do all of that stuff, but it isn't like every week we're like, let's talk about this player. Let's talk about the news. You know, like, all that stuff's already done. You can make a show out of it, but don't get upset when you go, wow, there's 50 other shows that are doing the exact same thing. So be unique, entertaining, and have a passion behind what you're doing. Don't just do it for money or following or engagement. Like, Shane and I listen to enough content. We'll be able to see right through you if you're like, you don't actually play the game. You know what I mean?
Well, we know he does. We know Davis does. But no, thank you for that super chat. And yeah, we'll keep moving. I guess I guess just know what your goal is, like starting the podcast. Like they were saying, what's your goal? Are you trying to like turn it into a business, or is it just fun or whatever? Because if it is a business, like, the attention span of us humans these days is like so absurd that you have to be like an audience retention whore. If you have a YouTube channel, podcast, just figure out what you want to do, what the goal is, the end goal is, and that's going to dictate how you need to do things, because there is very much a reason why we don't do intros for our shows and we just get right into the content. I'm sure people appreciate that who listen to it, but it's also strategic. So just know there's a lot going into it. So thank you for that super chat, dude. Breathe, Clay Mosley. Let's put up Ty here. Thank you for the super chat. He says grateful for Dynasty Trades in 5. Best of luck to Scott in HVV. What is that, Scott?
We are doing a new Heroes versus Villains 3-copy auction where we're doing 32 rounds of auction. So it's just like USFFL, but it's an extreme format. Clay, you were in a USFFL. Imagine 32 rounds of auction, and you can only win 2 players at a time, only 12 at a time. So it's going to be a grind. But shout out to Ty. He's one of the very welcoming foes in that league. That's going to be a challenge. So looking forward to that. Starting Monday.
Good stuff, guys. I guess we should give away this Scott Fishbowl ticket. So let's hashtag SFB. We've got 126 entries. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's try this as always.
And we're going to give one away later too. So if you didn't get this one, there's another one later. So stay around, but you're going to have to enter SFB. So you're going to have to be on the stream later to do it.
Yeah. And we'll have a different hashtag. So you can see it. Can you see this right now? Okay. I'm going to hit the draw button. Let's see.
And I feel bad for the person that you see their name and then it flicks to the next
Oh,
person.
I know, right at the end, yeah. Matt Dennis is the winner of the Scott Fishbowl ticket. Congratulations. I'm taking a screenshot of this. Matt, if you wouldn't mind, send an email to dynastytrades5@gmail.com with SFB winner in the subject line. something along those lines. Appreciate that. All right, good stuff.
Yeah, and do that like now, because I need to give Scott the winners
Yeah.
no later than tomorrow. So like, do that now, please.
Did you guys get Scott Fishbowl tickets already?
Like invites?
Are you in? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not in. Are you in, Shane?
I'm in. Maybe we gotta give one away to Clay.
Maybe Clay needs to multitask and get on his other browser and put in hashtag whatever for the next drawing.
Right. Yeah, can I participate?
But make it a burner so no one knows it's actually Clay if he wins. Just because we keep it legitimate. If it's your burner wins as long as they send that email.
It does. MN Hala, thank you for the super chat. It is a 12-team start 10 Superflex PPR 2.0 tight end premium. Lists off his team here. So Hurts, Fields, Walker, Javante, Pollard, Terry, Mike Williams, Hollywood, Elijah, Goddard, Higbee, 324 firsts. Move some firsts or wait a year?
Well, it's a 12-team start 10. You have Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts. You have a stacked tight end with Goddard. And then you have a bunch of skill players. So I wouldn't move my first right now, but I'm trying to win, which means I'm open to moving my first later. There's no reason you need to move anything right now. I think you just set the lineup, take the field with what you have there. If it blows up, you can decide midway through what you want to do. But you're in a great spot. You're built the right way already. I don't know what your bench looks like, but I would maximize my roster construction because you really only have 3 running backs. So hopefully you don't have a absolute bench full of just dog shit trash can receivers. So optimize your construction, and this team can contend with Hurts, Goddard, Justin Fields. That's enough. They're a playoff team with those 3.
I always want to win. I might move 1 or 2 of those first, but I'd probably try to use Javante and Kenneth Walker and see if I can get anything out of those, squeeze any value, any trades out of them. Like, well, probably not, though. That's the problem. Pollard definitely could get me some returns. So maybe Pollard I can move for a wide receiver. And once I do that, then I could just seriously start looking at, all right, now do I add to this roster? Now that I've added, another Hollywood type or better to my wide receiver room.
Mm-hmm. I can't stress this enough either with what Shane just said. You can trade a running back here and still have the same chances of winning if you have the right roster construction. And we've seen so many teams where it looks like this, and then you look at the bench, why are you carrying 10 receivers? Mm-hmm. Why is Jalen Reagor on your bench? Why is Laviska Shenault on your bench? And that's where you go, I can't trade a running back because I don't have enough depth. Well, if you had the right roster construction, you can trade Tony Pollard for a first, get greedy like Shane, and still win.
Okay, let's go to King Ghidorah here. Thank you for the super chat. 12-team Superflex, start 11, second year of rebuild, have 324 first. Trade Amon-Ra St. Brown and ETN for JSN, Metcalf, and Elijah Moore. I'm worried ETN's value won't go any higher now. Good process?
Yes. I'm good with it. JSN and Metcalf for ASB and Travis Etienne. You're getting a free Elijah Moore. I don't know what you can flip him with, but I'll take the 3 pieces here in a start 11.
I like ASB over JSN.
I'm on my side, I think.
Yeah, I like Etienne over Metcalf and Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore, Mary Tyler Moore. I don't care what Moores you throw in. I actually want the ARSB and the Etienne side.
Interesting. The trade we were split on.
Yeah, it's not egregious, but it's just I prefer I'm on side.
Okay, let's go here. Shane says in the private chat, get some of the early super chats, otherwise they're gonna revolt.
No, man, there's a couple people getting feisty in there.
Shane, we don't need to be behind the scenes being like private and whatnot. Just be like, Clay, we got a bunch of fucking old super chats here. These people are gonna. Why do we have to be shy?
Shane would be pissed
in the street.
if Shane would have put a super chat in at 7:04 p.m. and he has to wait until 11:38 p.m. to see it.
Yeah. But we'll run through some of the ones here at the top. I didn't see anything in here. Shane, I'm sure looked for from Seth Dollar, this super chat. Thank you for the tip, man. If you did put in, yeah, I should have hit this like 2 hours ago, right? If you're listening to this still on here and you did have a comment that we didn't get, just like re-put it in the chat now, or missed super chat in the subject line, dynastytradesin5@gmail.com. But thank you for that. Let's go on to Striker. Just has some nice words for us here. Thanks for all the hours and entertainment and great fantasy football advice. Keep up the great work and hard work. Appreciate all each of you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. And then let's knock out this one right here as well. Panye Best. I can't make the stream until later, but just wanted to shout out the work you do for us in the Dynasty community. Awesome. And I'm sure I'll speak for all when I say you guys are appreciated. All right. So all the hugs and kisses, we appreciate that. We'll save a couple of those later when Shane's sad. We'll pull up another one of these lovely super chats.
Luckily, I'm manic depressive, so that's coming up.
That's coming up.
And now everyone knows where the show title Manic and Chill came from. And the chill part you probably already could figure out.
Yeah. And they probably already could figure out the manic part too with Shane, though.
Yeah,
right?
like there was one time someone put in the comments in the YouTube, was Shane having a seizure? Because my leg's just shaking the whole time during a show.
No, so the other day when we were talking about Chili Willy Nut Dust, somebody came up with like, "Oh yeah, your name should be Manic and Chili Willy Nut Dust," and we'll talk more about that product in a while. This nut dust. So I won't pitch it right now, but this is this.
Well, I show it on the screen.
No. I mean, so my buddy Greg and Teresa, it's their company, but this particular Calm Your Ass Down Room and Linen Mist, I'm like stupid obsessed with this. And again, I'm not like one of these like aromatherapy type guys historically, but I'm freaking sold. I've just been spraying this shit all over the damn place. So let's keep moving here. This is from Kat Mahomes. Thank you for the very generous super chat. 10 teams start 8, half PPR, Superflex in 25. So in 2025, moving to Superflex. Mahomes, Kyler, Eckler, Henry, Ramondre Stevenson, Monty, Dylan, Adams, Christian Kirk, Marquise Brown, Bateman, Sky Moore, Kelsey. Got my 24 first, but don't have my 25 first. But have the 25 101.
He's projecting
what do I
2
do?
years out.
Yes, he is. What do I do with so many old players moving forward? Sell mid-season? Do nothing?
So I'll just make this very simple. You already are committed with Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Austin Eckler, Derrick Henry, Devontae Adams. There really isn't probably feasible for you to do what you want this season and be able to also sell. And I don't know about your league market. Are you going to be able to win the title this year and then sell those players? You could make that choice, but it's really all or nothing. When I have a team like this, especially in a 10-team start 8 that isn't super flex, even if it moves to super flex, what does that do? Add one more starter? Still a 10-team start 9? Like that, you're always just chasing studs. You already have them. You're not going to be able to have your cake and eat it too. You're not going to be able to sell Austin Eckler, Derrick Henry, and Devontae Adams for appropriate value and still win the championship in a shallow league like this. So I think you just ride it out, find your spots where you can accrue future value, and then take shots on trying to hit replacements with elite players. Then you're already in. There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah, I mean, you have the guys that I would usually be trying to buy in this situation, in Eckler and Henry. No one's going to buy them from you except your competition, like someone that's competing with you for your playoff spot. So I don't know how I'd feel about selling off multiple pieces. I mean, I don't believe in Ramondre Stevenson, so sure. Go ahead and trade him off if you want, but that's more of a personal opinion than really anything else.
Okay. Thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. Let's
And
go to
real quick. I'll just say this. We got some comments. We will get all the super chats. I promise. We will not miss them. We will not forget them. If we do, let us know afterwards. We'll let us know if we actually missed one. But we have them all starred. We'll get to them. No worries.
We got you in there, brah.
Got you.
And Brett. I don't
Brett.
know. Yeah, sure.
That's how Squirt came about. You wanted to be you didn't want to be sexist. That's how Squirt came around. What was it? Oh yeah, because Scott was like, yeah, all he pictures is eggplant emojis.
Yeah.
And then Shane was like, no, but wait, I mean, it could also be a squirt. Yeah, that helps.
Look, and when I say we pull off big dick trades, I don't leave women out. I also say, big dick, big vagina trades. So
yeah,
I don't know if the correlation's the same, and it's probably not a compliment.
We're not even going to go with the correlation here. No.
Big dick trades with properly calibrated with the Chili Willy nut dust down below.
All right, let's hit a couple super chats.
Sonic's fan TV. Thank you for the super chat. Rebuilding 10-team Superflex, start 11, tight ends 1.25 premium, picks 624 firsts and 425 firsts. QB Fields, Kyler, Love. Tight ends are Komet, Chiggy, Gesicki, Ertz, Mayer. Wide receivers Garrett Wilson, Devontae Smith, Christian Watson, Flowers, and Burks. Running backs 0.
Yeah, that I love the running backs. Just a big fat freaking 0.
Nothing.
Not a single running back soul on the roster, and that's the way to do it if you were completely rebuilding. Strategy here, Shane. I know exactly what Shane would say. Is I have 10 firsts. I'm not waiting. Right?
Yeah, I'm not patient like that. What the? I mean, you have Fields. I gotta stop cursing so much.
Yeah. I know we're getting a little
out of hand here, guys.
Heavy.
Now you know what though? It's really not built to win right now. Even though you have Fields, you don't have a second quarterback, and
we have too many tight ends here. That's for sure.
I love Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith, Christian Watson. That's a nice wide receiver. I might probably see if I could trade Burks for another first. Maybe I could trade. Here you go. Here's a happy compromise. Can I trade Burks and a first for Chris Olave? Yeah, I finally said his name tonight. I'm going to trade Burks and a first for Chris Olave if I can pull that off. That's one of those that'll help me in the future, and it might help me right now.
Yeah, and we have too many tight ends here. I'll just continue to stress on roster construction. There's too many. Trade the ones you can trade. If I'm not contending, I do not care about tight ends. None of the tight ends you have are difference makers here. So literally, I would trade all of them for whatever you can get, and you can probably sell a couple of those. Chig, Michael Mayer, you can probably get at least a second for both those guys, I would think.
Chiggy. Everybody has Chig, and I haven't said Dulcich's name yet today. Is that even how you say it when I eventually say it tonight? Dulcich? Is
that correct? Yes. And we've already done this question, so
we've got
just
this
a heads up.
Yep.
All right. So Dulcich. Okay, let's go to this one right here from FF Pariah. Thank you for the super chat. He said, recently found you guys on DD and love the multi-level analysis and roster construction focus. Good luck tonight, guys. PS, can help edit articles. Okay. So this is someone who apparently is down to help us out. That's something that we mentioned the other night, and we already have talked to some folks who want to get involved with the channel that we're excited about. So more to come on that. But thank you for this super chat. Let's move that one. Okay. Trevor, thank you, sir. 12-team Superflex, 12-team Superflex, start 10, 0.5 tight end premium, 6 point per passing touchdown. I took Herbert and Kyler in the first 2 rounds of the startup. How do I still punt the first year with Herbert?
Easy. You punt the first year with Herbert because Herbert's not going anywhere, most likely. I mean, it'd be nice if you could try to contend, but it's an okay quarterback room for punting, I would think. I would probably build my team to quasi-compete. Like, I would try. I'd be okay taking a third quarterback and still give it like a good old college try to win, but I have my team built the right way with Kyler and Herbert. So it's really just how aggressively do you want to be? This is a true kind of productive struggle start here where I can go the other way if it doesn't look right after the first, 6-8 weeks.
Yeah, this is always an interesting question to me because like people are like, oh, I want to punt it first year. Then so you want to waste up the complete startup draft? Like, because what are you going to draft? Like, you're going to draft just middling wide receivers, like I'm drafting Michael Gallup. I'm hoping to get some Chase Claypool.
But what would you do here if he's only 2 picks in, Shane? Like, what would the rest of your build be trying to focus on? Would you be trying to hit on like a positional advantage at like tight end or running back just to try to give yourself the most upside? Or
well, I'm not.
Because if he's only 2 picks in, he controls what he's going to do the rest of the way. What's your plan?
If he wants to do the productive struggle, like I'm not drafting running backs. That's for sure. I'll say that. Oops, sorry. I'm not drafting running backs. That's for sure. Put that comment back up. But he already drafted Kyler in the second, so he's booting this year. So I'm just going wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, all my young ducks.
So if you're going all receivers, would you be basically willing to punt running backs and just whatever you get, and
probably punt running back and tight end?
Okay, so from a strategy standpoint, wouldn't you want to maybe then trade back a couple of your next picks, though, and try to accumulate value so that your own pick kind of boosts up a little bit? Yeah,
and once we get to that tier where it's like Chris Godwin level, or maybe a little before that, I'm just going, all right, I'll just kick back. You know what I mean? That really doesn't help me to have a Chris Godwin type player on my roster right now, and he's not going to make a difference anyway, whatever his name is.
So Alexander Anderson has in here missed super chat. LOL. Love the content. Well, thank you for the super chat that we missed. We're taking care of it right now. 12 team Superflex, start 11, 1.75 for tight ends. Over 3 trades, moved the 211 to the 203 and traded away the 102. In return, I gained an extra pick in rounds 4 through 14. Good? Bad?
So over 3 trades, moved the 211 to the 203. I traded away the 102. Extra pick in rounds 4 through 14. Man, so he gained what? Essentially 8 picks in the second. And am I reading this right? He traded away the 102 for effectively 10 picks?
I gained an extra pick in rounds 4 through 14.
So essentially someone gave him 4 through 14 for the 102 in a start 11. Shane, would you do a 10 for 1?
Could you imagine what that what the sleeper trade offer thing looks like? It's just like,
is there no roster limit? So like he has 20, he just has double the amount of players than everyone else.
We don't know those parameters. There's a lot of leagues we're in. There's a cut down. So now it is sleeper. In sleeper, you can go over the roster limit in a startup. If it's a sleeper league, you can
lineup though.
Right. You can draft 50 players, and then it's going to say you have to cut down to 32 or whatever it is. So he may have a problem on the back end, but I don't know, man. That's an 11 for 1. The best player you're getting in the 4th, let's just call it a mid 4th. You're getting DK Metcalf, Jordan Addison, George Pickens, Dalton Kincaid, Aaron Rodgers, James Cook, Mike Evans, Sam Howell, Tank Bigsby, Jacoby Myers, and Alec Pierce. All of that for Jalen Hurts.
I think I'd rather have Jalen Hurts. I mean, it's a lot of stuff.
It's 11 for 1.
Definitely a lot of stuff, but I think I'm going to hold on to Jalen Hurts there.
Clay, let me ask you this. Would you ever have the balls to you give away 11 picks for 1?
No.
Even if it's Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts?
It would just feel weird. I wouldn't be able to go through all those keystrokes without like putting my phone down. You know what I mean? Like,
if you did a startup and then you had a vacation planned in 2 days and you're like, I need to get out of this round 4 through 14 because I'm not going to be here.
That's a good point. Point.
Oh man, that's a crazy deal.
Indeed. Okay, so we've got Timothy J. Wolf here. So here's a stray super chat. I'm sure Shane was trying to bird dog it and find it, and there wasn't one. So once again, excuse me, Timothy J. Wolf, if you wouldn't mind just posting your comments if you had a question, go for it. We'll answer it. If you're just a nice guy and just throwing us $10, we appreciate that as well. Okay. So let's put up Aaron Yo here. Thank you, sir. Hey guys, 12 team start 10 PPR 1.5 tight end premium. Traded my 24 first to tier up to Herbert. Have Watson also. Should I be moving young, unproven guys for vets or hope they hit? For example, Burks, Levis, Flowers, Downs. Thanks for the help. Love the show.
Levis and Downs, yes, I will just move them regardless. But that just depends on what you can get for them. But I would be fine consolidating them to anything that you can maybe maneuver around for future value. Shane said trade Treylon Burks numerous times during this stream. So that feels like a guy you're just willing to flip to get out of, right?
Can I get a 24 first? Can I get a 25 first? Done. See ya. Can
Either
I add
one?
him? Yeah. Can I add him to something to that's going to be useful? He didn't name any other players on his roster, so I don't know what else he has, but can I attach Burks to anything, or can I get a 24 or 25 first sight unseen? Literally just spam in the league.
And maybe sell Burks with Will Levis to try to sell people on that future stack that may never actually exist. Try to get a first and a second, maybe something like that. I'd be fine doing that. We don't know anything about his team other than he moved his 24 first to move up to get Herbert.
Let's move this one. Thank you, Aaron. Okay. Connor is the next one here. Thank you for the super chat, Connor. 12 team, start 9, Superflex, defending champion. Congratulations on the ship. 3 trades. Okay, so we're going to handle these one at a time. Sent Kadarius Toney, Pacheco, and Ingram. Got Andrews. Okay. Yes, we defending champ and gets a difference making tight end for 3 crap pieces in a start 9. Not crap piece, but yeah. Okay. Got Andrews. Sent AR, Ken Walker, Jordan Love, a 24 second. Got Garrett Wilson and T. Higgins.
Oh, Scott doesn't like that because of the AR.
Yeah, I'm good. I would take Ken Walker. I would take Anthony Richardson over Garrett Wilson pretty easily, and then you're giving up Ken Walker, Jordan Love, and a second for T. Higgins. I'm good. Don't like that trade.
I'm not the biggest fan of that one either, but next one is sent Dak, Devontae Adams, 24 seconds in the 306, got Lamar and a 24 first, has Pat Mahomes. Okay.
I love all of this.
Totally redeem yourself.
I love the aggregate, the whatever it ends up being, whatever it turns.
Yeah. No,
Shane,
you already
what
used
is
up
the
your big word? You already used up your big word. What the fuck were you going to say next?
I have no idea. I love the outcome of this deal. Look, did he probably give up a little much for Garrett Wilson and T. Higgins? I sure. Unless AR turns into what his college profile says he's going to actually be, which is a complete and utter bust in fantasy football and the NFL. So I get it. You took the risk. But I like it. I mean, you had Mahomes already, and then you worked your way and got Lamar. So I'm all good with this.
I'm still just... I was just going to ask Shane, what is the aggregate? The only aggregate PCCs is that we have Garrett Wilson and Lamar. I forget all the other stuff, but I like what I got. Even if I paid twice as much for it, doesn't matter.
So the only trade you could reasonably look at and say that he lost
Agree.
is AR, Ken Walker, whatever. AR and Jordan Love to get T. Higgins and Garrett Wilson. And guess what? That's the going price to get Garrett Wilson and T. Higgins. You gave up Jordan Love for him, so that's fine.
Yeah. Let's move on to... Let's go to Fly Paint 25. Thank you for the super chat, Fly Paint. I remember him from the other day. He what was his thing? He was like, it was something about him being like restless.
Yeah, Shane joked about his picture,
and I did. I was like, yeah, doesn't he look like he's not exactly the most patient person in the world?
Yes, that was it. That was it.
So thank you for the super chat, Fly Paint 25. Part 1 of 2. So this is a best ball 12 team Superflex, start 10, 1 PPR, 0.75 tight end premium. So it's 1.75 for tight ends. Traded away my 2024 rookie picks. Sorry. Mid draft, round 14. Okay. Trade away 24 rookie picks. Mid draft, round 14. Right now, Rodgers, Bryce, Mack at QB. Running backs are Dameon Pierce, Monty, Dalvin, Bigsby. Wide receivers, Amon Bra, Devontae Smith, Debo, DJ Moore. Tight ends, Pitts, Hawkinson, and Schultz. Okay, part 2 is 5 picks in rounds 15 to 17, mostly crappers. That's what it was. It was like he said he was gonna get a bunch of crappers. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start laughing again. Not be able to get this out.
Oh, the bonus on this is great.
What is it? All right. Mostly crappers left. Keep going tight ends or add more running backs. How's this? How's this team? Bonus $5 super chat if Shane farts into the mic. Oh, we're children, but it's so funny. If he farts into the mic, we get $5, Shane.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're gonna keep your $5. Congrats, though, bro.
That's all. That's in the aggregate. That's all.
That's all. That's all.
What do you think?
Man.
What do you think here?
So, I mean, it's a 12-team start 10. It's best ball. It's 1.75 PPR for tight ends. He already traded away his 24 picks. Sorry. I like how he puts the sorry in there. I mean, I really feel like you kind of have to get within roster construction here, but I don't know, Shane. Do you think this team can win? Aaron Rodgers, Bryce Young, Mac Jones. I mean,
No. Damian Pierce, Monty, Dalvin, Tank, Bigsby, Amon-Ra.
Amon Bra.
Amon-Ra. Okay, Devonta Smith, I like. Diva. No, I like Peds, but no, I don't think this team's going to win.
So what do you do with all your remaining picks?
Trade them all.
For what?
I don't know. There's future picks, rookie picks. All I want is rookie picks. Can I get some rookie picks? Show me what picks he's got left.
He has all of his startup picks, 15 through 17. He has 5 more
15
picks.
through 17. Oh my god.
Yeah. Look at all. I mean, pay attention to look at all his players.
Running back.
No,
running
it's
back.
best ball. It's
I don't
best
care.
ball.
Well,
It's best
I don't
ball.
play
You
best
want-
ball, so he shouldn't have asked my opinion.
We should have just saved this question for 15 minutes when Ray goes on.
Yeah, I was about to say, Shane doesn't even like basketball, but should he
No.
take my spot and join and talk to Ray?
No, that's. I'll put it this way: you'll hear me talk about roster construction and lineup in best ball totally differently. When you get to a point where the running backs you're drafting are, I hope there's an injury so that guy gets some touches. That's where you probably want to cut it off in lineup or in best ball. Those are the running backs you don't want to backfill your team with as many of those guys as you can get. In fact, you want to go the other way. Can I draft the KJ Osbornes, the Marquez Valdez-Scantlings, the Tyquan Thorntons? Like those are the guys you probably want in best ball from a construction standpoint, especially if you're trying to contend. All the running backs are going to just get you a lot of zeros if you have too many of them in that dead range.
Okay. Good answer.
Thank you, Shane.
I feel like I learned something.
Good. Are you going to get into a best ball league?
No, it's fucking stupid. Set a lineup like an adult.
Okay.
No, I love your reasoning though. You were like, if you haven't lost 3 weeks, match us because of bad decisions for start sets. It's so true.
Part of what's fun about fantasy football, dynasty football, is that it can mirror your life, right? There's these moments of There's these moments of hope, of renewal, of looking to the future, and then there's also sometimes where it goes, oh, I kicked myself in the balls, and that the reason that went wrong was completely my fault. And that's what lineup setting is sometimes. So I like it.
Okay. The Bill Willicheks, thank you for the super chat. 12-team Superflex, start 10, PPR 1.5 for tight ends. QBs are T-Law, Dak, Dimes, Mac, Jimmy G. Running backs, Bijan, Hall, Chubb, Ramondre. Wide receivers, Diggs, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Juju. Tight end, Andrews. Thanks for the help to get here. Now, what are the next moves to make?
Well, let's see. So start 10. You already got T-Law. I mean, I'd love to upgrade from Dak, but I'm okay with the Dak, Danny Dimes, T-Law QB room. I'm okay if you can't go trade up for a better one. What would you do here, Shane? I'd be trying to trade from some of my excess here because I think I have the structure with Diggs, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Mark Andrews, Breece Hall.
I feel like a Ramondre hater tonight, but I keep looking at Ramondre on just about every roster that comes up, and I'm like, can I move him?
And it doesn't even mean anything to you. Like you see his name, and you're like, ugh.
Well, I mean, he's the one you put it this way. Shane will see this differently than me because he would go trade Nick Chubb and Ramondre Stevenson. I look at it more of I'm shopping a running back. I would trade Bijan Robinson on this team if I get the appropriate value. I'm okay trading a running back. Which one has the strongest market?
But yeah, so look, this is what we always look at, right? When we do trades, is what has the most value that's going to hurt me the least. Basically, what's the difference between Bijan and Ramondre? Like, what's that going to be? I just guess. I don't know, 10 fantasy points a game if Bijan hits his ceiling and Ramondre doesn't. So yeah, would I trade Bijan for any of the elite quarterbacks? Well, goddamn right I would. But Bijan in and of himself, I don't think is going to do it. So if I got to use a piece plus a running back anyway, then I'd rather just use Ramondre as that other running back and then Dak as the other piece to try to tier up to a quarterback.
Okay, so say you cannot get Mahomes, Allen, or Hurts. Would you give up Dak Prescott and Bijan for Herbert or Burrow?
No.
Or Lamar Jackson?
I get something back with Lamar. Lamar's in that tier that people have forgotten about. But
Danny Dimes and Bijan for Burrow or Herbert.
I think about Herbert.
Because I think that's where you have to
think about Burrow too. I think about it, but I don't know if I could pull the trigger. I got to be honest with you. I don't know that I could.
And this is the reason I ask you those two questions is this is one of the QB rooms. I'm okay not having a second elite quarterback here. It's not optimal, but if you're telling me I have to go give Bijan and Dak to get Burrow or Herbert, I'll just bet on Danny Dimes and Dak getting closer to those guys. And I have the 3 QBs that I have insurance-wise in case I have an injury versus overpaying for a – now, if you're getting me Mahomes, that's different. Mahomes, I'll give you any 2 skill players I have on my team to get Mahomes. I'll give you Dak and any other player on my roster to get Mahomes. Hurts, Allen, okay, you could stomach that. But as soon as you go down to the next tier, I don't think you need to go there given your QB room that you have already.
Let's move this one. Thank you for that super chat. Let's move to John Stamos.
John Stamos?
Yeah, I know. John Stamos is here.
Big fan of the women that he
John Stamos only gave us $2.
No,
I'm fucking with you. John, thank you for the super chat. 1 of 2, 12-team, 1 QB, start 8, full PPR. I gave Chubb 107. Also gave up 26 second and got Garrett Wilson the 305. Wide receivers are CD, AJB, Garrett Wilson, Godwin. Did I do good? So again, it's a 12-team, 1 QB, start 8, full PPR. Gave Chubb 107 and a 26 second to get Garrett Wilson and a third.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Garrett Wilson's a top 5 dynasty wide receiver. Nick Chubb is 28 years old, already over the cliff. He's playing on borrowed time, and the 107 we've talked about, and it's a 1 QB league, right? A 107 in a 1 QB league. I don't even remember who it was. I remember we did that series. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all, Bob.
Yeah, definitely did it. Those going back to those videos are funny too, especially when Shane is like saying that he has a player in a certain spot, but that like you didn't even pick that player on like the previous show. Oh no, remember we didn't even like draft for you at one of them. Like the 109 show, we just skipped Shane's 1 QB board or something like that. Okay,
we're saving the Trey Benson question for Ray.
Yeah.
Ray loves Trey Benson. He loves Trey Benson. We're going to talk some Trey Benson when Ray comes on. So I made an executive decision and pulled that one down for a minute.
No, that sounds fine. That sounds fine. I actually need a minute to make something real quick. So let's put up here. Would you mind, Scott? Just put something up, Scott or Shane, and start talking. I'm gonna do a graphic.
Let's make Shane feel good. We're gonna go Mikey in Paradise. He said he just wants to contribute to the cause. Keeping the band together. Gave a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Mikey. We appreciate it. Shane, any words?
Truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate everybody that's actually watching. This is pretty cool. We're going to be going into hour 3 in a minute. I'm going to get to take a cigarette break and just absolutely inhale these cigarettes. Like it's going to be probably 3 at once. It's going to be disgusting. But I mean, thank you so much for watching.
And you know what? We've been trying to get the Zevia sponsor and the Bang sponsor, but we're going to end up getting a tobacco sponsor.
Newport, can I get Newport Hundreds? Port, menthol, some menthol. Look, they got a bad rap in the community. I'm willing to go to bat for them. Like I'll take anyone's money, you know. It really doesn't.
This one will make you feel even better, Shane. We got Lou Zilli put out a super chat. Best content creators, and then he had to throw in the Fly Eagles Fly chant in there. Go Birds. So do you have any words for your fellow Eagle fan, Shane?
Hopefully you don't have to take 95 to work. That sucks, but I don't know if you saw today. 4 weeks, they're going to have the bridge up and running. I just am not going to be one of the first people going over that goddamn thing. But yeah, go Birds. Probably going to win the Super Bowl this year. So that'd be nice since we keep losing in the championship everywhere.
Yep. All right, trade question, Josh Widmer. He says 12-team Superflex start 10. Shane, he needs to know if this team can contend.
Okay.
He's got Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson, and Kyler Murray. So that's a baller QB room right there. His running backs, that is it. Aaron Jones, Antonio Gibson, and Samaje Perine. With Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle, CeeDee Lamb, Hollywood Brown. Everyone on this channel apparently loves Treylon Burks because I think he's been on every single team we've had a question about. But he's got Treylon Burks, Chiggy Okonkwo, and the correct bench/roster construction, whatever that means. But I assume he's probably not completely whiffing on his roster construction on his bench. Shane, can this team win? And if not, what does it need to do?
Can it win? Yes, but it does need to make some moves. Like when we say a team can win, we do build in that you have to make moves to do so, right? Right, like that's just okay. I'm just making sure, but yeah, can you win? Sure. I think I'd move off of Ridley. I think the community likes him more than we should, and I partly take the blame for that. And you already know I'm trying to move Kyler. Unfortunately, Kyler's not going to get you a lot right now, so you're going to have to wait till he comes back and does some things. Apparently, you could trade Chiggy for any first of any draft, and I'd obviously be looking to move Burks.
So he's got 1.5 PPR, another one of those leagues where the PPR is higher in running back scoring than it is for receivers. With that said, would you be targeting some of those cheaper pass catching running backs? Would this be the format you'd want to go get somebody like James Cook? Someone like, and maybe pay the square price for James Cook in this type of format, but not probably pay a first?
Yeah, if I can get James Cook, I tell you what, can I trade Burks for James Cook plus?
Maybe a second.
Yeah.
Go get it. Go buy yourself another pass catching running back. Cause I without knowing like what the scoring matrix would say here, I would guess you probably want to flex running backs at a even higher rate than receivers because they're going to scope a little bit further out in terms of like, you can still start the grinders that are touchdown dependent, but there's going to be some pass catchers that are really viable flexes versus some of the receivers, like some of the low end receiver threes and stuff. Like they're probably beaten in the flex by some running backs. So you can probably find some cheap pass catching running backs to throw in there. And you probably don't have to pay the first price to get them.
Right. Hey, no.
Oh yeah. Shane wants to put this up. Go ahead,
Hey,
Shane.
Thomas. Thanks for the super chat, bro. Thoughts on rookie wide receivers? M. Wilson, Tank Dell.
You're fuzzy. You're fuzzy. Why don't you use your hand and?
It's because it's a Tank Dell and Michael Wilson question, so that immediately makes him fuzzy. There you go.
So I'll just keep this broad. They're wide receivers that had what? Tank Dell had the best draft capital out of them. Did he have the third round?
No, Michael Wilson. Yep.
Michael Wilson did, but he had no college production and he was hurt literally all the time in college. Tank Dell is 5'6" and 114 pounds. And Hyatt fell further in the draft than we would like. So I'm not particularly enamored with any of those wide receivers. But, if you're in the third round of the draft and you can't trade out, you have to draft someone. That's running back class wasn't what we thought it was. Sure, take a shot on them.
Well, and guess what? We are going to talk some best ball here soon. And those are like the prototypical best ball receivers. Those are probably where the line you would draw in a lineup league. I don't want those guys in a lineup league, but in best ball, give me some Charlie Jones. Give me some Tank Dell. Give me some Michael Wilson. And just to answer very quickly, I do not want Taysom Hill on any teams.
Just clogging spot.
Absolutely.
Yep. Guys, is it time to bring on Ray? I see him in the waiting room. Hopefully, yep, he's waving. Hopefully, he got what he needed on his rider. right? Apparently, Devy Kane was unimpressed with the sandwiches that we had waiting for him. So let's bring Ray on. Shane, are you gonna just smoke a ton of cigarettes here in 30 minutes or so?
Look,
We'll
if there's
see you
any
back.
if there's any kids watching, remember cigarettes are bad, so don't smoke. But yeah, I'm gonna go smoke like probably half a pack of cigarettes and just look. I work to get this beautiful voice. You know what I mean? Like you don't just sound like this naturally. So
right.
yeah, I'm gonna go smoke some menthols because if you're gonna do it right. Sorry I couldn't be on with Ray, but no, it'd be nice to take a break. You guys have a great time, and I'll be back.
Okay,
Bye, Shane.
sounds good. Bye, Shane. Okay, let's put on Ray G here. What's up, man?
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing tonight?
Dude, Ray G is joining tonight. Thank you for joining, man. This is going to be a lot of fun. I didn't realize how long 3 hours was going to feel. My back is crushed. I lost my break somehow. Shane's like super pumped right now. But Ray, introduce yourself for everybody who's been under a rock. What do you do? Go ahead. Talk to us.
Appreciate you, Clay. And I do not empathize with you in the time that you have spent on this show. I know doing a full weekend of the draft, it's a grind, but y'all are doing phenomenal. And I just want to say to see Dynasty Trades in 5 grow the way that it has, hell, over the last year, 6 months, man, it's been phenomenal. But y'all know y'all can find me on Twitter at RayGQ, doing stuff at Destination Devy. YouTube, Twitter, got a good team of content creators. Scott does some stuff over at Destination Devy with me. So really, I just love football, man. Like, honestly, I love the game and like the strategy that fantasy football sort of brings to the game of football. But that's all I really want to do, man. I've never called myself an analyst. I just say I like talking football and talking ball and like this crazy game that we play. So thanks for having me on, man.
No, thanks for joining. So we're going to talk some dynasty best ball. Obviously, it's becoming more popular, but it's, I don't know. I think we should try to disrupt in this space. We'll talk about that offline, guys. But Scott, do you want to tee this up? Start talking about a dynasty best ball and where your head's at, because I know you're trying to build up your best ball portfolio here.
Yeah, I remember maybe 18 months ago. I believe it was during the end of the 2021 season. Ray and I got in a Twitter thread about best ball, and I think some of my comments, I don't know if you remember the thread, Ray, but it was talking about how you lose your edge when you don't set a lineup, and I was Mr. anti-best ball dynasty. In fact, I probably played in 5 or 6 best ball dynasties, 2017, 2018, like before it was a mainstream thing. And then I quit them in like 2020, 2021. I go, best ball sucks. Like, I don't get to make lineup decisions. And I got spoiled during COVID too, because there was a lot of, you guys remember the COVID dynasty season. Oh, yeah. Every single day it was, this guy has COVID. Yep. Then you're doing the math in your head. Is he going to be able to test out in that 5-day window where he can actually play? Players getting COVID an hour before the game. And so if you had to set a lineup, some people got screwed, right? They had guys in, they were counting on the weekend, Thursday night player. They didn't put them in. 3 players on Sunday get COVID. And now they don't have enough starters and they're screwed because they can't go back and put them in. So I think you get a little spoiled during those times and you go, it's a big edge if you're just an obsessive grinder like I am. Man, I got such an edge. Ray's going to miss those players and I'm going to beat him, right? That's my edge. Pass forward, all the stuff I do now, trying to balance like actually a full-time career and doing dynasty. Like, it's nice to build a best ball portfolio. But I think the biggest thing, and Ray hasn't really sold me on it, he's influenced me on it. And I think there's a big difference. Like, Ray's not selling me. He's just going, this is the benefit. This is why I like it. Ray's a busy dude, runs his own business, has a family, has his own career. Why is best ball better? But it's different. The roster construction's different. The nuances of trading is different. You can diversify players in best ball. So we get a lot of best ball questions and we don't really answer them. That's why we wanted to have Ray on tonight. So it's different. It's a different game. And now that we get more into warp and roster construction, it's like, man, it is a different sport. It's still fantasy football, but it's a little bit different. So that's it. I think I just want to build a portfolio and play both. And
Scott, you hit it's different. I would never say that it's better than a lineup league, but it's just different. It's truly, Shane was just talking about a Tank Dell and he's 5'6", and when do you ever, like, anyone that plays in a lineup league, you don't want to sit there and figure out when to start Tank Dell. But, in best ball, I think what it does is it sort of rewards the fantasy gamer that grinds in a different way, right? That's looking at sort of the overall team philosophy, both sides of the ball, offensively, defensively, and grinding those Michael Wilson, Tank Dell edges, because you want those sort of spike weeks from a receiver when majority of NFL teams are running out 3 wide receiver sets. And, you're looking at an offense where they've got a primary ball carrier that's running the ball 60% of the time. And just so happens that guy can catch passes. You may be influenced to or inclined to draft some of those receivers from those teams over. So it's not that it's better. It's not that it's worse. It's just different. And I think my big thing, and I've talked to Scott about this, and this is one of the things that I appreciate about Scott, and I gave him this compliment today, is that he's flexible, right? You can have a process, you can have a strategy, you can have sort of a way that you normally go about doing things, but I think you always need to be flexible enough to sort of read the room and sort of ride the wave of that league and of that format. And I just think when you try different things, whether that's auction, whether that's best ball, whether that's lineup, whether that's start 2 tight end premium, underdog drafts, whatever the case may be, you grow, right? You become a better fantasy gamer. You become a better processor by just doing different things and understanding different formats. So it's easy. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just easy. You get all the benefits of a lineup league, of a traditional dynasty league, without the Sunday morning maintenance. Let's say that, because it's a grind. You play in 20, 30 leagues, and 11:30, you're trying to prioritize which one you need to set your lineup with. This one, I think there is a little more thought of how you construct your team in best ball versus lineup.
It's funny that you say that. When I became, this is just side note, when I became a patron of Scott and Shane's, I went from having 2 dynasty leagues, join their patrons, and of course everybody's talking in the group meetings, hey, let's start this league. Went from 2 leagues to like 12 in one off season. All of a sudden I was like, what the hell, all this lineup setting? It is absurd. Now the numbers gotten bigger, unfortunately. But Scott, Ray, let's talk roster construction in dynasty best ball. In best ball, how does it differ? We've been saying how best ball is just different than lineup. How is roster construction different?
I mean, I'll let Ray give his take, but I would just say that the biggest difference is that gross tier of running backs in lineup, where you're sitting here going, man, why would you roster all of these running backs that are the Zonovan Knights of the world, the Ronald Jones of the world? In best ball, you're looking at your teams going, all right, if that guy's going to be the 3rd string running back, even if he's an injury away, I don't want him until he's an injury away. Yep. Or I don't want him until the injury happens, right? Because you can't afford to have 7 of those guys on your bench. Instead, what would you probably rather have? Maybe an extra dart or 2 at tight end, but more likely you're going to want to have those receivers that I call roster cloggers. And when you see me say roster cloggers, we're usually referring to lineup leagues. Like, that's one thing I've had to grow in my portfolio is I am so robotic in drafts. Ray knows when it gets to the round 3 and beyond receivers, I'm just like, no. But in best ball, it's like, man, I got to get some Tank Dell. I got to get some Michael Wilson, some Puka Nacua, some Charlie Jones. Like, there's a place for those guys, but only in best ball. Like, you have to be cognizant of where you roster them. That's the difference. That is the range where I think the biggest difference is in best ball and lineup.
And if you want to surmise everything that Scott just said, you do not want to roster zeros. You do not want a bunch of zeros on your lineup. Yes, I get it. If you're trying to tank and you want to remove scoring and get the points off your team, that's one thing. But ultimately in best ball, you want as many darts or many cracks of somebody actually scoring points in your roster construction as humanly possible. You don't want a bunch of 3rd string running backs that may get a carry every other game, right? You are better off throwing out Puka Nacua, who's going to be out there in 3-4 wide receiver sets. You're better off taking a shot on a Tank Dell, who may be out there in 12 personnel, right? Even if that player isn't somebody that you would consider a high-end asset, it's a player that's probably going to score you points. And I've always said this, Clay, I'm looking for guys that have an opportunity to get me an opportunity to score some fantasy points. Mm-hmm. And in best ball, that's not the 3rd string running back, right? That's not the backup quarterback. I see so many best ball rosters and they've got like 2nd and 3rd string quarterbacks. And I'm like, why on earth would you even roster one of these? This is the epitome of a best ball clogger, that Tyler Huntley that you have to hold on to just in case Lamar goes down. It's a wasted roster spot. It's not saying that Tyler Huntley doesn't have value, because if something happens to Lamar, people will want him. But you've got a roster and you can only hold 25 and you're wasting a spot on Tyler Huntley. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Exactly. No, that made me think about quarterbacks too. So let's say it's a 12-team Superflex. We always go off of Ray, like a start 10 with a, let's call it a 1.75 tight end premium. But how many quarterbacks do you want in best ball in that kind of format? And we'll use however many man rosters you want, 25, 30. But I mean, are we talking like 4 quarterbacks?
I would say bare freaking minimum. And I mean, bare minimum is 2. And if you go with the 2 QB build, one of them better be a BAM tier guy. And by BAM tier, I call that by any means necessary. It's Mahomes, it's Hurts, it's Allen. It's those 3 guys. If you have one of those guys, they're just so good. There's so much of a difference maker that if you can get to elite guys, it's great, right? But theoretically, it's probably not going to happen. So let's just say in sort of a vanilla world where you get a Mahomes, I'm not rushing out to draft Tua to pair with him, right? I can take some chances a little bit later. And I know some people that just get dirty, Clay. They give me all the old guys. Give me Ryan Tannehill. Give me Mac Jones. Give me these guys. I've got a stud. Let me just backfill with the Desmond Ritters. And you're just, it's a probability game. The more darts you have at somebody doing something, Ritter doesn't have to be great. All you need him to be good is for that 1 week or 2 weeks out of the year. So ideally, you probably want to be at 3 at a bare minimum. In a 12-team league, you need 3. Ideally, you would like that 4, and that 4th being a developmental guy, somebody that you can flip and not trip about, right? The Sam Howells, the Ritters, one of those guys to where if they show something, you can move them off your roster for something better.
Ray, how much have you learned from doing underdog the last couple of years to make you a better best ball dynasty player? Just from like understanding roster construction, but then you also host shows and have your own community that's constantly talking about dynasty market values. How have those blended together? Because I know a lot of people in here, I guarantee, have played $5 here, $10 here on underdog, but they haven't really thought about how that can translate to dynasty. And there's a lot of crossover, don't you think?
I mean, it's one and the same. I mean, the only difference with dynasty and redraft, it's the same thing. You're just carrying one over with the same team year after year, right? But I think a lot of the same principles as I think constructing and team building, things that you talk about all the time, right? This is what this show, you guys talk strategy, process, how to build a roster. Those things are so sort of like the trends that underdog they're following year after year. I mean, it's sort of, they may be ahead of the curve when they're looking at how important receivers are. And when you're seeing these receivers go off of the board so early in the valuation of the running backs falling down, even in underdog drafts. And when you're talking about 600, 500,000 people in the same type of format, that's a large sample size. So that what I think it really focuses the fantasy gamer to do is to think about correlation, right? And I know that in a dynasty league, you cannot predict correlation 5 years down the line. I don't know who the hell the Chiefs are going to play in week 17, 2-3 years from now. But what I do think is that if you are in a win now, you know which direction you are. You do a startup draft and you're like, you know what? I'm going all in. Yeah. You can start to think about, man, if I do draft a Cooper Kupp here, Matthew Stafford's chilling way down here in round 20. Nobody wants him. I mean, it's probably worth the Stafford dart throw is probably worth more than the Sam Howell dart throw just because of the expected points that you get by grouping him and Cooper Kupp together. So I just think that it just forces you to sort of stretch your way of thinking on how to build if you want to win now, and just a really good gauge and temperature of how the market and the community are valuing these players right now. Even in Dynasty, you see guys with a high ADP like a Deebo Samuel, ADP 39, and he's consistently 40s, 50s, and under. People still don't want him. And it's the same way in Dynasty. People still don't want him. So I think there's just a lot of parallels to market value and just roster construction.
So Scott posed a question, and he was like, "Here, ask Ray this." So here we are. I didn't realize this, but apparently fab can be a big benefit in best ball. What is that?
Well, and here's
Go ahead,
what I'm
Scott, take
thinking
over.
is Ray already hit on this. Do you want to carry the Tyler Huntley in a best ball league? Probably not, because it's a 0. It's a guaranteed 0, right? Do you want to carry all the backup third string running backs? Do you want to carry the Zonovan Knights, the Ty Chandlers in best ball? No. However, how valuable is it when one of those guys steps into a role because of the injury, and now all of a sudden you can probably replace a more valuable piece because it's best ball? Like if you're in a lineup league and you have 2 good quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson might get hurt. Tyler Huntley's on waivers. You don't have Lamar Jackson. You still have to determine, how much do I really want to spend on Tyler Huntley when I already have Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson? Probably not as much as in a best ball league where I'm going, Ray, you only have Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson. You'd love to add that Tyler Huntley for 4 weeks. And that's where having the 30% fab that you can throw around a couple times, I think matters more, because those trigger positions, running back and quarterback, are very much linear. Starter goes down, the next guy comes up and is right into scoring points mode. I want to have the most fab in the league. So I have 3 or 4 opportunities during the year where I can go, I'm buying, because it's not buying 4 spot starts. It's buying 4 players that are not zeros in my lineup, and I don't have to sit or start them. So talk about your strategy with fab.
Well, Scott, here's a great example in the application of that playing out last season, right? Even in a lineup league, how many times did you feel confident throwing Brock Purdy in your lineup? I mean, just
it was too late when you did. Like, he had already had a couple, Yep.
Best ball, if you had the money to get him, you didn't have to worry about it, right? You had him, you played defense, and every game that he went out there and overproduced, you realized those points. You weren't just like, damn, I picked him off waivers and now he's sitting on my bench. Or week 17, Jarrett Stidham. Nobody, unless you were absolutely forced to start him at quarterback, you didn't roll him out there. But in best ball, if you had the fab there to pick him up, I mean, he won you a championship. I mean, he balled out in that game, and you would have never predicted that in a lineup league. So therein lies where I believe fab is a little more valuable in best ball for those situations, for when you pick up that backup running back that you're just like hoping a prayer that they do something this week. I don't know. There is no hope. I have him. If he does it, great. If not, I can cut him and it's a goodbye.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I want to throw this up there.
Some of these. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Well, no, I'm going to throw this up there because this is the next comment that came into the chat.
Yeah.
Trent, giving us a little bit of a nudge there. Is there any time when Ray is in here and we are not talking best ball? We're not going to talk about lineup tonight, but Ray, I got some Devy questions that were spilled over from before that I saved for you. Can you flip your brain for 10 minutes?
Oh, can I ask Clay one thing real quick? I want to ask him, because we're talking, and I want to ask this Trades in 5 community, and I want to challenge this Trades in 5 community, because we've spent so much time talking about lineup or best ball, when I think the real conversation we should have had is snake draft versus auction draft. So I just want to ask you, Mr. Dynasty Pandemic, where do you lie on the auction versus snake? Because I'm just going to tell you, the crazy thing about me doing, it's probably 95% of my leagues are all auction. The concept of ADP now means nothing to me. Like I can't even, it's very difficult for me to even talk about it in terms of like startup picks, because I just look at warp and data and I know how much money I need to spend in an auction. Like it almost has made those things just irrelevant. Like I don't know what their ADP. I don't know what Aaron Jones's ADP is, but I know what he is, and I know what I would spend on him to be on my roster. So where do you lie on the auction versus snake?
I like auctions. They're a lot of fun, but I'm not very good at them. I'm not very good at them. I'm just better as a snake drafter. I think it's funny actually, because Shane the other day, he was like, yeah, when I have an auction, he's like, it's a 2-year build. he's like, I'm going to suck the first year. But no, I like auction to a certain extent, just because it's so, it's so liquid. It's all over the place. It's the wild, wild west. Every single time you're in an auction, like, don't have a plan. Why are you going to have a plan in an auction? The plan's thrown out the window immediately. I lean snake in terms of what I prefer. Give me snake with a third round reversal over an auction.
All right,
today.
quick question, and then I'll give you guys your show back. Snake draft. It's heavy quarterback juice, Clay. I mean, QB is important. Everyone knows it. The randomizer hits. It's a 14-team league, and you draw the 113.
Awesome.
Or it's a 12-team league, and you draw the 111. You still feeling good about that snake out of that 111 and that 112 or that 113 when you're seeing that's
no.
And maybe it's just the economy in which we're in right now with quarterback and Superflex. But I feel like if you draw that in a snake, you're at anything after 103, you're probably at a significant disadvantage from a quarterback perspective. But my God, if you draw the 112 or the 111, and heaven forbid it's not even third round reversal, I feel like you're just at such a disadvantage at that point. It kind of makes it unenjoyable.
It does. It's brutal. You're toast if you're at the end with no third round reversal, and you just have to like pray for some inefficient picks by people in your league, because otherwise everybody you want is going to be gone. What do you think, Scott? Auction. I know you're an auction guy now, right? Auction over snake all day.
Yeah, and I think I'm leaning more towards auctions every single day because the warp and roster construct stuff is getting so popular at this point. Rarely do you find a league where people are just like, I have no plan. I have no plan for roster construction, especially where like Ray and I are probably pulling a lot of the people we're playing in leagues with. You're going to find sharp people. So it's really hard to find the edge in just picking the players. It doesn't exist. So you have to find a way to do it outside of just picking players. And auction gives me much more flexibility to build my team the way that I want. Put this up there for Garrett because it fits right with the theme. Our heroes versus villains. Ray, he wants to know, he's in my division. He wants to know how I'm going to draft. Do you have a 30-second answer to that?
Scott is hard but fair. I'll say that. He's difficult, but he will back off and he will push at times. He's hard but fair. There are times where I thought he could have been more aggressive, and there are times where I'm like, man, I wish that Joker would have held back some. But he's tough, but he's not reckless. I'll just say that he's methodical, and he's gonna play with the board. He's gonna play with the board.
I have a portfolio. If there is a weakness you can get me on, it is the portfolio of I may be making decisions that you may not understand why, and it's because I have an entire portfolio that I'm playing based off of. So a couple others I want to hit you with, Ray. Dr. B. Harris, shout out to DD. He wants to know your thoughts. Trey Benson.
Yeah, that's somebody that I've been talking about for quite some time now, Scott. I think we actually rostered him in a league like 2 years ago. I was like, man, get that Trey Benson, I'm telling you. And I mean, I like him. I'm just, the NFL doesn't like running backs, so how can I get too enthusiastic about any of them, right? When you're talking about, in a very general sense, a 60%er versus a 40%er, he profiles as a guy that can be a 60%er in the NFL. He's got the size, 6 foot, 6'1", 215, 220. I think he's going to test fine. Right now in my current database, I got him day 2 capital, like just my early summer grades. I think he's a day 2 pick, second or third rounder, somewhere there. I like him a lot. I mean, but he's a running back, man. He's and then if he's a second or third round running back, and I know 2-3 years ago we said that's a good thing, and now I'm just like, you're just a second or a third round running back. Like, good for him in year 1. We'll see what happens in year 2 and beyond. But I like Trey Benson. I like the player. I think he's a damn good running back. Fantasy, I mean, to be honest with you, there aren't too many of these guys that I'm just like, that's a hammer, right? That's going to be a dude. And I know it's going to be a dude. He's good. I like him.
Yeah, I think he probably fits in the Kendre Miller, Tank Bigsby. That's probably what you're hoping, like Roshan Johnson, like he's a second round dynasty pick. But to Ray's point, like, I don't think there's a lot of running backs that we're going to see coming through in the next couple of years that we're like, I got to have that guy. I got to trade up to get him. Like, we're going to be spoiled by the Gibbs and Bijan draft capital. Mm-hmm. And every year we're going to go, man, Ray, when's the next time you think you see 2 first round running backs? Like, I think it either becomes an NFL trend or we're just looking at an outlier year this year. And I probably would bet on the latter if I had to place a bet.
Yeah.
Those two are special. Not just 2 first-round running backs, 2 top 15, 2 top 12 picks at running back. That's kind of wild.
Ray, what was your reaction when the Lions took Gibbs?
I thought it was dope. I mean, I thought it was
you did
good.
because
Yeah.
I mean, just like seeing the reactions from like just people, fancy Twitter, just everybody being like, "What the hell are they doing?"
Yeah, it's
like,
a horrible draft pick by, but let's be honest, it was a horrible draft pick by Atlanta to draft Bijan Robinson where they did. I mean,
Yep.
I'm just not drafting a running back that high. I would never do it. I would never do it if I were in the NFL ever. Never name the running back. I think it's one of the worst investments you can make in sport. But for fantasy, I was super excited. The Lions offense is fantastic. You put Gibbs on there, he's going to smash. Awesome landing spot.
Yep.
Nick Singleton. I think we heard rumbles of Nick Singleton going down the, Travion Henderson was the next Bijan. Nick Singleton was going to be the next Travion Henderson, where after a year, man, he's the guy to get in 2 years. Is this a guy you'd sell for a win now running back right now, Ray, and just bet against the projection that he's going to be Gibbs, Bijan level? Like, that just seems like it's a good bet, right? If you can sell him at that cost.
Give me the running back. Just throw out a couple of names.
Just Ramondre.
Yes.
Not even close, right?
Yes. Give me Ramondre.
Damian Pierce.
If I'm trying to get it right now, yes, I'll take Damian Pierce, but my team better be ready to go. Here, let me tell you, there's good and bad to that, Scott, right? And I've been on both sides of it.
I know where you're going. I know the exact trade. You've shared it a million times.
2 years ago, when this running back was valued as the Dynasty RB3, people thought he was crazy for trading him to me, but I traded away Bijan Robinson going into his final year for DeAndre Swift straight up. And at the time, people were like, why would you trade Swift? That was a dumb move. He's RB3 in Dynasty. He's a beast. It's the Lions. And I look back today and like, man, I sold 40 cents on the dollar on that trade right there. So it's, again, how many leagues do you play in, Scott? How many Nick Singletons do you have? If you've got a couple of them, yes, liquidate 1 or 2, right? But if you've got one, he's one of the ones that just the community loves him. He's at new RBU. He's probably going to get the capital. He's going to test like a freak. He's probably going to be more valuable in 2 years. And I know it's a long way away. Then maybe you make that trade for Damian Pierce. He better be someone that helps you win. You get Damian Pierce, he better be the missing piece to your team. And Singleton's good though. I kind of was talking Quinshon Judkins, RB1 in that class. It's Singleton. Judkins is dope, but Singleton's a different cat, man. He's more athletic. He's got more juice. Judkins is a good running back, but it's Nick Singleton.
Yep. Can't argue with it. I wanted to put this one up there. FF Pariah put in this super chat. Shout out to Ray, Jay Rich, and everybody over in the Destination Devy Heisman crew. I second that. He said he found trades in 5 from there. So that's pretty cool that we're able to put that connection in there. So shout out to FF Pariah for the super chat. And then speaking of Destination Devy, yes, we did do, if you like Best Ball Dynasty, you got to check out that roster construction 4-parter that we did with, or I did with Mike and Adam of 4D Chess. That roster construction talked about some of the nuances and differences between lineup and best ball. And the 4D guys, like, they focus mostly on best ball. So that's one of the few like hardcore dynasty best ball shows out there where they are both playing with portfolios of mostly best ball teams. So if you want it, there's some nuance differences. You probably got to listen to a lot of them in a row to kind of start picking up on it. But I would recommend listening to that and then everything over at the DD feed. Check it out if you're not already.
No taxi. And most of the times, if you play in Devy Best Ball and Dynasty, those players eat up roster spots. So again, you talked about not holding zeros. You get all those Devy guys, and your team just not scoring any points. No taxi, no IR. That's your roster. You're either holding them or you're cutting them.
Do we have any more super chats that are directed to Ray, Scott, that you can tell?
Oh, we got a ton that are still in there, but I didn't see any that were specifically towards Devy or best ball or anything. So no.
Let me ask you this, Ray, because I asked this to Kane earlier in the Superstream. What are your thoughts? So obviously the 2023 class was just stupid hyped, right? We're all part of it. It's stupid hype since 2000, whatever. What do you think about the 24 class? Are you stoked about it? We know a couple big names at the top. I'm leaving it like that. What do you think about 24?
Yeah, I'm ecstatic about that class, but not even from the sense that it's deep. I really think that we should view classes, and I know a lot of people have already talked about it, that they judge it on the quarterback position, but I think it's really just a handful of guys. Who are the guys who can be those difference makers? And that's sort of my cutoff for the rookie draft. So when you're looking at 2024, if you're telling me foot to the fire right now, how many premium that without a shadow of a doubt dynasty assets are in 24, I'd say there's four. I'd say there's four premium guys right now. That's Caleb Williams, that's Drake May, that's Brock Bowers, and it's Marvin Harrison Jr. That doesn't mean Emeka Ibuka is bad. That doesn't mean I'm slandering Travion Henderson or Rocket Sanders, but you're talking about guys that we probably all would bet the mortgage on are probably going to be top 10 picks in the NFL draft. Shouldn't be a lot of debate about that. And those are good positions. You're getting two probably quarterbacks that are valued as top 10 dynasty quarterbacks from day one. You're getting a potential top 5 dynasty tight end. And I wouldn't be shocked if Marvin Harrison Jr. comes in and he's a top 5 dynasty receiver from the moment his name is called. So just from that perspective, if those guys, realize their ceilings, I mean, that would be an incredible class. If you got top 10, top 5 quarterbacks, a top 5 receiver, and a top 5 tight end out of one class. So Clay, for the life of me, and it's Destination Devy, I couldn't name 30 guys in the 24 class right now that are legit. I can rattle off names, but I mean, what is Tua's little brother really going to be? You know what I mean? He's going to be a UDFA, but like, I'm looking at that class from, I know there are 4 elite assets and some other good pieces. It's a phenomenal class. It's going to be fun. It's top 5 picks. Better have one.
Love it. Do you have anything else, Scott?
Nope.
New Ray plus Scott show. Yeah, you guys talk about yourself, what you're doing over there, and yeah, go ahead.
I'll let Ray do it. We set a half hour. He's been so gracious with his time.
Yes, he
I
has.
know his kid had a big baseball day today, which he posted about on Twitter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll just kick it to Ray. Most everybody in here already knows what Ray does.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted just to put that up there. Like 4 people have mentioned the show that we've kind of both hinted at. But yeah, that's it. Ray, what do you want to plug?
I just want to thank y'all, and I mean it sincerely. Like, I love seeing people grow, and this show has gotten so big, and so many people rely on you guys for strategy. There's a lot of people out there that can give their opinion. I like player A over player B, but to actually dive into something and take the time to break it down and walk somebody through the process, teaching them how to fish. Kudos to y'all for what you're doing, man. There's not a lot of people out there that does it. And, Clay, we're not in a bunch of leagues together, but I know Scott practices what he preaches. And that's what I always text him. And I say, we're not fantasy frauds. If I'm out there saying I'm going to draft a player, or I'm going to make this trade, or A-Rich is my 101, then damn it, I'm taking him 101.
We're in the trenches. We're in the trenches.
Then I'm going to go do it. So I just want to say to see the growth of this show has been phenomenal. Scott and I are going to do something here in the next month and really just blend. Really, I just want to talk about football, and I want him to talk about fantasy and where we agree and disagree, maybe where the game is changing, how we get an edge, and just talk ball. Set a topic, just talk ball, and just engage with people in the crowd about football, about fantasy, about the game, about things that we're noticing. So it's just going to be a real laid back, chill show. So look forward to that coming very soon, and everything else that we're doing at Destination Devy. You can find it on the YouTube channel. Subscribe to the podcast feed, free newsletter, website dropping real soon. We got a lot of good stuff coming, man. So appreciate y'all for giving me some time on your enormous platform tonight. Y'all are fantastic, man.
Dude, appreciate you, man. You guys do a lot of stuff. You're a busy man. Thank you for your time tonight. I see Shane in the background. Shane just sucked down like every cigarette in Philadelphia. No, but Ray, we'll let you go, man. Thanks again. We'll be in touch soon. Appreciate it.
Thanks to everybody in the chat that said nice things, man. Love y'all.
Yes.
Appreciate the support. Y'all have a good one.
See you, Ray.
Let's go.
Let's go. Dude, Ray is such a good dude.
Yeah, that is Shane now. He has the Ray GQ banner.
Ah, yes.
Poor Ray.
Yeah. Well,
That's a step back for Ray.
okay, that one will work there. I'm my back, bro. Not
Take a
gonna lie.
break. Isn't it your turn to take a break?
Well, who's going to be in the middle? Who wants to come in from the crowd? It is.
Well-
I would like a break if possible.
Well, okay, let's be honest. We did have a full agenda
live
that
roster
I
review.
wrote out, which included a live roster review, which was supposed to be at I don't even
An
remember the
hour ago
time.
or
It was
something.
supposed to
Yeah.
be
An hour ago.
sometime before Ray came on, and we obviously just skipped that. Apparently,
Yeah.
was not. And of course, that was Clay's break. So Clay did not get his break. We were going to do a live roster review, but we never did. We can do some questions. We can just
Let's Clay go away.
Yeah, I'm gonna go away. Let's go.
Smoke some nut dust.
Yeah, we'll talk about that too when I'm back. Do you guys just want to do the solo? Yeah, you guys do your thing. I'm gonna walk away. Gotta stand up. See you in a bit.
All right, we'll get to see Clay's cool new digs that he just moved into over the weekend.
Yeah. You see, I got the flow here. I got
Yeah,
the
center
flow.
that
Good
painting.
vibes.
Center
You
that
want me to center
painting.
the
That
painting. Okay.
perfect. That's
Beautiful.
very, very nice. Very nice.
All right.
I
actually
did a
don't
lot of
wanna be
talking.
Seen though. I actually don't want to be seen though. That's the problem.
Okay, then turn your camera
I'm
off.
gonna do weird stuff here. So no, I'm kidding.
Let's just leave the stream. Go away.
I'm trying to, dude.
Go smoke some nut dust.
I just left him and he came back. There we go.
There we
go.
go. All right. So, Devy trade. Ooh, love Devy from Austin Michael. Wait, you guys didn't do this while I was out, did you?
No, we did not. Anyone that is in there, we did not do. So go ahead and roll with whatever one you would like to do.
All right. It was offered Christian Watson, Kendre Miller, and the Devy 2.05 in a 14-team Superflex league, tiered PPR, start to tight end. But there's no. What was he offering it for?
Was offered Christian Watson, Kendre Miller, and the Devy 205 and a 14-team start 13 tiered PPR start 2 tight end. Was there not 2 parts to this one?
He didn't put part 1 of 2, so there's a good chance we didn't get that second part. I'll tell you what, Austin. Sure, if you were offered that for nothing, do it.
Yeah, put the second part in there because I do want to hit a Devy trade like that because I think there's some theory that you can talk through with it. But if there's a second part and he's still tuning into the stream, then put that in there. I did want to throw this in there too. JT said his cousin's getting married during the live stream, but cheers. So thank you for your cousin thanks you for actually going to their wedding and not going to the Dynasty Trades in 5 live stream, but you still put the super chat. So thank you.
There are absolutely nothing that's more fun in life than fucking weddings, man. Especially like in your 20s when you're single. Those are fucking.
I'm throwing this up there just because you're back. Daniel Walker, catch you in the morning. Go Birds, you rock. All right.
Go Birds.
Thank you. There was another one I wanted to ask you about this one. It wasn't a super chat, but I thought it was an interesting topic. Going from a 10-team to a 12-team. They currently have 20-man rosters. So 10-team, 20-man rosters. Without having to start over. How do you expand in a league? Is it possible? How would you do it if you had a 10-team? You would never be in a 10-team, 20-man roster league, but if you were and you wanted to make it 12, how would you go about it?
I don't know. You're going to have to talk me through this because I've never really been in a league where it expanded. Like every league I've ever been in has started as 12 or, 14 and stayed that way. Like how do you...
Well, think through it because I've never done it either. I've contracted. I've gone from a 14 team to a 12 team, and we just basically worked the players that got cut into the rookie draft, and the 2 teams essentially were pushed out. So there was a kind of like a supplemental / rookie draft where everyone got like an extra pick, but it still favored the teams that were at the bottom. But going the other way, you'd have to do like you'd have to almost do keepers, right? And have some players get cut.
You'd have to do, and it's already a shallow roster. And don't quote me on the math because again, that's not my expertise. But I don't know. Like you could say, or you could keep 5 players, but 5 other players need to go into the draft. I don't know if that would be fair, but something like that seems like the most equitable way to do it. Because if you cut it down, let's say you can keep 8 players. Well, then just the 2 worst players on every roster, those other 2 teams are going to be just ass-tastic. Like it's not going to be good. So you got to make it hurt and make it a little fair. So I'd say half your roster you can keep, or well, it's 20 players, so you could keep 10 players, and then the other 10 go into the draft.
Yeah, you'd have to pick the number and just make everybody abide by it. Here would be my question: if you were bringing the 2 new teams in basically as expansion teams, and you let everybody keep 10 players, okay, that's effectively going to take the top 100 players out of the mix, most likely. Would you give those teams all the early draft picks? Would you give them the 101, 102,
It's either
201, or does that screw the teams that are already holding the 101 or 102?
I mean, it's that, or you don't get to protect anyone through the initial first rounds of the draft.
Do you count your picks as assets you have to protect?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's just give it 10, because I mean, those are valuable assets.
Okay. So then you're going to probably be starting behind the 8 ball. It's almost like you can't pick in a startup until round 7.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like I definitely don't like it. Like I just think you're better off if you're on board with just expanding. Just do another draft. And I get, there's probably 10 teams that are like, I built my team, I don't want to do this. That's why I don't want to do it. So I'm not a big fan of this whole process, to be honest with you.
Back to Austin's question real quick. I believe it was Kendre Miller, Christian Watson, and a 205 Devy pick. So like Kane said earlier, if you're going to trade back, all those players outside the top 4 or 5 are the same pretty much in terms of like odds of hitting on the right type of asset. I assume you would give up Christian Watson, Kendre Miller, and a middle tier Devy pick for Drake, the shot at Drake May, assuming he's going to get the.
Yes.
He's like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, right? Like you're basically trading up for one of those quarterbacks, you would think. Yep.
Yep. Let's do it.
Yep. I agree. That's how you buy him cheap. And that's probably, if he doesn't get that draft capital, you lose the deal. But if he does, you smash the deal. So this is a big risk, big reward. Let's see. There was another one I wanted to throw in here. JGM2018BB McCord. So that's a long username. But he has a fairly short question. Thank you for the super chat. Jared Goff, Justin Herbert are his quarterback room. He's doing a 1-year punt. Upgrade from Goff to Bryce or Kyler. What would you have to add? 12 teams start 9.
That's a problem, right? Goff is one of those quarterbacks where he almost doesn't even add into the equation. Like he doesn't
count.
Figure into the equation at all. Like what you're giving is what you're giving, and Goff is almost a throw-in. What would you upgrade to Goff? To get to Bryce or Kyler? I mean, they're both in the kind of the same tier. It's a start 9 Superflex. I don't know. You got to give me 2 firsts plus Goff. Do you want to do that? I mean, I'm fine with that price. Me personally, but I don't know if you'd be fine with that price.
And if you're punting, are you in the position to throw 2 firsts plus Goff right now, or would you rather just wait? Because that's probably the price in a year, right?
Yeah. So just if you're punting, I'm probably looking to move Goff. I'll keep Herbert and just have as bad a year as I can, and then just use one of my high picks. Hopefully, I have my own pick, and then just draft a quarterback.
Yeah, sharing a brain there. I'm thinking get rid of Goff, help your own pick, draft a quarterback, and don't give up those extra 2 firsts, because those may be the picks. Think of it this way. Let's say you get rid of Goff because you don't care about this year because you're punting. Your pick moves up from the 105 to the 104 or 103. It slightly helps you move up a spot or 2. You have those 2 firsts. You can probably add a first to the 104 to get the 103 if you had to. That's a better deal than it would be to pay right now, not exactly knowing what you're getting. Yeah, sure, you get Bryce Young, but you might have been able to get the deal cheaper next year, depending on how far down you can tank your own pick. So good question.
Yeah, and real quick, just on the back to the expansion draft, McConaughey. That's not his name, but whatever. He says otherwise. Oh wait, there was a beginning part to that, so I got the second half. Otherwise, just start a new league, or otherwise, here we go. Protect 1 player each. New guys get to pick from 1 player, and then round 2 you get to protect a player. So that's how Rule 5 drafts are like that in baseball, but obviously not with the good players.
Once you lose a player, you can protect another one, basically.
Right. Yeah. So I like that. I like that format a lot. Yes.
Man, I would kind of like that as an expansion team. If you can only keep 1, I bet you there's a team that has more. You know what I mean? Like you might be able to draft a contender.
Yeah. I'll be able to draft a strong Superflex team. Yeah.
Yeah. Good question. Good suggestion there. There was another one I wanted to ask you about. It was another Charlie question. Shane, what's the craziest league you are in? He gives his. He says it's a 6-team, start 12. I don't know if you're in any 6-teamers where you can start 3 QBs.
No, I'm in one John Bosch league, and if anybody's ever played in John Bosch leagues, those are just unnecessarily difficult. Yeah, I don't know the rules. There's a Devy component. There's a rookie free agent component. It's like 4 copies. That's probably the craziest league I'm in. Most of my leagues are pretty vanilla, like Superflex. What's the word I'm looking for? Superflex, etc. I don't really go for those. Like, I don't want leagues where I win superpowers. I don't want, you know what? No, here, I'm in an 8-team start 7 redraft.
I mean, I think a lot of redraft leagues probably take on similar forms where it's like not enough starters, too shallow. Now, this one, Charlie says, has -20 for missed field goals, and then if you lose, you have to stay in a Denny's. So that's getting to the extreme in terms of like extrinsic punishments that might come to you if you lose, or He also says each week's worst team can force anyone to trade. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just hate those real, like.
Is that too wacky for you?
Yes. Like, and I've been in leagues like that where I'm like, wait, what? I have to trade a player because I lost? This is just stupid. Like, this is all right. Stupid's a strong word, mind you. It's 11 o'clock, so I'm getting a little feisty, but it's just, to me, it's a bastardization of the game. Pretty funny.
So here is one that I thought was very interesting. It was an old patron, and I believe he's still a patron. He just he's not that active in the chat anymore. He had a team when I used to do the roster reviews on the DNC Patreon channel. He had a league. It was a 16-team league, okay? But each position, they rolled a die every year. And if it was like a 2, a 4, or a 6, or a 2, or it was like a 1 or a 2, it would be this. If it was a 3 or a 4, it would be that. And if it was a 5 or 6, it would be this. And each position had 3 options. So like off season gets here after the Super Bowl, it's a 16-teamer. They roll the die. The next year, so the year that's just coming up, is either 1 QB, 2 QB, or 1 QB in a Superflex. So it changes year to year.
Yeah, no, that's
same
awesome.
with tight ends. It goes 0 tight ends, 1 tight end, 2 tight ends. Receivers, it goes from no PPR, half PPR, full PPR. And then running backs was no PPR, PPR, and then 0.5 point per carry. So it was, but each position was different based on a dice roll every year. So like you can see the difference if it was 16-team 2 QB versus 1 QB, how different it would be if you had like draft picks at the top.
Hate it.
You don't like being able to plan, do you? Or not be able to plan more than a year out.
No, I absolutely hate that, dude. Vampire League. Someone mentioned in here Vampire Leagues. I did play in a Vampire League in the Dynasty Trades HQ. So John Hogue, I believe it was John Hogue started it up. I could be wrong. He started Vampire Leagues for like a bunch of podcasts, and we would play against people. And we couldn't draft. I forget if we couldn't draft at all in the startup.
I was in it.
Yeah.
Before I was in anybody, I won the first year, won the Superflex Super Show one.
Yeah.
And left. But the hosts could not draft until round 12, and they were allowed to take 1 quarterback is what it was.
It sucked. And finally, I built a competitive team in year 3. I built up enough wins where I was actually going into year 4 looking pretty tough, and then the league folded. So look, you got to be in for the long haul there, man. If you do it that way, where the host team can't draft until the 12th round, it was rough.
Yep, for sure. Here's a good one I wanted to bring up. Jordan Nikerly. Thank you, Jordan, for the super chat. Do you adjust if there is a super team or super teams in your league? How do you compete when the best assets are owned by only a couple teams? So we can sit here and give roster construction advice, trade advice. I can show you a team, Shane, and I go, Shane, is this a contender? You go, yes. But then I show you the 3 just absolute monster teams ahead of them. And then you go, maybe I should consider going the other way because there's no way I'm going to be able to beat one of those, let alone 3 of them at a time. Any leagues like that where you've just seen a team or two that's so good you have to go the other direction?
Maybe I'm stupidly optimistic, but I don't think there's not many leagues I'm in where I look at a team and go, "Oh my God, that's just there's no way we're ever going to be able to get up to them." Like I'm always like, "No, I can make it happen." Now, there are leagues that I'm rebuilding in, so I'm not even looking at the other rosters, and maybe there are super teams, and quite frankly, it wouldn't matter to me anyway because I'm in a full rebuild. So it's not like I'd be competing with them anyway.
Yeah, this is a tough one because a lot of what I preach from like roster construction and process, this goes out the window when you insert a team into this situation, right? Because what is the most important thing outside of all the data that we talked about earlier? You talked about it, the narrative, the league economy. Clearly, without knowing that league economy, your view on your team might be totally different. If it is the third best roster in a league where the first and second best rosters are one piece, 1 week of variance away from yours, I'm not backing down. I'm actually going to go try to see if there's ways I can supplement myself to where I can pass them eventually.
Yeah.
If it's the other way around, and I tend to see this more in shallower leagues, the 10 teams start 9s, and you see the teams and you go, oh my gosh, that team has 6 firsts. We've done roster reviews for people, and they have just absurd teams to where if I was another team in their league, I wouldn't even try to compete. In fact, when we see those stacked teams, what do we usually tell them to do? Go to the shittier teams and see if you can like prey on them to trade your extra for their future picks. Like see if you can pillage them because they're not going to be able to beat you anyway. So I don't know, man. I think you have to read your room and be able to adjust more aggressively.
Yeah, you got it. You've just got to go to the teams that are already the gorilla and see if they want to take your best players and let you get their future picks, hopefully older players. I mean, you have to zag a little bit.
Is there an element? Have you ever purposely not traded with a team, Shane, because you think it will help you, but it will help them even more? No, you don't care about that?
No. I mean, look, there's too many variables that go into it, and there's too many things that can happen. And I've talked about this before. I think me and Jeremy used to talk about this all the time, and he'd be like, oh, I can't believe you're helping that other team. I'm like, I don't care what this does to the rest of the league. I care how it helps my franchise. That's what I'm worried about. Like, if it makes him more of the gorilla or her more of the gorilla, and they're definitely going to win a title, good for them. I wasn't going to win a title anyway, so go ahead and give me whatever I need out of this deal.
Fair. See any others you want to throw up there?
Oh, let's go to the stars. I'm just going to go in order. No, I'm not. Well, this guy, he wanted to thank Ray, but Ray already left. So hopefully Ray's watching. Daniel. Oh, it's Dan. Hey, Dan. He wanted to thank Ray. So that's pretty cool of him. Did you unstar that?
No, I can.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone can see quickly how much better this show flows when it's with Clay's.
Because we don't even know what we're doing on the back end.
Well, this is, you said it earlier, this is what Mannequin Chill used to be. It was much more laid back. I go to you, you go to me, but neither of us are like natural. Let's flow the show. We can get stuck. So, all
right, Adrian got the second pick in a startup. Would it be crazy to take Hurts over Allen? This doesn't even rank into the craziness of. That's not even on the crazy scale. That's not even remotely crazy. I see no. I think that's less crazy. I would even think about taking Hurts over Mahomes in certain formats. Now, obviously, I'm talking PPC formats, heavy PPC if I could, or just PPC in general. But no, I don't think that's even remotely crazy.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think there's a clear tier of top 3. And you know what? You could also argue the same thing that you're going to say Jalen Hurts could fall off because he can't run. Same could go with Josh Allen. So I don't think you can really say one or the other. Jalen Hurts stops running. Oh, man, his points won't translate. I think you could say the same thing about Josh Allen. What separates him from the Burrow, Herbert, Lawrence tier is 600-700 yards rushing versus 300. Right. And chance at double-figure touchdowns. Those guys are not getting that. So I think that's the difference, and that could easily fall off. So not crazy at all. Testing your might here, Shane. You said 24 and 25 was crazy. Would you take that 26 first for Madison?
Yeah, see ya. Bye.
You don't even care.
No, he's fucking gone. 26 first. It has a first attached to it. Look, 26 is probably the outer limits, right? I can't imagine taking a 27 first at this point, but a 26, yeah, do it.
Yep. I think that's more of a, you probably can't use the 26 first for much today, but give it 6 to 12 months and it'll be an asset that somebody wants, whereas this is your window for Madison.
That's the thing, right? We're buying 25 picks, right? And this is a trend that I don't want to say started last year, but it started with sleepers explosion of these 26, like late 2-3 year picks getting traded out. Like MFL, it wasn't really that big of a thing. I didn't see it a lot, but since the explosion of sleeper, you see it a lot more often.
All right. This is the man, the myth, Mr. Koopa Troopa 8.
Hey, Koopa.
Dynasty Koopa, the creator of the Warp Tool, which I plugged earlier, southharmonff.com. Check out the Warp Tool. He asked a question, though, if you need some affiliate money for the Warp Tool. So there you go. He's selling his brand and donating some back to us with the super chat. Shane, you talk about this all the time. What do you do if you have a team you're trying to tank? You need to get your own first back before you start making it clear that you're going to tank. Otherwise, the price goes up for every player you sell off. What if you can't get it back and you took over an orphan in that bad of shape? So you can't compete, but you cannot get your first back. What is your strategy? Beg, cry, what?
Overpay. I mean, that's your only strategy. That's the only
what does
thing.
that look like, though? Like, we don't know his roster. There's no context. Like, at what point do you say, I would rather go to the team that's just as bad as me and try to get theirs if I can get it more reasonably versus my own?
So, I mean, what's too much? Is it 2 young pieces? Is it I have to give up Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson? Like, all right, that's a little much for the 101. Like,
well, let's say you don't have any quarterbacks. You take over an orphan and your best 2 players are wide receivers. Let's say you have T. Higgins and Garrett Wilson. Are you giving up both of them for your own first without hesitation?
In a Superflex, yeah.
If you can tank it to the 101 or 102.
Yeah, if it's to get me Caleb Williams, yes. Yes, I'll do it.
What if your only quarterback you have is Daniel Jones? You giving up like Daniel Jones and CeeDee Lamb to get that 101?
I'll do it. I'm still going to try to get a second or a third back too, though. But yeah, I would do it.
So essentially, you're almost. I mean, how do you initiate that conversation? Do you go to them and you say, "Listen, I know I'm in the bad spot here to negotiate. What is it going to take?" And let them name their price. How do you initiate it? What do you do?
I send an offer. I send an offer that starts off at a fairly reasonable rate. And it's going to depend on the owner too, right? Like, I don't want to tell someone that I have a weakness. They already know I have a weakness. I never want to go to someone that will be like, look,
weakness is Chris Olave.
Yeah. I'm bargaining from a position of weakness. Like, please take mercy on me, because if someone came to me like that, I'd be like, no, I'm going to fucking attack your jugular now. And I'm going to try to murder you. And I'm going to try to take everything I can because you showed me your weakness. So I would never, I don't like talking about trades. Like, I very rarely ever initiate a conversation with a trades talk. I send offers, and I very rarely, if ever, comment back on a trade because I don't want to give you any information. The only time I will is when a deal is close, like it's almost done. Like, when it has that momentum and you're like, all right, I have to speak to you now because I have to say, all right, we're almost there. I'm going to throw this in.
Yeah, I think Koopa's smart enough. Like, obviously being the creator of the Warp Tool, he's definitely looked at this data. He kind of understands the future value of that first if it's really high. We've talked about how if you can hit on the 101 or 102 next year, you're probably getting close to a first-round startup pick, which is unattainable most of the time on a trade market.
Yes.
So you know what that looks like. You're going to have to take a little risk. You don't know the pick is exactly that yet. But I think in most cases, the overpay on paper is going to be worth it in due time if you actually do end up hitting on that pick. But it's sometimes, I've done it too. I've taken over a bad team, and it's hard to sell your only 3 pieces for that 1 pick, or your only 2 pieces for that 1 pick, right?
Yeah. Cooper's got more context. The team in question is T. Higgins, Trey Lance, and Kenny Pickett is his top 3 assets. All 3 together, the manager with my pick won't take. All right. Well, look, I wouldn't neither, though, if I was them. I got to be honest with you. I love T. Higgins, but if the pieces that you're adding on are Trey Lance and Kenny Pickett, I'd be like, no, I'm going to hold this pick. That's going to be Caleb Williams next year. Like, your team is that bad. And Koopa knows that. Like you said, Koopa's smart. So, no, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that is rough when you basically say these are my 3 best pieces. Can it even get me 1 piece back? And it's no. And you're right. I would look at that and say, I need. You don't have enough for you to get the pick back. You know, like you don't.
I need your 24 and your 25 first while we're at it.
Yeah,
and that's not something that would make any sense for you to do.
Right? You would not. You know what? That's a brilliant response. I would say I need your 25 first, and I'll give you this pick back. And now you're sitting here going, man, my 25 first is going to probably suck too. So why would I bury myself in that same hole that I'm already in? So. Let's see. Well, it's 11. We were going to go 30 minutes with Clay coming back in. We'll do one more until he gets back into the waiting room. Let's see. There was a good one in here I wanted to ask you.
They're all good ones. I think I love all of these questions equally.
Well, Chubb Knuckles is easy. No trade questions. Just want to show support. So we'll throw one of those out there.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat. Clay is ready to come back in. There he is.
Yo.
All right, let's get this straight. Oh, what do you got? A members only jacket on? What's going on?
I had to dial it in here. I'm a little chilly. I was walking around. I'll tell you what. Can you hear me? By the way, do I sound fine?
Yes, you sound awesome.
Is it my computer or
good?
No, it isn't. It's the mic. Is the computer?
Oh, you sound great.
Yeah, no. So I enjoyed my break. Thank you guys. I was sprinkling on some nut dust from like tingly down there. No, but let's seriously talk about nut dust for a second. But here's how we're gonna tee it up. So we have another Scott Fishbowl ticket to give away. We're gonna do another giveaway tool. The hashtag for this one is going to be nut dust. Okay, so hashtag nut dust, all lowercase. All right. I'm posting it in there. We'll see if we win this. Okay, so Chili Willy Nut Dust. So this is actually like a sneaky, exciting opportunity, I think, for our tribe, for our hammers, for our squirters. So this nut dust stuff, it is a natural gold bond. Okay, it's a natural gold bond, but you can put it on literally everything. Teresa and Greg were like, dude, put it in your shoes, put it like literally everywhere. It's
cereal.
I'm sorry. I told them, I was like, we're gonna make a hilarious TikTok where Shane is dumping Chili Willy nut dust on pasta, and we're like, Shane, you can do everything with nut dust, but like, don't eat it, right?
Oh.
But anyway, they've got some cool stuff. So I think what we want to do is we're gonna have a Dynasty Trades in 5 line. We're gonna have a hammer product, we're gonna have a squirt, and we're gonna have something else because they have this linen mist. They got this CBD freaking thing that I'm rolling over my torn rotator cuff. Like, dude, sobotanical.com, check it out. There should be more to come on that. We're gonna brand some private label shit. I'm kind of excited about that. Scott, Shane, that we haven't talked about that yet, but that's gonna happen. But no, man, I'm stoked. I'm stoked about the potential for this product. So sobotanical.com. You can use the promo code TRADESIN5 at checkout if you buy something, but don't even worry about that. Just check it out. Look at the Chili Willy nut dust. More to come on that. Okay, so I am going back to the giveaway tool. So again, it is nut dust. Okay, can one of you guys pull up a trade here while I'm?
There was one in there.
Get me to stop saying nut dust, basically, for 1 second.
There's one.
63 entries so far.
The other Clay has been waiting for this this super chat for a while. 14 or 12 team Superflex start 11.
Yeah, I can rip it. Thanks. What's up, Clay? 12 team Superflex start 11. It's a 0.25 point per carry, 4 point per passing touchdown, 2 point tight end premium. Is it ever okay to sell Allen? Team got away from me and sold him. Okay, team got away from me and sold him for A-Rich, Pitts, Howell, and my 24 first, which will be early top 3. So first off, okay, is it okay to sell Allen ever? And yes, we know that there is an instance where we would, but Shane, what is the instance where you will sell Josh Allen in a in a Superflex, a 4-point per pass touchdown Superflex. Like 0.25 PPC. He's ridiculous in this format. So
he is ridiculous, but I'm guessing he said the team got away from him. So the rest of his team must be absolutely brutal. And there's no path, he must have no other assets that he can build the roster through. Like, look, and it happens. There's sometimes you look up at a team and you're like, wait a minute, I don't have a 24 first either. Like, why is my best wide receiver, Chris Godwin? He's a very nice guy, but damn, he's 27 years old and he's not a high-end wide receiver one. What am I going to do here? Like, I've got nothing. So you get a lot of risk with this, though, with A-Rich and Pitts. Like, it's all just upside, which I guess that's why you can get both of them and the 24 first. I would have preferred something a little more solid, or maybe just more picks. But the 24 first that is going to be top 3. I mean, here's a problem. What if it is 3? And then you got Marvin Harrison instead of Caleb Williams or Drake May when you need a quarterback.
I'll say this. It's about as good of a deal you can get. You got Anthony Richardson, who's probably already a top 6 or 7 quarterback in this format, right?
Perfect
4-point passing
format for
touchdown,
him, yeah.
right? He would be the one I'd want to pivot to versus like some of the other guys, right? Like he's essentially the best quarterback you could probably pivot down to. 2 PPR for tight ends, you're getting Kyle Pitts, big trade asset. Whether you think he's ever going to hit or not, doesn't matter. Big trade asset. The top 3 first, even if that is Brock Bowers, same thing. Like we talked about it earlier, right? He's one of the stud players next year. It is 2 PPR for tight ends. So you may be sitting on the 2 of the top 3 young tight ends in the league here in a year. And you got a Sam Howell thrown in there as well. So I kind of like the trade. I don't think what could you have gotten more here other than you get something different than Sam Howell, but he's almost a throw in this deal. So I kind of like the deal, honestly.
I mean, I like it too, like for a number of reasons you said. I think, yeah, he got great trade assets in return. Yes, it's tough to sell Josh Allen, but he got a lot of equity on that end. So good stuff there, Clay. We appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat, my Canadian brother, Clay Gassner. We'll hide that one here. Let's go on to and let's take a peek here. We've got 70. Well, let me just put this in here real quick. We have 72 entries. It's hashtag nut dust. Might get you in the Scott Fishbowl. So this one is from Dynasty Life Fantasy Football. Love y'all's content. Been doing Dynasty content on YouTube not even a year near. Good Lord. I'm tired. We're at that part of the we're in the deep end. we're in the fucking deep end. I got this.
Keep plugging.
Love y'all content. Been doing Dynasty content on YouTube not even a year yet. Do you have any advice you can pass on about being in the space that you've learned since you started? Y'all are the goats. Yeah.
Shane?
Well, I mean, I feel like we talked about a little bit of it earlier, right? Content on YouTube, what I'll say is what I've learned is you need to be consistent, and there needs to be content dropping as much as possible. I remember in the olden days, we used to do an episode like 3 or 4 times a week. Now, mind you, that's when it was literally Dynasty Trades in 5 and not Dynasty Trades. And we're going to do an hour and a half
5-hour live stream. Yes.
Yeah, and then an hour and a half episode. But I'd say be consistent with it and grow the brand. And I'll say this, don't put it out on podcast form.
Yeah, I was just going to say leverage what you're already doing to create more content out of it. That's something that I think Clay's done a great job. The team that he's put in place. I mean, we have people that are on all of the platforms helping us with the reach and the engagement. And you see that if you're just ever on Instagram or TikTok, you see the same people with feeds, and it's slightly different from their YouTube content, but they don't have to basically create content for all the platforms. So I think that's key is we do enough content on YouTube where really the work comes in is how can we turn that into TikTok shorts or YouTube shorts or Instagram reels? Like how do you turn the stuff you're already doing, but make it digestible on those platforms as well? And they help grow each other. I mean, I'm not an expert on it, but I obviously go on those and I can see where, there's been times where I've looked up somebody and I see them on like TikTok, and then I'll actually go look at their content and they have their own website or something like that. Like, it's not super common, but it can drive traffic. I would just say keep refining what you're trying to do. You got to have your niche.
Yeah.
If it's the same, if there's 50 other shows that are doing the exact same thing as you got to find a way to stand out, whatever that is. Like, you got to try to find a way to be unique. And a lot of times that comes just organically from the passion that you already have.
And if you're going to do rankings, do them naked.
Yeah. No, I've got a million thoughts on this, obviously. Like,
Yeah, no, this is your expertise, Clay. Let it rip.
so all I do literally all day is just consume content about how to grow on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and everything, like literally like that, and Dynasty. Like, that's me, right? I think, you know what we should do? We should host a live stream where people just want to get on, excuse me, and talk about, like, hey, they want to be a podcaster, or if anybody wants to learn about YouTube, shit like that, we can just like rap about it. But I think the main thing is build a community. I mean, everybody in this room right now, 363 eyeballs who have hit the like. We've got like a rock solid community. You build that, the rest will come. And Scott and Shane are studs. We have a stud editor, Liam. He does some cool shit, as you can see. I have a lot of fun and I put a lot of work into it. So, you know, whatever. Able to put a product out, but I'm almost like emotional talking about this fucking channel, to be honest with you. It's been quite a run and life situation right now. But yeah, we'll follow back up on that. Dynasty Life Fantasy Football. Email me Clay at dynastytradesin5.com. Okay. Let's move here. Let's go to another one here. This is from Michael. Thank you for the super chat, man. So he says, never able to jump on live streams till now. Well, welcome. Appreciate Scott for helping me in the Twitter DMs a few weeks ago. Love the channel. What are your favorite running backs to buy for 2 seconds or less?
Okay, so I'll try to make this one quick. Otherwise, we could do a whole segment on this. So running backs for 2 seconds or less, you are getting into the range of why can't I buy them for a single second? Meaning, like, how many running backs are available out there for 2 seconds, but not 1 second? And I don't think that's very many. So it's probably somebody trying to overcharge you for a player that's not worth a first. I'm not paying 2 seconds for very many running backs. Like, maybe Shane might. I'm not paying 2 seconds for Rashad White. I'm not paying 2 seconds for running backs like James Cook, Isaiah Pacheco. I'm just not.
You'd buy Dobbins, right? You'd buy Dobbins for 2 seconds. Is that kind of the line-ish?
If you're buying a
just so I'm clear, Dobbins, you have Dobbins above Rashad White, and I already forgot the other guy you said.
Pacheco,
thank you.
I think the idea here is we don't have context on his question. Okay, if it's a start 9, start 8, sure, I'll give 2 seconds. A lot of our leagues where it's start 11, start 12, start 13.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in buying running backs for multiple picks, but that's also because in a start 12, I can get away with rolling out there shitty running backs and still winning. And I can buy shitty running backs for a single second. I can buy a spot start for a third. So to answer his question, take your 2 seconds and spam for every good running back. What's the worst they can do is say no. But I don't go and go, okay, well, I can't buy this level of running back for 2 seconds. So I'm going to move down and buy, don't go buy like Khalil Herbert for 2 seconds. Like, that's where you're buying somebody that's replacement level, or you could probably buy spot starts and make up for his value. But now you're giving away 2 picks. So I just don't love the process part of the trade, if that makes sense. I don't know if Shane has any thoughts.
No, I mean, it's the same thing. I probably don't want to spend 2 seconds on someone, but I'll spend a second. Like, all right, well, you want 2 seconds for Dobbins? Can I just go get Devin Singletary for a late second or a third? And let me just go there. We're going to get, Damian Harris for a third. Like, we're cheap at the running back position. I'm trying to get more, I guess, versus quality, which is, that's just how we build our running back rooms. Obviously, if it's a running back like Breece Hall, I'm like, all right, well, I'll give up a first for him, few and far between, but I'd rather get a bunch of dudes than just one.
David, thank you for the super chat, man. So we can choose our draft spot, 12-team redraft, PPR, 1 QB, 6 point per passing touchdown. Do I take the 1 or the 12? Okay, what is this? Do I take the 1 or 12, 1, 24, 36, 37, 12, 13? Okay, the 1.
Yeah.
Okay. What is he saying there? Like,
Well, he's saying it's a redraft 1 QB PPR league, and it's basically he's just laying out where he's going to pick. He gets the 1, he's going to pick 24, 36. So it's third round reversal, it looks like. If he goes 12, he's going to get 12, 13, 25. It's 1 QB, though. Right? So 1 QB, you're essentially, I mean, I don't know how many starters it is. He doesn't say that. But I still give me the higher pick. Give me the higher pick.
yep.
Even in redraft 1 QB, give me the higher pick. Give me the shot at one of the elite players. Give me Chase. Give me Jefferson. Then I'll worry about the rest.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Scott there.
So Rib Salicious. By the way, we're about to do the giveaway drawing. This is your last chance. This is the last question. Then hashtag nut dust, all lowercase. We're going to give out this last entry. There are 86 people in the running so far. So Rib Salicious says, "Hey guys, love the show. I'm in a startup 12-team Superflex, start 9, tight end premium, 1.5. First 4 are Hertz, Olave, Stroud, and London. What's next? 5-10 for a 24 first, for example."
Yeah.
5-10. Sure. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Yes. Do that.
Scott,
Do that
actually,
a couple times.
So Scott, you had a screen up where you were pulling up exact names for, draft spots. Pull that back up. Like, who's 5-10?
5'10" is DJ Moore.
Okay. Who are a couple other names?
Trey Lance, TJ Hawkinson, Terry McLaurin, Treylon Burks.
Yeah, in the range of like the next quarterback probably would be. Yeah, it's a quarterback draw. Kirk Cousins is the next quarterback.
Hiya!
So here's my only pushback. In a startup, if you really want to build equity, what can I get back? Can I get a 10th, 11th?
Yeah.
Try for that. And if the person is adamant, and here's why I say that. There might be circumstances where I would pay a 24 first for the player on the board, depending on who it is. Because it's a 1-for-1. It's a clean exchange. It's 1 piece for 1 piece. There's no leverage on either side. It is, here, Shane, I'm giving you a pick. Here, Scott, you're picking a player. Where the deal is advantageous, regardless of the player, is, Clay, you give me the first, but you also have to give me that 10th round startup pick. And you're going to look at, let's see, who is the 10-12, Clay? That is, how about James Conner, right? James Conner in a first looks different if the person is going to draft, I don't know, Dameon Pierce, who is actually the 5-12. What side would you rather have, Dameon Pierce or James Conner in a first? So when you frame it that way, the 1-for-1 is totally different. Try for the leverage.
Yeah, and again, we've got 384 people in here. It's been, I thought we were going to have a lot more today, but I'll tell you what, it's our usual just rock solid crew. But what was I going to say? So yeah, earlier in the show, we mentioned the 2 golden rules, right? Let's just bring them up again. So you always want to get the same number of pieces back in return or more, and then don't give up your 24 first. But yeah, so try to do that though. So we're saying what you don't want to do. See if you can get 2-for-1s and 3-for-1s. Get extra startup pieces and try to get first. Give it a shot. Like, and we had said previously too, we'd give up our 2nd, 3rd, 4th to get a top 9 pick, but also get back like an 8th and a 10th. Right. So that seems like it's giving up a lot to get that 2nd elite QB to move back up into the first, but you might not even have to give up that much. I mean, that may seem like way freaking overboard for your league. So just.
Well, let's say you pick at the 5-12 and the 6-01. You have back to back, right? Like you would in a startup. 5-12, 6-01. If you can trade the 5-12 for a 24 first and a 10th, but then you could buy the 5-11 for a 24 first, you essentially just netted like a free 10th round startup pick, right? Basically. Yep. So the trade I would make is I would consider a 1-for-1 if it's the right player. To trade away, I need the leverage. So just having those 2 rules in place, you can see where you can gain the advantage. You can literally pick up free picks. Now it may have to be one startup I do this and one startup I do that. Like someone sees you make a leverage trade, they're not going to probably turn around and trade a 1-for-1 in the same exact range. But you get what I'm saying.
Right.
That's how you can slowly accrue value in your portfolio.
Right. Okay, so we are going to do the drawing right now. We have 99 entries. If somebody wants to be the 100th, go for it. But we are going to do it now. Let me share my screen. Giveaway tool. Share. Look, we can all see my nut dust. All right, let's hit the draw button.
I hope I'm
I should have gone in my own YouTube account, like my personal Clay Mosley, and tried to get it. So Torres the Great won the second and final ticket for tonight that we're giving out to the Scott Fishbowl. Congratulations, Torres the Great. Please, ASAP. Let Shane and myself know. Email dynastytrades5@gmail.com and say
quickly.
Yes, quickly.
Twitter handle, obviously, your email address will be,
or hit Shane up on Twitter or something. @Shane is the worst because he needs to let Scott know. Okay, rock on. Let me stop sharing my screen here. Okay, can you get us back on track? There we go. Alrighty, so congrats to that winner. Let's go to Joseph here. He had a really early question. It was back, 8:18. We've been on this long, huh? 14 teams start 12 Superflex. It's a start 2 tight ends, which Shane loves. Tight end premium, 2.5 PPR. How high should I take Kincaid? I have the 101, 105, 113, 4 seconds. I'm rebuilding and not sure who holds more value, JSN or Kincaid. This format is absurd for tight end. So again, 14 teams, start 12 Superflex. It's 2 tight end, 2.5 tight end premium. Go ahead. Well,
I put this one in there because, like I said, if you put out a non-super chat that really makes us think about the format, you have a really good chance of getting the question answered. I'm in a 12-team start 12, 2 tight end, 2.25 PPR. That is the closest I can think of that is like this. I drafted Dalton Kincaid at the 105. Now, that's also a 2 QB, but it's 12 teams. So you can almost say it's exactly like Joseph's format. 105 is not too early for Dalton Kincaid. You may miss out on him, honestly. And if that's the case, then I'm fine taking CJ Stroud or Bryce Young in a 14-teamer. So you're in a really good spot at that 101 and 105.
You taking tight end at 113? If Laporta or Mayer
they won't be there. No.
Mayer, Laporta are gone, so you're just looking at
you will actually probably get
crazy,
Zay Flowers or Quentin Johnston at 112 or 113, most likely.
They're gone. So I'm definitely taking Kincaid there. All right, let's get to Tyler's trade because he's got 10 minutes before it expires.
Shane, I would give away JSN, Lamb, and a second for Metcalf, Jefferson, and McCaffrey.
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah. What is this?
This is a smash.
Yeah,
Tyler Sperry. Wait, so the trade is expiring? He's got an inbox, a exploding sleeper thing. Is that what?
I think
is that what this is?
He asked at 8:00 or some time ago. But dude, yes, you're going to be taking Metcalf, Jefferson, and McCaffrey here. You just got the wide receiver 2 in Dynasty football. Even if I had to give up JSN and Lamb for Metcalf and Jefferson, sure. And then he just throws in Christian McCaffrey. Here's a 20-point game at his worst per game running back. Yeah, do it, dude. Smash.
So Hurricane Lane says, Portfolio Dynasty has really helped open my eyes to how I see players. There's just buckets of guys. The difference between wide receiver 23 and wide receiver 32 won't kill my team. The day trade approach is fun. It's something that even though I talk to you guys every week or whatnot about it, just being player agnostic, don't worry about the name. It's something that, I will still struggle with. You look at the name of wide receiver 23 might be way sexier than 32, but if you look at the numbers, it's not going to make a damn bit of difference in terms of warp, positional advantage. I more so when I see something like this, the difference between wide receiver 23, I think of it more so as like I'm going to make the decision based on that league economy as to, you know what I mean? Like when we get into this range, we're talking about like process and just like whatever player. I want like the person with resale value. I'm always thinking resale. So, all right, I'll shut up. I talk too much.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I think to his point, because there will be a lot of people that will say, I want to build my portfolio. I want to start playing very data-based and process-based, but then their actions don't follow it. And that's okay.
Yep.
It is okay if you have some biases. You want your favorite players. You don't like these players. You don't like these teams, whatever it might be. That's okay. But just understand that there are more and more people in Dynasty, and it's a growing by the day, that are playing this way against you. Right? They're zooming out and saying, well, there isn't a big difference between wide receiver and 23 and wide receiver 32. Just don't be the sucker that's always buying wide receiver 23 and giving them wide receiver 32 in a second. And doing little things like that where it's like, man, I'm really getting my guy. If someone puts a trade question and they say, I'm getting DK Metcalf is my guy, I treat him as a top 8 receiver, it's not Shane or I's place to say you're wrong. But just understand there might be somebody on the other end that's making a process trade going, wow, this guy loves DK Metcalf. I can get a free second and he's going to give me T. Higgins. They're the same thing. So just acknowledge that it's out there, and it's why the portfolio players play the way that they do.
Acknowledge me. I'm sorry. I just had to do it.
We acknowledge you, Shane.
Thank you.
We acknowledge you. What was your word earlier? Aggregate?
Aggregate.
Aggregate. Okay.
And someone put in the comments, Shane feverishly looking up what aggregate means.
Googling.
To make sure he used it right.
No, it is great too, because he probably typed it in. It's like brutally misspelled. And it's, did you mean aggregate? And it's like, yeah, I'm like still trying to find out what that means. Okay. Eric Dodge, thank you for the super chat, sir. One of two, Devy startup question. So I guess, yeah, we might have to shoot this over to Kane to get his thoughts. If you're in a league where people you know are going to put a premium on Devy picks, Caleb in the mid first, Marvin Harrison Jr., and May in the early second, would you still try to trade up for 2 elite QBs? Or would you hold and just take Kyler, Dak in the third as they get pushed down the board? Love the show. Thanks, Eric.
I mean, if Kyler and Dak are falling to the third, even the second, because the Devy players are getting pushed up, then just forget the Devy players. And that's the beauty of kind of playing the portfolio is I'm fine passing on Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. at top 10 startup value because I'm guessing they're going to be cheaper in other leagues. If not, I'm going to get some in rookie drafts. So even if you're not in a portfolio, I assume you're going on you're taking Kyler and Dak and you don't care about the Devys, right, Shane?
Yeah, I don't want Kyler or Dak. I mean, what's getting pushed down? I like Kyler, okay, but Dak, like, what's getting pushed down? A guy that's
he's saying Marvin and Caleb and Drake May are going ahead of Kyler and Dak in the startup.
I'll take Caleb over literally every player he named there. I don't know about Drake May.
Well, you're taking Caleb over Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, or Joe Burrow.
No,
I mean he says mid first, so
no, that's a little aggressive. That is. Little aggressive
in his league. That's where he says they're going to go.
I'll tell you what, I could see it with Caleb. Like I could see being that committed, but I don't know that I could do that with a wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr.
So here's the only pushback. Why would you take Caleb Williams or Marvin Harrison Jr. in the mid first of a startup, even if you're only in 3 leagues? Why would you're paying the peak price in one of your 3. Wouldn't you just bank you can get them in one of the others?
Because, well, first of all, no, I wouldn't bank on it being able to get a player in any league. I mean, if I could, then what would my share be on Chris Olave? It wouldn't be 25%.
But you would just start a new league and make sure you get the 101 into that league.
Finite amount of leagues we can be in. Not all of us are going to be. Look, I'm in less than 30 leagues. You know, I can't get Lamar Jackson in every league. So in the places that I can get them, I'm going to get them. Just for example.
We'll go to a couple. So we have like a decent amount of stray super chats. Okay, so like just homeless. What are we gonna call these? Like orphan. These are like orphan super chats. So for all of the next ones,
I
We'll
looked
give it-
back and I couldn't. I looked for a couple of these, like Hawkeye put a couple in there, and I
yeah.
found one of his questions, but I'm not sure if there's two of them.
So okay, yeah, I see that Hawkeye one. Let's knock that out. MF19, thank you for your super chat. We didn't find whatever. Any of the next couple people, email dynastytradesand5.com. Wait, dynastytradesand5@gmail.com. Miss super chat in the subject line. So MF19, thank you. ABK Arandeb AB, thank you.
I looked for that one
Hawkeye.
too. Couldn't find it.
Yep, Hawkeye. We've got a couple from you. Thank you very much.
First of all, Hawkeye, bring him back up, please.
Well, what's up? He's got a question that I was going to bring up.
Fly, Eagles, fly. I love your,
God.
I thought he was going to help with the super chat. He just looked at the avatar.
So here's one of Hawkeye's questions. If there's another one, email us. Startup pick 111. So traded after draft. 12 team, start 10, 2 PPR. So 2.0 tight end premium. Have Fields, Kyler, Anthony Richardson, Lamb, A-Chain, Kincaid. Not much else. 524 first and 424 seconds. Try to put a team together now or wait.
You already know the answer to this. I mean, you do. You don't have a start. AR is going to have to hit for you to smash. A chain, you don't have another running back. Kincaid, not much else. The fact that you say not much else and you named 6 players in a start 11. Does it start 11? Start 10? Excuse me. It's getting late. I'm getting a little loopy here. No, this team is not ready to compete right now. If you could use 2 of those 24 firsts to get another wide receiver and then maybe use a second to get you some running backs, well, then maybe. I hate sitting back. I hate waiting. I so hate waiting. I'm just looking at it. I have Fields, Kyler, and AR 15. I'm probably going to try to do well this year.
I mean, can I move Dalton Kincaid for a tight end that can score me points? Because I don't mind moving off of Dalton Kincaid, even in a 2 PPR. Like, that's a player I'd be willing to sell and take points. I can see why he says, should I wait a year? I think this is one of those teams where I need to probably see the track for Richardson and Kyler. I could be 4 weeks in and I go, I might have 2 top 10 quarterbacks this year. I could be 4 weeks in and I go, I only have 1 quarterback this year. That's when I start blowing my seconds. I'd be fine trading my seconds for a couple pieces that could start. But I think this team is I don't expect to win this year, but you know what? If I'm in the mix, I don't mind blowing a couple of those picks to try to win this year because I have the quarterback power to do it if they hit.
Adam OTC, thank you for the super chat. May or may not have signed up for my first Dynasty auction. I have 2 minutes to prep. 2 minutes to prep. Shit, when did he post this thing? 10:09. Hope this is going well, Adam, on the clock. Well, let's see what he had to say here. $300 auction dollars, 12 team Superflex, start 10, 20-man rosters, tight end premium, must win 20 players, no $0 bids, high level takeaways, 2 QBs and $1 bids.
I wouldn't say $1 bids because it's probably not going to cost you everything for the 2 QBs, but start 10, 20-man rosters. Yeah, but I mean, I'd be fine going 200 on the 2 QBs, 100 each. That's still a third of your budget. If you can pull off 2 elite ones for that, I'd be willing to do it. Maybe 225. Or you go different. Would you go differently, Shane? Would you go 1 elite QB, maybe a second one like a Tua or Daniel Jones, and try to get a couple other stud players?
It's just not in my nature. I mean, I'm going to have to see where we're bidding up because I got a feeling a couple people are going to be like, well, I'm going to bid up the elite QBs at 150, 200. Someone's going to go Patrick Mahomes, $200. I'm not going to beat them. Hurts, Allen, same thing. So I might have to go, all right, let me just go get Young. Let me go get Stroud and let me see if I can get a cheaper QB or Daniel Jones.
Yeah, give us a nutshell summary in about 3 sentences what it is, Adam. We'll look at it here in a minute on how what we said you should do versus what you've done.
Yeah, I know. It'll be very interesting to see what he has. So let's keep rolling here. So Davis Daniels, little stray super chat here. He actually tweeted us saying he's super. Did we get it? It said it refunded him. Davis, thank you for this one as well. Not worried about it right now. We'll figure it out. Thanks, dude. So Thomas, Thank you for your super chat. First time Dynasty player. Welcome. Superflex startup, Snake, 112, punted QB until the 5-6 turn. Went Bijan, Garrett Wilson, K9. So that's Kenneth Walker, right?
Mhm.
Bijan, Garrett Wilson, Ken Walker, Christian Watson, Jordan Love, and Goff. Also got Charbonnet. Thoughts? What do you think about this?
I'm actually fine with it, except for I don't know why we drafted K9. And I probably want to draft
That was my
Bijan.
problem with it.
Yeah, I probably want to draft Bijan at 112, but I'm just guessing, Jefferson and Chase were already off the board because, well, they are in every other draft that's ever existed. So I'm actually not hating it. I really don't like the K9 pick. Like it's like the thing that doesn't make sense here. You know, it's having the wooden table where the rest of the furniture is metal. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And why you have metal furniture, I don't know. It's probably very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would have gone personally. I would take Anthony Richardson over every skill player in the league, but then I would have also take Chase and Jefferson over Bijan and Garrett Wilson. So maybe reached on a couple picks on the start, but if you said I want Bijan and Garrett Wilson on my team and that's how you wanted to start, okay, I'm not going to fault you for that.
Yep.
But I do kind of agree with why take another running back. Christian Watson, I'm okay with. I like the Jordan Love, Christian Watson. That's a short-term bet that if it hits, it's probably going to be a pretty good bet.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is now with this roster, and he also said you doubled down and took Zach Charbonnet when you took Kenneth Walker. So now you're kind of like, all right, you've limited your upside on two running backs on a team where I don't know if they really need to have a running back because you use such high capital on Bijan. Here's my only worry with a team like this. This feels like a team that is destined to finish in 6th or 7th place.
Yeah.
Because you got Bijan and Garrett Wilson and you have enough quarterbacks to get by. You're going to set your lineup and go, man, I'm competitive. But then you don't have enough to get there, but you don't have the high-end roster construction to where in a year, if you would have punted, you could have smashed. So just okay, but I don't love the process. Yeah.
Process trade off of Walker.
Well, let me ask Shane this. If you take Bijan for some reason at the start of a startup, you get stuck with the 112, 201. Chance you take Bijan, right? Best player available if he's there?
Yeah, because I'm not going to take AJ Brown. I'm just thinking who else is going to be there.
It's 9 QBs.
Tyler. Yeah.
It's 9 QBs, Chase, Jefferson, and you go Bijan Robinson, Anthony Richardson, back to back.
Yeah.
How do you build the rest of your team around that Bijan pick on a tank team? Doesn't it feel like if you draft a running back, the last thing you want to do is go, I'm going to punt for a year?
It doesn't compute in my head. Like, and I get it. Like, there's a couple rosters where I had a Bijan in rookie drafts where I go, ugh, I might not compete this year. I don't know about this, but it's a rookie draft. I didn't have any other options really. The startup, I don't know that I can do that. Like, if I go Bijan in the first, I'm like, all right, well then second, there's Breece Hall. You know, there's JT, CMC, whatever. We're just going running back heavy. If I'm going to punt the QB position.
But wouldn't that defeat what you were saying about Kenneth Walker?
Well, Kenneth Walker's not in that.
Forget the player, though. If you're drafting Bijan and the first round of a startup, why are you taking more running backs at an expensive premium cost?
Well, if you're trying to punt, if you're trying to punt, then it would have made more sense.
Not punting. I'm saying from a roster construction standpoint, if I am using a first round pick on Bijan, I am drafting him to be my anchor. I don't need Kenneth Walker. I don't need another running back until I take Joe Mixon in round 10.
If you're trying, no, but I mean, if the build you're building is running back heavy and you're not punting, fine. I go Bijan and Breece, but I don't know that Garrett Wilson. Fine. I guess you want Garrett Wilson.
If my point is, if I'm taking Bijan with a first round startup pick, I am betting he makes up for my second running back. I'm not taking another. Then don't take him in the first round of the startup.
Then you just have a problem with him taking Bijan at all in the first.
But I'm trying to formulate a strategy where you would take Bijan and how do you build around it? I think if you take him and then you take more running backs, you're depleting your own advantage, in my opinion.
All right, let's keep rolling here. Evan, you also had a stray super chat for us. Thank you very much. You know the drill. The super chat and the subject line, dynastytradesand5@gmail.com. But thank you. Thank you again. Let's move this. Let's see. Let's go to this one here from Matt. Thank you, sir. Startup draft strategy question. 12-team Superflex, half PPR, 1.25 tight end premium, start 12. 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 5 flexes. So it's a start 9. Auction, $1,000 budget. Still spend up for 2 elite QBs, or is there a better strategy?
Matt, I think without knowing how many you have to win and all the parameters around the rules, it's hard for me to say specifically what I would do. If you have to leave the auction with only 15 players, getting my 15 and I'm getting out. In that case, I'm much more likely to spend all the way up $400 on the elite QBs,
sure.
415, 425. That's fine. If it's you have to win 28 players or something like that, where you're going to get bled at the end for $1 or $2 players, and that's going to bleed $50 of your auction, you're going to probably have to budget a little bit more. So I think that is why auction content is so hard to make, because unless you give all the parameters and rules and timing and bidding, it's almost impossible to
So
answer
many
this.
variables.
I mean,
Yep.
so Scott, you got 2 Scotts in your league, so they're driving up Mahomes over 500 and Josh Allen over 500.
No,
So,
that's 400.
It's
400.
4 is the first
400.
number.
Fine, it's at 400. All right, so then what are you going to do? Spend 405 on them? On those 2?
No, you probably go, okay, if Mahomes is worth 425, what is Burrow, Herbert, Lawrence, Lamar Jackson worth, Shane? 350?
375.
Okay, then you move down and you price and force right to that point. You don't even waste time. Right?
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
you go to the next tier and you save
Yeah.
the $50. That's an extra
Yeah.
starter somewhere.
I hate auctions.
Yeah, we're actually doing our listener league auction soon.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Live.
Oh yeah,
I'm
we
not
are
even
doing
gonna
it live.
I'm not even going to show up.
Shane's so good at auctions, and yeah, I admitted live with Ray G, I'm not that great either. But yeah, and on that note, listener league wise, there's the second and third leagues are also set up. It's just we're gonna drop them over the next whenever. But what is it? We are starting the Hammers one, and then Squirt is the other league, and then it's something else. But I've already got your names in place. You will get. Yeah, I've got your email addresses, your sleepers. We're good to go. Just hang tight on that.
And
Okay.
we will see how this
Yeah.
live sleeper auction goes. If it is a cluster, then one of the other ones may not be like that, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
It's hard to coordinate everybody, but I do think it makes it more, we can make content out of our live
for
reactions
sure.
on the
Yeah,
auction.
yeah.
That will be fun.
It'll be a good time. We'll figure it out. It'll be fun. Cam, thank you for your super chat. Shane's shaking his head. What? No, were you shaking your head at me saying it'll be fun, or what did you read? I hope it's the latter. I hope you just read something funny and you have to share.
No. I hate auctions.
Oh, okay. All right.
It'll be fun. No, it won't.
It'd be a terrible time for me.
So Cam, 10 team. Thank you for your super chat. 10 team, half PPR, 1 QB, start 8. Josh Allen, Pollard, Brian Robinson, Madison, Chase, Lamb, Tony, Elijah Moore, Kittle. How do I improve my roster with no 23 first?
It's start 8. So I guess you could trade. I mean, this is one of those where you're going to have to pull something apart to put it back together. Like if you're going to try to increase your total roster, then like, all right, what can I get for Chase? Is it 3 firsts and any of them early? And I have to make all the picks because I'm trying to get another Chase plus, you know?
So I think in a start 8 though, 10 team, don't you just kind of go to bat with what you have and you just hope that
I think you just kind of roll like
Chase, Lamb, Josh Allen just try to win it for you with that?
And even Madison, I wouldn't be dying to trade away. I kind of like to see what happens. I mean, if I could flip him for a 24 first like now, then
it's a
start.
start.
But it's a start 8. It's a half PPR, 1 QB, start 8. I don't know. It depends if your league likes Madison or not, but I could just see him being an asset in this format.
Look, it's start 8. You don't need a ton of monsters, and you've got 2 of them. You've got Josh Allen and Jahmyr Chase. Like between those 2, there's games where they're going to drop 6. What?
There was a cut.
Jameer, whatever. Jamar Chase. It's
That's like right out of the fucking video. That's like, right out of the
and then you
video.
got Lamb and you have Pollard. Like this is a pretty good team. And then you have Kittle, the 4 weeks out of the year where he plays and he's healthy, he's going to spike. So, yeah, I'm probably just going to bat with this team. But if you want to redo it, sure, go for it.
Scott's pulling
what's going
something
on?
up.
Oh, I'm just sharing. We had another question. I was going to wait and put this one up there.
Can you three take us back to your first ever Superflex startup draft? What was your mindset for your first 2 QB picks? What rationale did you have?
Well, here, let me remove the overlay so this looks better.
Yeah, is that your
This isn't the first one. This is not the first one, but this is a startup draft that I did 6 years ago, so 2017. And I know it's hard for the viewers to probably see, but the first pick overall was Mike Evans. This was a Superflex startup. The first quarterback did not go until 110, Andrew Luck. I picked at 102, and I went Ezekiel Elliott. You can see the comments here. Let the dynasty domination begin with that Mike Evans pick. That was clearly the best pick. I mean, actually not a bad pick considering all the other picks, but you can see it's different. I mean, it went Andrew Luck, Aaron Rodgers, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. The first 4 quarterbacks off the board. Russell Wilson, my second round pick. So I took Ezekiel Elliott first. My second round pick, I took Melvin Gordon. I traded up to take Todd Gurley. And then I continued to double down and drafted a lot more running backs. And I ended up getting Andy Dalton as my first QB.
Nice.
And I was also able to get Jared Goff and Ryan Tannehill. So I actually would have gotten multiple years of starts out of my QBs, but I wanted to share that just to show how different it is today versus then. As you can see, only, let's see. Yeah. The first 12, the 12th quarterback did not go off the board until almost the 4th round. Whereas now you're getting almost 12 quarterbacks in the first like 15 picks. So just wanted to share that. That's how they used to look back in 2015, 2016, 2017. People didn't care about quarterbacks and they overpaid. No one understood roster construction and warp. They overpaid for guys like Andy Dalton and Derek Carr because, well, they were young, not realizing that they were like QB 20. You know, they had no upside, but we didn't look at upside the same way then versus now.
I'm looking at my first startup right here, and this was back in 2019. I've actually only been playing since 2019. I was the 4th pick, so this is Superflex, 12 team Superflex, start 9, half PPR. 101 Saquon Barkley, 102 CMC, DeAndre Hopkins at 103. I got Patrick Mahomes at 104. And then, Kamara, Kelsey, and then where I went in the second round, Todd Gurley at 209, Mike Evans at 304, Leonard Fournette, David Montgomery, like just going on. My best pick in this league, just out of luck or whatever, Dak Prescott, 809. He actually, that was great value, and my team was solid for a second. But anyway, it is bonkers how different it is today.
Oh God, I have one. So I'm just going back to the first HQ league that I did, and this was a 16-team Superflex.
What year?
That was your first league, Shane?
No.
16-team Super. Oh, okay.
No. My first listener league, HQ1, 2018 startup draft. I got Carson Wentz at 111. I got Patrick Mahomes at 305.
What QB was Wentz?
No shit.
What was QB? Mahomes. What QB off the board was Wentz? Was it like that? Was he like QB1, QB2?
He was it looks like QB2 because I saw Aaron Rodgers go off before him. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, he was the QB2. Deshaun Watson was the QB3, then Russ, then Cam, Andrew Luck, Kirk Cousins, Matt Stafford, Tom Brady, then Pat Mahomes. I'll give myself credit. I was apparently a mad genius, but then I traded Pat Mahomes soon after. I
was going to say Shane didn't have him even for 1 year, probably.
Not a chance. Brent, thank you for your super chat. 12 team start 10 Superflex. 2.0 tight end premium for tight end, or 2.0 tight end premium. London's value. What's London's value in that format?
Oh, it's on paper. It's a lot higher than what it actually probably is in the league, at least from what I've seen. To the point where I almost want to go buy more Drake London. The problem is when you try to buy him, the person goes, "Oh man, he's a top 12 dynasty
He's
receiver."
such a tough. His market is so whack. Like
When you try to sell
don't
him,
see
though,
moved.
when you try to sell him and you're the clear team trying to contend, and you clearly looked at your team and you go, "Okay, can I get Stephon Diggs and a second for Drake London? Can I get a Stephon Diggs straight up for Drake London?" And the person, man, I'd rather have that production, And
Yeah.
but then you try to give your Stephon Diggs for Drake London and they go, man, I don't want to take on the old guy that's holding
I'll give
out,
you Diggs. I'll give you Steph Diggs right now for Drake London. Yeah.
You would.
I know.
Let me ask you this: Are you selling? Are you selling right now Drake London for a random 24 first?
No.
You think no?
Nope, not random.
Are you buying him? Let's say you finished last season. You finished in third place. Are you giving your 24 first for Drake London right now? Yeah.
Yeah.
30%.
Because Scott, you hate to give your firsts away. So I always question and challenge you on players that you like, but also involving a 24 first because you don't like to trade your first.
So here would be the contrary argument to what I'm saying is I don't think, if I had to bet right now, the odds that Drake London gains value between now and next year is low. But can he hold value? And I think the one question you have to ask is he is actually in a weird spot because if he goes out and posts numbers to what he did last year, people are going to give him a pass again and say he's great. His situation sucks. I'm going to hold another year at the same value he is. Maybe there'll be a little bit of fatigue and he drops 5 to 10%, right? But he's still going to he will still be valued over the late first round receivers next year. Maybe not the high end guys. He will still be like a top 18 receiver in Dynasty as long as he puts up 30% market share or 28% market share, whatever it is. It's just going to extrapolate out on whenever he gets a quarterback. As someone posted earlier, he's got the DJ Moore syndrome if he has a bad year. And I think it's kind of true. But do you want to be holding him? And I guess that's my question for Shane is if you have too much Drake London, what are you doing?
I mean, I already divested a little bit. I was up at like...
You were buying him pretty aggressively, weren't you?
Yeah. And then I was like, this is absurd. I gotta move off of him a little bit. Like, let me pivot to someone that actually produced in their rookie year, not just gave me high target shares. Started moving more towards Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. But look, I have him in 6 or 7 leagues. I think it's like 17, 18% of my leagues, which seems like a good enough number. That's good enough for me.
So you're a middle of the pack team. Would you trade Drake London and your mid 24 first for Garrett Wilson?
No.
Okay, because I think that's getting close to where the price is. Like if you want to pivot from Drake London to Garrett Wilson, I sent out a couple of trades the other day. I'm trying to go from Drake London in 2 seconds to Garrett Wilson, and the person says not even close.
Nope.
Yeah,
so it's got to be a first on top.
Too much. Too much for me.
No, thank you. Have a nice day. Tommy Chesinus, we'll call him Tommy, talking about a leverage trade, Garrett Wilson and a 25 first for Jamison Williams, Jahan Dotson, and Ridley. Has T-Law. I have Garrett Wilson, then Cooper, Bateman, Lockett, Juju.
I'm sorry, we're giving up Garrett Wilson and a 25 first? What? I'm so confused.
That's the way I read it.
Unfortunately,
he gave up the 2. This is one of those examples where you thought you're getting the leverage, but you really just traded away the best and the third best asset in the trade, and arguably maybe the second best asset.
Yeah, you were about to get real corrected. You gave up the first and second best asset in this trade. I don't know.
What if this is a start 13?
I don't care. No.
Shane, it could be start 20. Shane does not give a shit.
You start at 1,000. Stop it.
Yeah, Tommy. Basically, hopefully you see where we're getting at here is like unless it's a mega deep league that like the pieces you got. I mean, even then. But anyway,
Well, no, I want to put this clarification in here because I can see where people get confused when we use leverage process, right? He thinks he's getting the leverage because he got 3 pieces for 2. This is where you have to be a little kind of savvy as to what the market is. I don't think Jahan Dotson is very good at all. Shane doesn't think Jamison Williams is very good. So we're both going to say we don't like the pieces he got.
Yes.
But I bet you I could insert other receivers into that trade, and you may say, okay.
If they're good.
Yeah, that's part of that's a big part of the problem here is
if I put Drake London and Brandon Ayuk in this trade, Brandon Ayuk, Drake London, and Calvin Ridley for Garrett Wilson in the first, I could at least go, okay, I understand. It's fine. So it is a player thing. We have to acknowledge when this is we have some player bias in this answer. Both Shane and I do, and for sure.
This is another one of my pet peeves, though, is like when you're trading away Garrett Wilson and you're also giving a first. Like if I'm trading a stud, I'm not giving a first away too. You know, like there's no way there's going to be a first on my side. So
yeah, I was going to say the player bias comes in because when you look at Jamison Williams, well, what he didn't do and what Jahan Dotson did do, it's not even remotely in the same league as what Garrett Wilson did. And their cohorts are completely different. Like their career trajectories, arcs are different based off what they did in their rookie seasons.
Would you give Garrett Wilson for all 3 of them, Shane?
Would I give Garrett Wilson?
Yes. No first.
No.
So the first is salt in the wound, right?
Yeah, that's even worse. That's like kicking me in the nuts and then just stepping on my dick. I mean, there's no need for it. No.
Just kicking you in the nuts and taking away your nut dust so that it doesn't feel bad.
Yeah.
All right, so
oh man.
Tilted Gambit. Aside from having a good setup, being present and reasoned, how can the commissioner elevate his league to become his league manager's favorite league? So a couple things I took out of this. So one, Liam also spells favorite that way. So maybe Tilted Gambit's Canadian
or European.
Okay, so that's the first thing I noticed. Second thing, he seems like he's a really nice guy. he wants to have a great league. Everybody's happy. Hugs, kisses. What do you think here, guys?
Well, no, I mean, what makes it my favorite league is, I guess, the most action.
Active.
It's competitive. There's a active, I don't know, chat in some way. There's some hatred towards some of the owners in the league and managers in the league, but for the most part, it's like a friendly hatred. You know what I mean? Like, if I ever saw you, I'd punch you in the face, but I'd also hug you type of deals. I don't know. Make the league good. None of my leagues, I don't think, have any like fluff added to them that made them good. It's almost just like the league makeup, its own DNA is what makes it good.
You know what replaces the fluff, Shane, is that the settings are usually pretty square. There's enough starters. The waivers are a certain way. The rookie picks make sense. Like all of that stuff, a lot of the stuff we talk about setting up, aligning the league for success is true. Yeah. But then I think the sweetener is you want a league to have a couple process players, a couple players that do the auto accept trade blocks. Then you want to have a couple loose cannons in the league that are willing to blow the team up. Like you want a mix of characters, right? Like you don't want 12 Shanes in the league. You don't want 12 Scotts in the league. They would drive each other crazy. Yeah. The fact that they kind of work together and we have different ways of going about it makes the league good. I'm in some stagnant leagues where people go, yeah, I have 9 people in the league that are all following me. I can't do it. The league just kind of goes on. You know what I mean? It's not as fun. So I think having a mix of personalities and the commissioner can run it well just to kind of make it continue to run smoothly. I did want to put this up here, guys, just to make sure maybe we didn't get it right.
Go for it.
We might have had the Garrett Wilson thing backwards. So if that's true, I'm not sure which way because I read it one way and I think you guys read it the same way that he was giving away Garrett Wilson. If it was the other way around, everything we said, reverse it.
Yeah.
You crush the other guy.
And you got a first.
Yeah, and you got a first. Awful. Like nicely done. I was about to say, because like, was his name Tommy? Tommy, he may not like us anymore.
And your nuts did not get stepped on, so that's good.
Yeah, your Chili Willy nuts didn't get stepped on. So I put
Tristan's because apparently we
Yeah.
missed the super chat.
But real quick, I just put like based on what Scott was just saying there, talking about square settings, all of that stuff. I just posted the YouTube show we did like a week to whatever ago. Wake Up Your League is where we just talked about making sure you're tight. So there's some strategy there because it may not be a league problem, it may be a settings problem. Okay, let's go back to here. What did you want me to put up, Shane? Oh, Tristan.
Tristan's.
Okay. 1 of 2. It is a 12-team Superflex, 6-point per passing touchdown, start 10, PPR with a 1.5 tight end premium. If I have acquired 2 round 1 QBs and still have a third pick that is early, who are you drafting? Okay, 2 of 2. Elite tight ends, Pitts and Andrews, a top-tier wide receiver like Garrett Wilson, or a third QB, AR or Kyler.
Scott's getting AR. What's the settings on this?
It is a 6-point pass touchdown, 12-team Superflex start 10. This is like our standard that we go off of, actually.
Well, 1.5 is a little low. I mean, we got 1.75. I would probably take Garrett Wilson here, to be honest with you. I know Scott would take.
The one player I wouldn't take would be Garrett
He's the
Wilson.
last
That's fine.
player I take.
That's fine.
That's where we already are straying. We're different,
Yeah.
in the second
Yeah.
round or third round. Yeah.
I mean, look, I love the idea of Pitts. I do love the idea of Pitts. 1.5, like in theory, he could be a monster. Andrews has been a monster, so maybe Andrews. So it'd probably be Andrews or Wilson, but I'm not touching either of those quarterbacks since I already have the quarterback room set.
If you have Lamar, it'd be Andrews. But man, it is really hard to pass up taking Richardson or even Kyler in the third. I'm playing keep away. And that's where my portfolio, I can say I'm just playing keep away from someone else that's going to try to match the investment that I've already made.
This is a great question from Jared. Jared sucks. If you could know the stats of anyone in Dynasty for the 2023 season, who would it be?
I already know mine. I answered this on the player profiler show that I did the other day. They talked about this, but I'm curious to what you guys think because I think it's a cool question.
It is. I think I've got a couple players in mind. The first one that came to mind was just Garrett Wilson and Olave for Shane. But I'm curious about Jordan Love.
I like that. It's not all super obvious either. I kind of want to see Anthony Richardson's fantasy scoring after this year. That would be fun.
Yeah, I picked Deshaun Watson because you're going to know. You know what I mean? If you could show me his stats, I'd be comfortable taking him maybe even in the top 5. But if you could show me his stats and it looks anything close to last year, I need to sell some Watson. So I think he's just this is a make or break year for him. And I think there were some other answers you could say that would be if I knew one of the Ravens receivers numbers, I could probably figure out what the other ones are going to be. You know what I mean? Like you could kind of piece together what the pie would look like if you knew one versus the other. So good question.
That's a good question. Adam OTC. Is this his follow-up with us as to what he did?
$300 $1,000. No, this was a $300 budget, right?
This was the 300.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anthony, he was Mahomes. He said for 84. So not 56.
Okay.
So he ended up with Mahomes, Richardson, Bijan, Mark Andrews, Jahmyr Gibbs, Pat Freiermuth, Jimmy G, and probably just duds. But
he ended up with Mahomes, Bijan, and Andrews and Gibbs. That's not bad at all. And
0 wide receiver.
He's got a very high upside, very high ceiling play in Anthony Richardson. No, man, you're doing well. Doing well, son.
Yep.
Scott, it's like 0.
It is a 0 receiver build, isn't it?
It is. Oh,
Last
I'm
one.
tired, dude. All right,
Let's
yeah,
do
last one, and then but before everybody leaves, I've got some housekeeping items, as they say in meetings. Yeah, I know, Shane. We're
Shane, you were involved in this trade, listener league.
I was in this trade.
You were in this
trade.
trade.
Know your thoughts. He did with Shane, so he is bragging that he actually got a trade done with Shane, which is not that hard.
Yeah,
you know what he wants. You could get a deal done if Shane's in a trading mood. Olave in a third for Pittman and a mid to late first.
And this is in one of our listener leagues. It is a 16 team Superflex start 11.
1.25
aggressive.
points per,
Yeah.
per reception. So keep that in mind. And I believe there's a small point per target bonus. So high volume receivers it's 1.25 PPR for receivers.
You weaseled some freaking bonus for wide receiver targets too.
I'd have to look, but it's receiver accelerated scoring, which is why I went 9 straight receivers in the auction startup, and I did.
You're where I didn't actually make the rules.
Scott goes in there and dials it in.
It's already updated. You got to look at it. You got to look at it.
It's great how you.
I don't change it at the last minute.
I'm gonna dial this into like my specialty.
No, we did a tiered.
I'm just fucking with you.
We did a tiered 1 point or half point PPR for running backs, 1.25 for receivers, and 2 PPR for tight ends.
Still, there's a reason why you like the point per target.
I know,
so
math.
Like you're getting sneaky.
I know.
Yeah, you know math. Yeah, you're trying to leverage and exploit.
I'm gonna take Shane's side on that trade because I think
yeah, me too.
I'll take the Olave side, which is against the process, but a mid to late first in a 16 teamer. A wild card, and then Michael Pittman. Not an overpay for Olave.
So I'm just looking at some comments here, and it's been here for over 5 hours. Patrick made it the whole way. I see a bunch of people saying we're still here, ayo, like all 5 hours. So
we got some listeners that have been here longer than all of us because we all took a 30-minute break.
Yeah, no, for sure. So man, that was awesome. So 5 hours and 3 minutes in, we actually kept. Whatever, we forgot our live roster review, but other than that, it went fine. It went fine. So I mentioned the listener leagues. I mentioned the nut dust roster reviews. Yeah, so we're actually like a pretty good shape roster reviews volume wise. I actually need more. So a bunch of you are going to be getting emails. A bunch of you have sent me emails that I haven't responded to. As always, I apologize for that. I've been trying to get our like queue of roster reviews tighter, like and more manageable. And I'm going to be automating it. So just bear with my shit replies and whatnot, like indefinitely. Helpers. So I did mention the other day, like that survey that's going to go out. So we've got a couple subs who are going to be running the data from it. But there's a survey again at the end of it. It's going to say, hey, do you want to get involved with trades in 5? What's your skill set? We've already had a bunch of people reach out like, hey, I want to get involved. Like, here's what I do. So just put in there if you're interested and what you do. We'd like to get everybody involved, right? Let's fucking hammer, have some fun. Yes. And yeah, man, I guess that's it.
Yep.
Just got in here. You guys starting now?
Yep.
That's enough. Yeah.
Remember when Shane suggested we go 13 hours? Shane, you in for 8 more?
Let's go.
Dude, 2 hours into it, I was like, oh, my back, bro. Okay. Yeah, we're done. We really appreciate you guys. 329 people still in here. Thank you. Hit that like on your way out if you haven't. And I guess we'll
Tuesday.
see
Are we doing a stream Tuesday? Or are we taking Tuesday off?
We can't take a Tuesday off, right?
That to be determined.
TBD, but we're probable for a live stream, right, Shane? Shane's a super chat whore. He needs the loot.
And you know what's funny is I believe we are doing the Hammers auction on Monday and Wednesday. So
yes.
that is gonna be a lot.
Yes. Nice week. All right. We appreciate you. We will see you soon.
Appreciate
Peace, everyone. Good night.
Bye.